What kind of places did it take you?
Physically, it took me to some, the worst parts of any city, town, state that you've been through. If I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the president of El Salvador and say, you either send them back or I'm going to invade. It's a
Hey, never mind. I changed what I said earlier. I would vote for him. Hunter Biden's artistic debut is sparking ethics concerns for the White House as some critics raise eyebrows over the high-priced pieces and whether they pose a conflict of interest. Are you serious? And we have Trump coin? All right, watching the Hunter Biden interview.
I was drinking so much alcohol, almost a handle of vodka a day. And alcohol is the most destructive drug.
Yeah, it's also funny that two people on that call were fucking terrified. Sneeko and Hassan of me being on that fucking call too, but...
Not just to your body, but it puts you in more danger than any other drug that I've ever experienced. And then you add on top of that the amount of crack that I was using at the time. And crack cocaine, in terms of your physical health, is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in to be able to obtain it.
How do you get crack?
One of the things I don't want to do is give a how-to to any moron like myself that may think that it's a good idea. But crack cocaine is I am fully aware when I'm talking about it in relationship to my own experience with it. It is still a shocking thing for most people, because we have been fed this perception of crack cocaine. It's more than just a drug. It's more than, like, if you say meth or if you say heroin or if you say cocaine, it comes with a whole bunch of different baggage. And because of that, places that you can go get it are some of the most dangerous places in whatever location you happen to be in. And it's everywhere. Mainly for that reason, I learned how to make my own. Have you read, I'm going to pretend like you're not getting attacked by a bee right now.
Hey, it's all right.
Keep my train of thought.
Without them, we would all...
Just trying to, by the way, that's true too. Birds aren't real, but bees are.
Good morning, America and the world. My name is Andrew Callahan, the host and creator of Channel 5, the largest independent crowd-funded newsroom in the United States. The following interview is with Hunter Biden, the controversial, storied son of former President Joe Biden, who issued a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter during his final month in office, shortly after Hunter was found guilty of tax-related crimes and being an illegal drug user in possession of a firearm. Hunter has yet to speak to the media about this pardon. And
after years of investigation, by the way.
Hasn't done a televised interview.
The same crimes, by the way, that Joe Rogan is committing by smoking marijuana when he's on the Rogan Experience or whatever, and also says he has guns.
Years. In fact, aside from a very limited and controlled press run to promote his new book, Beautiful Things of 2021, Hunter hasn't given a single statement to the media, especially in regard to the laptop scandal that was a crucial component in the Stop the Steal movement back in 2020, wherein millions of Trump supporters alleged that Joe Biden was being controlled and manipulated by nefarious foreign actors who leveraged their business connections with Hunter to peddle influence in the White House. As I mentioned, this alleged intel connects to private messages and emails that were found on a laptop that Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer claim Hunter left in a computer repair shop in Delaware sometime in 2020, where after the laptop repairman, John Paul Mac Isaac, pictured here, essentially leaked its contents to the world. Along with evidence of alleged corruption, tax evasion, and influence peddling, what was also leaked from the laptop is nearly a decade of private photos of Hunter in the thralls of crack cocaine addiction. All right, in today's interview, we're going to discuss the laptop, the 2020 election, crack cocaine, and more, with an emphasis on recovery and away from gossip and family drama. And by the way, if you'd like to listen to or download an audio version of this interview, I've uploaded a crispy WAV file to the podcast feed of our long-form program, 5Cast, which is available now on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon. All right, let's get into it. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Hunter Biden. All right, Mr. Biden, thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it. How long has it been since you've done a formal sit-down interview?
You know, it's been a while. Been a long while. I had a conversation with Jamie Harrison, who's the former chair of the DNC. He's a great friend, loyal. And I was down in South Carolina for other things and kind of like family down there. So I sat down with him and talked about some stuff, but nothing like this.
What made you feel like now's the time for an official, unedited long form?
Well, I don't know when it is the right time or not the right time. I'm an admirer of your work, and we have a mutual acquaintance. It didn't take me much to agree to be really interested. I think the work that you've done is some of the most interesting commentary on the moment we're living in, the expanded moment that we seem to be continuing to live in of the from 2020 on. I hadn't seen much of the earlier work that you had done, but I do know that I at least appreciate the sincerity with which you approach everything that you do.
I appreciate it. You said 2020 on. Do you feel like that's the year the world kind of went crazy?
No. I think that that's the year that we all kind of woke up to, the realization that things are crazy. But no, I think that they've been going crazy for a while. And I don't know whether crazy is the right word. I think that I don't know how interested people are in my my take on why I think the world is a little bit crazy right now.
Well, I think there's probably millions of people out there who just want to know how you're doing.
Personally, I'm great. I tell everybody, and Melissa gets kind of upset with me because it has been obviously a difficult time. The past 5 years have not, at least from any outsider's perspective, been fun. But for me, as a person in recovery, and being able to maintain that recovery through this and stay clean and sober throughout it, it's one thing I allow myself to take some pride in. And I know about my life is that I survived almost certain death. And I don't know if you read my book, but I'm pretty transparent about it. Having survived that hell kind of prepared me to be able to make it through kind of the public humiliation that, I don't know any other way to put it, that I've experienced over the past close to 5 years now. And it doesn't seem to stop, but I'm more grounded in who I am and what matters to me and what I'm grateful for on a daily basis than I've ever been in my life. And physically, I'm in a hell of a lot better shape than I was since my last drink or drug 6 years ago.
So it's been 6 years.
Yeah, just over 6 years.
When you say you almost died, can you kind of give us some more context?
I was a drinker, and at the end, my addiction had progressed so much that it was potentially deadly on a daily basis. The thing that was the most concerning and the most real about facing death was in actuality the alcohol. Once you fall into that lifestyle. And I wouldn't call it a lifestyle because there's no life to it at all. You enter a completely different world in which you're living kind of completely outside of the bounds of any communal norms. I don't know. It's a scary place to be. And I met some of the most truly heroic, astounding, thoughtful, kind people that I've ever met in my life that are living, lives of quiet desperation, not quiet, very loud desperation. But even in that, found space in their hearts for empathy and kindness. And I've met some of the most awful, predatory people that I've ever experienced in my life.
So you feel that the thralls of addiction do oftentimes swallow up very genuine, earnest people, but at the same time, that underbelly is home to a specific breed of evil as well?
One of the things that I've realized is that addiction is one of the most universal conditions. I don't know many people that have not been I've realized is that addiction is one of the most...
Has drinking/drug abuse ever been a cause of trouble in your family? Damn, those are some high numbers.
Universal conditions. I don't know many people that have not been impacted by it in some way, whether it's addiction to drugs or addiction to behaviors. They have the same dilatory effect on not just you, but more importantly, on your immediate community, your family, and then it just spirals outward. And I don't know anybody that hasn't been impacted by drugs and alcohol in a really significant way, or at least a way in which it's created trauma in their own personal lives and the lives of those that they really love. And so while it's universal, it's something that we rarely talk about. And it's kind of the way in which we treat drug use it's something that someone else is doing, and that someone else happens to be your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, yourself, your coworker. And it only becomes a problem when it becomes a problem for you.
Do you think that you would have been treated differently by the media if your addiction was to an opiate or perhaps methamphetamine as opposed to crack, which kind of has a racialized context to it?
Well, maybe, I don't know. Because it depends upon what media you're talking about. Because I like, what is the media? I think it was just an added bonus for them that they could say crack addict, and everybody would go, "Oh my God, he's a monster." So I think for those that wanted to use it as bludgeon, it's easier when you slap the word crack addict onto it. It made me a lot easier target for the Don Juniors of the world, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, just because of their inherent kind of meanness about things. But I'm not a victim here. I was a crack addict. I wrote about it. I was transparent about it. I wasn't naive to the idea that somehow that would be something that anyone or everyone would be able to fully comprehend and have empathy for. We're lacking empathy across the board, not just for Hunter Biden. But I guess I was a little bit surprised in terms of a lot of people in the press, whether it was the New York Times or the New York Post, kind of dismissed addiction as somehow unique to my family, or without taking into account what they were doing to other people that were looking to get clean and sober. And one of the things about getting clean and sober, at least I found, I don't know what your experience in your life with your friends or others, is one of the things that keeps us in the cycle of addiction is our guilt and our shame, is the lies we tell ourselves and the lies that we tell the people that we care about the most. And you get clean and you get sober, and what ends up happening is you still hold on to these secrets. Like, I smoke crack. I was a crack smoker. They know that I did cocaine, or they know that I was drinking, but they don't know that I was also an inveterate drug user. And so you keep that secret, and that guilt kind of boils up. And the only place that you can talk about it is in rooms full of virtual strangers, which is really helpful. But it isn't it doesn't release you from that awful feeling that I'm about to be found out. And that anxiety. And so then you get triggered. Your brain tells you to do the only thing that it's learned how to do is that you need to save yourself. And the fastest way to save yourself is a drink or a drug. So you get caught.
Have you been impacted by addiction? I played and relapsed on League of Legends like 3 or 4 times. I'm not proud of it.
In this loop. And the favor that they did for me is I don't have any more secrets. Now, not everything that's been said about me is true, but there are the things that most people would be very embarrassed about. I've been very open about. I spent more time on my hands and knees picking through rugs, smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine.
Based.
I probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone, and so I don't get triggered in the same way. But the thing that scares me is for people that look at the way that I'm treated in the media, whatever the hell the media is, and think, do I want to get honest? I mean, seems to me, if you look at that as a test case, better to keep some things unsaid. And I think that's really dangerous for people, at least in my experience of the recovery.
As far as the media goes, what do you think are the 3 craziest things you've heard about yourself in the press?
Oh my God, the list is forever and forever. They got stuck on for a while, even Fox News, that I funded the Wuhan lab. I said that to someone a long time ago on camera as in response to a question like you just asked. And they got to use this. You got to be really careful. Somebody's going to be able to cut that and say, I did not fund the Wuhan lab.
I did.
Yeah, you did? Yeah, exactly. Me and George Soros. Supposedly me and George Soros have a lot in common. The one thing I'm positive we don't have in common is that I am very, very far from being a billionaire. But those conspiracies are kind of the craziest. You know, I just heard Jake Tapper's going on TV saying that, you know, I basically acted as the chief of staff.
I think Hunter was driving the decision making for the family in a way that he was almost like a chief of staff of the family.
Does that strike you as pretty bizarre?
I think I spent 12 days in the White House in the last 2
Dude, Tapper.
years of the administration. I had a lot of other things going on. I think the one that was like you feel like you just got hit in the gut, you know, by an elephant, is when Rudy Giuliani and Bernie Carrot went to the Newcastle County Courthouse here in Delaware and talked about me being involved in, I think, child sex crimes and stuff like that. And I mean, literally with nothing. That one was the last and the only one that was kind of hard to wake up from. Is like how do you ever take that out of somebody's head after they've heard it, you know? But I mean, truly, the list just goes on and on.
Did you try to sue for defamation or damages or anything after that?
No, and I mean, I am in a defamation suit right now. I mean, one of the craziest ones is what Patrick Byrne said about me. And let me get this straight. He said that I was the key person in ensuring that the sanctioned Iranian oil money that was being held in South Korea was released at the behest of myself and somebody in Pakistan. And I took a 10% fee off the $8 billion for my family.
We have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think.
And then I had traveled to Tehran and to the Middle East.
Remember that the big man thing was the one quote that they tried to hang their hat on and claim that the entire Biden crime family empire, none of that was ever proven. Nothing from all the investigations, all the congressional hearings, all the closed door subpoena stuff, nothing ever came from it. Meanwhile, the Trump family is just out openly engaged in some of the most blatant, largest corruption of all time for any president. Having Witkoff and his son run around the world doing deals for this World Liberty Financial bullshit that Trump has a 60% stake in is unbelievable.
He's in 2022 and 2023 in order to effectuate this. And then that ultimately his followers made the direct connection that money was used to fund Hamas for the murder of over 1,400 Jews on October 7th. That's the kind of stuff. And now I know you guys look and say like, but who believes that? You know, I don't know. The million people that read that tweet. You know, I had one guy in California who is I don't remember his name, but he's associated with SpaceX, a big investor in SpaceX, a very, very wealthy guy, claim just months ago that I rented a house from him and that I trashed the house and I had the Secret Service stiff him on the rent and that I tried to pay him with the book of art made of my own feces.
His ex-landlord claims he stiffed him on a whopping $300,000 in rent. What happens to the back rent that Hunter Biden owes my family? Is that pardoned now?
And, you know, like, how insane is that, right? You know, but you look into the background of this person and he's a major investor in SpaceX. He's probably worth a few $100 million and he has this huge following on X. Elon Musk retweeted that and it went viral.
It's pretty messed up, man. There's also some.
Did he retweet it or did he quote tweet it and say, wow? Or did he say, shocking if true? Or did he say, need to look into that?
People, though, who just think that if you leave the country.
Or did he say, interesting, exclamation mark?
you're a spy? You know what I mean? Like, why is he going so many places?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The really interesting thing is they created this a character that is both, in some sense, a ne'er-do-well fail son that has not ever accomplished anything, and a criminal mastermind.
Always,
I kind of feel like, pick one. Most of my travel during that period of time when my dad was vice president, and by the way, I didn't travel anywhere when my dad was president. I don't think I left the country. But during that time, I was the chairman of the board of what's called the UN World Food Program. And I was also chairman of the board of the Truman National Security Project, chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy. I was a professor at Georgetown University, adjunct professor for over 4 years in the master's program of the School of Foreign Service. I taught a course on advocacy, and largely based upon the implementation of a thing called PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for Aid Relief in Africa. And as the chairman of the board of the UN World Food Program, it's kind of like what you know of, like as a kid growing up, like UNICEF. UN has voluntary aid organizations in which each nation state that is a part of the UN
reprograms these children with vaccines that infect their mind and turn them into Soros puppets, agents ready to strike, Manchurian candidates.
Voluntarily contributes to the continued operations of UNICEF, UNHCR, UNESCO. All of these organizations are all voluntary aid organizations. The UN World Food Program is the largest voluntary aid program in the United Nations, and it is the largest humanitarian organization in the world. It serves over 80 million meals on a daily basis in 72 different countries, and it is the first on the ground because it controls all the airlift and communications for all of the relief efforts globally in any natural disaster or civil war or conflict. And so the UN, US, is responsible for about 65% of the budget of the World Food Program, which was my responsibility as chairman of the board. And I increased the budget of the World Food Program, which just won the Nobel Peace Prize 2 or 3 years ago, by 50% when I was chairman over my term, to like $2.4 billion. It's all gone now. Trump ended all of that. But point about traveling. So I went to the Philippines after Typhoon Haiyan. I went to Kenya to Dadaab when refugees were flowing in from across southern Africa and Ethiopia. I've been to Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, and I've been to all over the world. 75% of my travel during that period of time was on behalf of the World Food Program and other, NGOs that I worked on behalf of.
So I want to back all the way up to the very, very beginning. Yeah. A little short bio. We could do a long bio too. So you're born here in Delaware or born here in Pennsylvania?
In Delaware.
Okay, in Delaware.
Yeah, Wilmington.
Wilmington.
Yeah, 10 minutes from here, 15.
What are your thoughts on Wilmington, Delaware? Nice place?
Oh, yeah. One of the things that I still do love about the East Coast and Delaware and the Mid-Atlantic is the history. And so I'm a little bit of a history geek.
Yeah, because Delaware doesn't really get much representation because you got Philadelphia, powerhouse of history and culture. You got Rocky, a lot of other things going on there, too important stuff. Yeah. And then
we agree on that. I'm basically living in a suburb of Philly. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say that, but you got Baltimore, The Wire.
Yeah.
You got people on horses in the streets out there.
Yeah.
People.
Why do you think Hunter chose to do an interview with Andre over traditional media? I don't know if there are any traditional media shows that would do like a multi-hour interview. Like this would have to be a podcast thing. And then what, is he going to go on fucking Joe Rogan?
On ATVs. And then Delaware's kind of sitting in between. People know that it's a corporate tax haven. People know that the Biden family's from there. What's something that people don't know about Delaware that they should?
Delaware's the first state. I don't know if they should know this, but it's the first state to ratify the Constitution. When Thomas Penn basically colonized Pennsylvania, he carved out Delaware, and we called it the diamond and the jewel in the crown of the colonies. Delaware is almost a state of almost all coastline. Here's the thing that's interesting about Delaware. Delaware is geographically and historically and emotionally both a southern and a northern state. Mm-hmm. So the northern part of the state feels very much like Philadelphia. The southern part of the state feels very much like South Carolina.
So do you see like Confederate flags in Dover?
Maybe not Dover, but definitely Gumboro. I think that the National Association for the Advancement of White People started in Gumboro, Delaware.
How are they doing?
I don't know. It was a long, long time ago.
Seems like they're doing pretty well.
I think they probably had a real comeback. But that's because Delaware was a slave state that fought on the side of the Union. And the Mason-Dixon line, actually, Delaware is the only state that the Mason-Dixon line does not bisect. And that is because it starts at our western border, the actual line for the Mason-Dixon line, and right in the middle of the state. So there's 3 counties in Delaware. And if you go below the canal, you're in the southern part of Delaware, Kent and Sussex.
And you were born in the 70s?
I was born in 1970. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
A couple years after the Summer of Love.
Yeah. My brother was born 1969, February 3rd, and I was born February 4th, 1970. And my sister was a couple months after that, in 71.
Now, I know that you've talked about this story before, but there was a tragedy pretty early on in your life. Can you kind of tell people what happened for those who don't know?
Yeah. My dad got elected to the Senate on December 18th of 1972, so I was almost 3 years old. And my brother, myself, my little sister were with my mom and the dog in a station wagon, and we were hit by a tractor trailer. My mother and sisters were killed instantly. My brother and I were trapped inside the car, but they got us out. And I had significant head trauma. My brother basically broke almost every bone in his body and was in traction, and we were in the hospital together for weeks. And family and this community saved us. And my aunts and uncles moved in with my dad, and he figured out a way to be with us and be a dad to us and also be a senator, commuted every day. And so I grew up here. I mean, I spent a lot of time with my dad. My brother and I had this rule with my dad is that we could go with him whenever we wanted to. And kind of no questions asked. And obviously we didn't take advantage of it, otherwise it would have gone away, but we were smart enough to do that. But we spent a lot of time on the train going down to the Russell Senate office building with my dad and just to be with him. We did everything together. The thing about my mom and my sister dying and my brother and I being in that accident, it's like the realization that I have with addiction and being somewhat public is that I'm in no way unique. You know, everybody's had a tragedy in their family. And when you're in the public eye and as transparent, I think, as my family has been about those tragedies and whether we wanted to or not, you have this incredible wellspring of other people that come to you and want to talk to you about your own experience or their experience. Like, how'd you get through it? And like, I had the same thing. And you realize that we are almost all universal in that way. Is the one thing that binds each and every one of us is not necessarily love. People can go through life without being loved. It's not the only experience that we will all have between the time we're born and then we die is pain. And being able to recognize pain is a thing that connects us all. Is a real gift, I think, at least. It's given me a lot of strength when I needed it.
How do you feel that particular experience impacted you growing up?
I don't know. I think it's something that's a lifelong journey to be able to figure out what that kind of a trauma has on you. I don't know. I mean, I used to fight against the idea that it had anything to do with my addictive behavior. I don't fight about that as much anymore. It kind of makes sense to me in a way. I think that some of the genetics make sense to me in a way too. But in terms of that trauma and how I see it today, in the way that people responded, it's all about the love that I experienced during that time. I look back and I think of the way in which my family surrounded me. I was given the gift of having known and having two mothers that I consider my mom, both of them, my birth mother and my mom now. And I feel incredibly lucky for that. Instead of thinking of it as some tragedy, I feel incredibly lucky that I had my aunts and uncles that literally moved in with us. And I got the experience of having an extended family. My uncle is my best friend in the world, outside of my dad and my brother. And that, I don't know whether we would all be as close if it weren't for that. But, you know, I mean, you come from a big Irish Catholic family. This isn't like, oh, woe is me. Yeah. You know, I mean, everybody's gone through this.
It was definitely a cultural kind of instinct to not allow ourselves to be defined by traumatic events and to take responsibility for the way that, you know, we've handled things that have happened.
Oh, yeah, I think so. And I think ultimately at the end of the day, we all have to take responsibility, regardless of the reason. The consequences aren't always fair, but I think the biggest question is whether you use it as an excuse or do you use it as a catalyst to be more empathetic with other people and also yourself.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yeah, and it sounds like the kind of double-edged sword you're talking about, or the flip side of the coin is that even in the wake of tragedy allowed for your extended family, like your uncles and stuff, to become closer because they recognized that you needed like an extra layer of support. And so do you feel like without that happening, there wouldn't have been as strong of a bond within the family?
I don't know. I do know this, is that my family is just incredibly close-knit, but I can't imagine that, I mean, obviously, yeah, I think your relationships are forged by the circumstances, and the more dire and consequential the circumstances, the stronger the bond. I mean, I don't know what your experience is, but I do know this, is that I feel very lucky, and the reason I feel very lucky is because this state, not just my family, but the people in this state. It's like when I was on trial here, I walked out of that courtroom after the conviction in Delaware in the gun case. And the first thing I said to the group of people that were there, my family and closest friends, is that how grateful I was. I mean, I'm truly grateful. It was like being able to go to your own funeral. I looked behind me and realized that no matter what, there was a whole courtroom full of people that knew who I was. And I had a whole family of people that were like aunts and uncles to me. I felt lucky, and I still feel lucky, and I don't take it for granted.
I think in a lot of ways, catastrophe reveals character. You know, you're able to see how far someone's willing to go to help you, or how much they care about your well-being when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
And I feel like you've had a couple different cycles of that throughout your life.
Yeah, it feels like a never-ending cycle of that, you know. But, you know, in this life, I hope that at the end of the day, like, look,
If you take away the one scandal, do you think he could have been a good candidate for president? Who, Hunter Biden? I have no idea. We don't really know that much about like what his policies or any of that would be, or even really about that much of his life in general, I guess. Like Biden had decades in the Joe Biden had decades in the Senate, right? It was more predictable.
Just trying to figure out how to make as clear as possible. Addiction is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. There are consequences for people, as you know, or anybody that's in recovery or spent any time, is regardless of whether those consequences are legal, financial, relationship-wise, or anyway, is that, that addiction, and when I say addiction, I mean alcohol too, because I don't know of any more destructive drug than alcohol, there are consequences. And I'm still appropriately paying the price for some of it, or trying to make amends for stuff that are personal, that I believe that I still need to make amends for. I don't believe that there should be a continued, that somebody should have to wear scarlet A for the rest of their life. Yeah. It's interesting the way that people talk about addicts, because if they just step back for a second.
It's crazy how much he sounds like Joe Biden. Yeah, kind of, actually, if you really think about it. Wait, hold on. You think a little bit? Like they could be related? Maybe? Kind of, sort of? Nah, never mind. No.
And examine their own lives and the people that they idolize. I mean, I guarantee you at least 50, 60% of them are in recovery, hopefully, or experienced some level of addiction in their lives without kind of attaching this, scarlet A to everything that they do.
How old were you when you first started, I guess, drinking or experimenting with drugs?
I think the first time that I think I read about this, the first time I took a drink was a party where I stole a glass of champagne and hid under the table, maybe 11, something like that.
Okay, so
Jesus.
before high school.
Yeah, but that was my first memory with alcohol was that. I don't think then I didn't continue drinking after that, but I can remember that distinctively. But then in high school was when I started drinking. I played football, so you wouldn't really drink during the football season, but weekend drinking. Yeah.
So just like standard going out Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
No, obviously no crack.
No. I didn't. I experimented with drugs in high school, but drugs as an issue did not occur until crack.
So it was just like you didn't go from cocaine to crack?
No, it wasn't as linear as that. And so with me, what ended up happening was when my brother was dying, he was dying in a very slow but certain way because he had glioblastoma, multiform stage 4 cancer, which basically you have a 2% survival rate. And even that 2%, your chances of being fully intact physically and mentally are, basically 0.2%. People survive without, their life, but almost a 98% certainty that you're not going to live outside of 2 years. And so my brother never wanted to really know those numbers. And so I remember, I haven't read all of the book, but people have given me little synopses of this guy, Alex Thompson, who no reason anybody would know who the hell Alex Thompson is. He has this whole thing, I understand, in which he says the Bidens covered up those cancer diagnoses. And I feel like saying, what the f*** are you talking about, man? You get a terminal diagnosis, okay? What do? Do you accept it, go home and die? Or do you say, I'm not dying, I'm going to be part of that 2%. I sit down with the oncologist, and the oncologists tell me that there are new procedures and there are new experimental things that they're doing as it relates to X, Y, and Z at MD Anderson or at Sloan Kettering, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try that, and I'm going to survive, and I'm going to run for governor. My brother was the Attorney General. He was no longer the Attorney General. He did not run for re-election as Attorney General, but he was considering running for governor at the time. When my brother would be asked, he'd say, I'm okay. Yeah. I'm okay. And he'd keep doing his job, and he was in private practice at this time. And so what does Alex Thompson think my brother would owe anyone to say, oh no, I'm dying, I'm not going to run for governor? And why would he do that? Why would you give up on life? And it's almost like somehow that this human being is not a human being. Like he has not experienced life. He has not had anyone in his life that is, and I find that really hard to believe in a day and age when I don't know anybody that hasn't had somebody in their family that has cancer. And so what do you say to them? Oh, you have cancer? Oh, so you're going to go tell your boss that you're dying and you should quit now? No, you don't. You go do your chemo, you do your radiation, you get up in the morning and you eat better, and you go on a different diet plan, and you get experimental procedures done, and you fight and you fight and you fight. At least.
How often do you find people using drugs or alcohol to deal with traumatic experiences? I'm not actually sure how much of that is due to predisposition to becoming addicted versus situationally you can become addicted. I just don't know the answer.
That's what my brother.
Crack is cocaine cooked down with baking soda to get more usable product. Oh, they don't mean. I think cocaine technically broadly refers to the entire drug. And I think that, I don't know what they call powder cocaine, but crack cocaine is, they mix it with something, baking soda and something else, and then it's easier to smoke. But I think technically crack crack cocaine is cocaine, but the method of delivery is different because you're smoking it. And then I think necessarily the purity, I think is lower, maybe? Well, I guess it must be because you have to mix it with other shit. Oh, free-base cocaine might be what they call that powder stuff. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I did. Anyway, my point being, it was slow. And I knew that there was going to be a real transition. And I knew that there was going to be in the entire family, not for any other reason than proximity. I was with him all the time, as was his wife and as was his children and as was the rest of the family. But I was with him all the time. And so I knew what every doctor was saying, and I stayed, I was clean and sober through that period of time. And, off and on, I had some relapses, but I had gotten sober in 2003 from alcohol. And I was clean and sober basically for an 8-year period of time. And then I cycled in and out. But when my brother was sick, I was ostensibly clean most of that time. But when he died, it was a awful, my brother kind of connected us all in a way that it was almost impossible to imagine him not being that glue. I mean, it's the hardest thing of anything I've ever been through. And I know people are close to the brothers and sisters. It's not unique, but the only dream that I ever had, nightmare that I ever had as a kid was losing my brother. Like the one that you wake up in a cold sweat. And I did. And it was really difficult. And my wife of 20 years stopped talking to me. Maybe 20 years of reasons not to have a relationship, but it was pretty awful timing. And I fell apart. And I went to rehab.
Hold on. Cocaine paste, a crude extract of the coca leaf, which contains 40 to 91% cocaine sulfate, along with companion coca alkaloids and varying quantities of benzoic acid, methanol, and kerosene. Salts. Cocaine is a weakly alkaline compound, an alkaloid, and can therefore combine with acidic compounds of various salts. The hydrochloride salt of cocaine is by far the most commonly encountered. Okay. So I guess the stuff that you sniff, or that is a hydrochloride salt of cocaine. Although the sulfate and the nitrate are occasionally seen, different salts dissolve to a greater or lesser extent in various solvents. The hydrochloride salt is polar in character and quite soluble in water. And then freebase. Freebase is the base form of cocaine as opposed to the salt form. It is practically insoluble in water, whereas hydrochloride salt is water soluble. This prevents cocaine in its basic form from being usable for sublingual usage and insulfation. I don't know either of those terms mean. Freebase cocaine can be treated with ethers, isopropyl alcohol, and hydrochloric acid to turn it into the salt form. And then crack refers to a lower purity form of freebase cocaine that is usually produced by neutralization of cocaine hydrochloride with a solution of baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, NaHCO3, and water, producing a very hard/brittle, off-white to brown colored, amorphous material that contains sodium carbonate and trapped water and other byproducts as the main impurities. Smoking or vaporizing cocaine and inhaling it into the lungs produces an almost immediate high. It can be very powerful and addictive. The initial buildup of stimulation is known as a rush. While the stimulating effects may last for hours, the euphoric sensation is very brief, prompting the user to smoke more immediately. There you go.
Almost immediately. And I stayed in rehab for a long time. Inpatient, outpatient, for close to a year, and between up in a place in Pennsylvania and then back in DC to be near my kids and not wanted by my ex-wife back in the house. And so for the first time in 46 years, I'm living alone. I don't have my brother. The rest of the family is in this awful state of grief. And we feel rudderless, I think, for the first time in my life. Completely rudderless. And anyway, long story short, is I kind of held it together for about a year, and almost exactly a year to my brother's death. And then I admitted that I slept out with a drink. And the doctor, the outpatient program that I was in, I was going to 4 times a day and getting tested. I said, look, I drank. So we want to test you anyway. And I said, if you test me, it becomes part of a record. And I don't want it as a part of a record because it's not protected by HIPAA. And he said, well, you can't come back in if we don't test you. And I said, well, this is what I did. And they said, it doesn't matter. You're telling us. And said, we need it for our records. I said, well, you. And I walked out to the park across the street in Lincoln Park in DC, which is not very far from the White House.
Lincoln Park?
I knew to be kind of sometimes an open air, drug market. And I saw someone that I knew from my past life as being in the streets, a woman that I referred to as bicycles. And I knew that it was kind of a suicidal thought. I said, do you got any crack? She sold me crack. And then that was it. From there, it just progressively got worse and worse.
What kind of places did it take you?
Physically, it took me to, geographically, it took me to some the worst parts of any city, town, state that you've been through. And, I know that you've been through these places I've watched, but, it takes you to, metaphorically and literally, to the Super 8 motel off the highway, rooms for rent on an hourly or daily basis, for tens of dollars. And that's kind of where it takes you.
Takes you to public housing too.
Yeah. And not safe places. Places people live, but, not safe places.
How long was the run for after you saw bicycles?
And that was in 2016. And then June of 2016, but almost 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, there were periods where I would stop. I would try to get help, or half try to get help, or appease people in my life and say that I was getting help. And so I did a whole host of different things to try to pull myself out of it. I did try. And people would come in and out of my web and try to help me, and my level of toxicity would drag them down until they would kind of disappear. And then people that would come into my life that were nothing but blood-sucking leeches that would literally saw vulnerability and latched on and drained me of literally every thing that I had, whether from emotional well-being to my physical well-being to my bank account. And that was the ebb and flow for almost 3 years until I met Melissa. The one thing that is true about it is that, as I said before, I met some people in that period of time that are living and have no escape. I had an escape, my family. I thought that I had burned all bridges. There was no exit. I was in a hotel in a big city, and I don't want to name it the city, and this drug dealer who would pretend to be my friend, would organize these things around me where they just would live off of me for like days at a time, and they'd get hotel rooms and they'd bring people in, and it'd be like a big party, and I would find myself invariably kind of like trapped in the room and kind of.
How old, did he say? How old is he at this point when he's getting back together with Melissa?
Trotted out. To deal with hotel security or whatever at any time. Someone had given me something, and there was a spa tub, like a big hot tub pool, and they'd found me floating face down in the pool.
Jesus.
And this person saved me, and I woke up after about 12 hours where they just held me. My whole point of the story is that this person put themselves at an enormous risk to save my life for nothing other than to be human, because every single other person that was there, literally, they stole the shoes off my feet. Stole my clothes. I've gotten over the fact that, Matt Gaetz or Eric Trump is going to use this story as another, data point for how up Hunter Biden is. But I don't give a shit anymore. And what I don't give a shit about is because people, even in the midst of their addiction, some people can be so incredible and generous and humane and caring. And this person had literally nothing to gain, and I don't even know their name, but they saved my life, and they sat with me, and they nursed me back to health until I was good enough to be able to get up and realize. But literally, for what? The most likely outcome for them was that the hotel walk in and and I was dead, and they get blamed for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess my point is that I think I was worth saving, and I think there's millions of people out there that are suffering from addiction that are worth saving.
You mentioned one thing earlier that I thought was pretty interesting, is that, you would take breaks throughout this period of time.
Yeah.
And I think that when you're in active addiction, especially, those tolerance breaks can give you the illusion of control, because you're like, oh, I'm just going to chill for a bit.
It's the oldest story in the
so
book.
good at, moderation. Wow, I'm the best. But in your mind, you're like, I'm chilling so that I can mentally be on board for the next bender.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm talking about?
100%. And it's the oldest story in the rooms, at least my experience, is that so many relapses start with the assumption that, well, look, I can smoke pot, or, I can drink beer, which is not hard liquor. Or, I can drink, but I'm not going to use hard drugs. Or I can take prescription drugs and not drink, and, or the very beginning, I remember when I first thought, maybe I should stop drinking so much. You'd say, well, you know what? I'm not going to drink for the month of January. And I don't know how many people that I know do that, but I would make it 10 days. And you say, well, I'm not going to drink for the first 10 days of January.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, I'm not going to drink on weekdays in January. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to drink on Wednesdays in January. And it's like, but yeah, you tell yourself that. And it's the same with any, you get 30 days away from the drug, but you haven't created any new habits. And you put yourself right back into the environment in which you were using. And all of your problems have just built up and built up and built up. And that anxiety comes crashing down on you. And you don't have any outlet other than your brain. And this is the thing that people don't understand, is this. Why do addicts drink and drug? Because it works.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Let's take a quick break here and look at the media coverage of Trump's executive order to cut funding for PBS and NPR across the U.S. A political move that will have massive ramifications for how the country is informed. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters. And we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw,
how do we know what the real news is?
From the streets.
How can we find out?
We get the streets, we get informed. Using what you might ask? Ground news.
What?
Ground news. All right, back to Delaware.
Yeah, now tell us how to think.
Would drink because it would take care of what I believed in my rewired chemistry of my brain was telling me is that you're going to die from. Like you cannot, like you have to take care of this. I know the fastest way to take care of it. The best way to take care of it is a drink or a drug. Unlearning that is a really, really difficult process.
Did you find that, a lot of addictions, especially are kind of comorbid, they go with each other? So you said alcohol was one. Do you feel like drugs and alcohol, specifically like stimulants and alcohol, work really well together? Or did you ever...
No, the number one gateway drug is weed. It is not alcohol because alcohol is legal. So it can't be a gateway drug, okay? Remember that. Because alcohol is legal, it can never be a gateway drug. And weed is a Schedule I drug, which makes it one of the worst drugs ever. Worse than any opioid or any Schedule II or Schedule III, okay? Remember that, all right?
You ever find yourself smoking crack just without drinking?
No, it almost invariably, I've found with all the addicts I've had personal experience with over my life, whether it's the meth addicts with the benzodiazepams or the cocaine users with alcohol. I mean, really hardcore addicts, or when I say hardcore, what does that mean? Most people try to find like some kind of stasis in which they can withstand the downsides of whatever their addiction is, but it never works. And it always falls out of balance, and you always overdo one and don't prepare enough for another. Let's see this. Alcohol causes more death and violence than every single other drug combined times 5.
Do you think a lot of that has to do with the normalization of alcohol culture, or do you think it's the substance itself?
Both.
Because it's like everywhere you go, you see.
So let me tell you about alcohol. One of the things, my dad never drank.
Can you imagine? Oh God, how did I forget his name? Not Mewtwo. The Toucher guy at Ludwig's party. If that guy was smoking crack, and they were like, "Let's go, one more puff." Bango. Yeah, one more puff.
Brother never drank, really. And the reason that they didn't isn't because of some bad experience that they had with alcohol. It's because they witnessed what alcohol did in the lives of the people around them.
You're not talking about like Irish ancestral memory here.
I am, kind of.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, I really am. I'm talking about, like, I think it is in our bones. I look at my family tree, and one of the cool things about your dad becoming president is the Latter-day Saints, who have the largest database of genealogy in the world. I have this really a lot of material on, both sides of the family, the Bidens, the Finnegans, the Hunters, but mainly the Bidens and the Finnegans. And you go back particularly on the Finnegan side, and you see Francis W. Finnegan died age 32, consumption. All these people that died age 39, left 4 children, consumption. And it's just a catch-all disease, and what it is it's alcoholism. You died of alcoholism. And the reason is alcohol is the only drug that impacts every single organ in your body. So from your brain to your liver to your kidney to your spleen, it enters your bloodstream, and it's the only drug that you can die from withdrawing from.
What about Xanax?
Except for benzodiazepams, which are in large quantities, you can die in because it has the same impact that alcohol does on your body. Because once you withdraw it from your body, it's the only drug, along with benzodiazepams, that can send you into seizures, because your body is saying, I need this to live. And so it has tricked it so conclusively that the sugars of those alcohol in every single organ scream out, and basically you have seizures and die. The way in which alcohol as a disinhibitor works, causes people to do some of the most ridiculous of things that you can possibly imagine, from what they do in terms of what they say, to the car that they get in and get behind a wheel, to the anger with which they respond. Most people with alcohol, it simply is an amplification of their worst qualities. And your worst quality, mine was never violence, and I'm not going to judge what my worst qualities were.
People are saying that consumptions means tuberculosis as well, so I don't know.
But maybe there's delusions of grandeur. It was my worst things. But
late 2017 or early 2018, Hunter Biden spent $200,000 a month on luxury hotels, cash withdrawals, dental work, and Porsche. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. How do you spend money on a cash withdrawal? What does that mean? I guess they're just saying withdraw on his cash and spend on drugs. Dental work? He got dental work done every single month. Porsche? He bought a new Porsche every month?
But like that, it's...
Like, I feel like the Porsche is probably the biggest part of that, no? Or maybe they mean car payments?
These were really, really toxic mix.
For me, it's like extremely depressive nostalgia.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'll like hijack the touch tunes and play some song that makes me think of a different time. Yeah. I'll start getting really sad and talking about how I missed 2008. So your kind of most prolific bender was during the Trump era. between 2016 and 2020, which I think is
That's all of us, bro.
important to clarify, is not when your father was in the White House.
Exactly. 100% not. There's this conflation that people have. I mean, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
I think it was Don Jr. Oh, you're talking about old White House.
Yeah, when my dad was there.
Oh, so they just got to blame you automatically.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally going to do an FBI, another congressional investigation, because they've convinced themselves that it had to be me, that there was a little tiny. And I guess my point of even bringing it up is that no, I have been clean and sober since June of 2019, and I have not touched a drop of alcohol or a drug, and I'm incredibly, incredibly proud of that.
And why would you bring cocaine to the White House?
Why would I bring cocaine to the White House, stick it into a cubby outside the Situation Room in the West Wing when I wasn't there? Anyway, this must, who knows?
So politicians, they do blow, right?
I testified before the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committee. It was a whole big family shindig on the Republican side. All of them showed up, from Marjorie Taylor Greene to Lauren Boebert to Matt Gaetz to, they're all sitting there. Now, none of them had the guts, except for a couple at the very end, to ask me any questions. At one point, in the 7 hours that I was being deposed, in which, by the way, I demanded that they do it in public, and they refused. And the reason is because they're morons. Matt Gaetz, of all people, was giving me shit.
Wrong. It's not because they're fucking morons. It's because they want to be able to twist and selectively leak the things you say privately, and they don't want a full testimony in public. This is very intentional. It's not an accident at all. I'm sure he knows that. But
About my drug use. I said, really? All the people at this table, you're going to talk to me about my addiction, my alcoholism? And I said, how many of you have had your own experience with alcoholism and addiction? Because I knew at least 4 or 5 people in that room on the Republican side that were in recovery. And I knew of 3 that have been accused credibly of being drug users. And I knew that every single one of them had somebody in their family that was absolutely facing a serious drug problem.
I think there might be a lack of understanding there, because they think that cocaine is fundamentally different from crack cocaine.
I don't know what they know. Do you know what I mean?
Well, because they think cocaine, Scarface, very cool. Yeah. Crack cocaine, they think The Wire.
Oh, in that sense? Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't know how similar the chemical compounds are.
Oh, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat, literally. That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to like a science store.
This is free.
I don't want to contradict a professional drug user, but the method of delivery is actually pretty important, I think, when it comes to addictive quality of a drug. So, for instance, like methamphetamine, like if you're just taking just methamphetamine, theoretically, that's the same type of like active drug as what you might get like with like Adderall or Vyvanse or whatever else. But things that get you high immediately and get you very high are going to have a different addiction profile than a thing that doesn't get you high immediately. Cocaine is probably fairly addictive as well, but I think the big thing for crack cocaine, the nice thing about because crack cocaine, you smoke it, right? I think that smoking is generally considered to be like the fastest delivery, except for maybe injecting. I don't know anything about, I don't do any of that. But I think if you inhaling, you're going to get high like very, 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 very fast. And so the addiction profile looks a little bit different on that than something where this chart kind of had it. Then if you take something and it takes you a little bit longer to get, high.
Heat, literally. That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to like a science store.
This is free.
Isn't cocaine a stimulant and crack cocaine a downer? When I watch Snowfall, it seemed like a downer. I'm pretty sure, they are the same drug. I think crack cocaine is still a stimulant, no?
You can go to
it's the same. I don't know what would, if the sodium bicarbonate or whatever turns it into a downer, but I'm pretty sure they're all stimulants.
Your neighborhood convenience store and just get, anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar, cocaine, and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
It's vastly, vastly different. And like for real.
No, not Adderall. Ritalin is chemically identical to meth. Adderall is time release. Nothing you said there is correct. So Adderall is not time release. Adderall is basically instant. Adderall XR is kind of time release because they code it in a thing that your body has to digest. Ritalin is methylphenidate. It's not methamphetamine at all. And but yeah, so whether or not Adderall is time release or not just has to do with the coding on the little tablets. That's why Adderall XR is quote unquote time release. And then Vyvanse has the attached lysine thing that your liver, I think, has to digest or remove from the dextroamphetamine.
I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion about crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall. That's how powerful crack cocaine is. Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. All of these actors and, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing. They were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing.
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different. But anyway, my point about it, your point about it, which I think is true, is that there's a thing about crack that is really insidious. And what it is that anytime, I think one of the reasons that they believe that smoking cigarettes is so addictive is because it combines three really important things. It's habit forming, there's an oral fixation, and there is a ritual combined with it. And so the idea of hand to mouth is a habit and a fixation that we learn very early, even as children. With a pacifier, with a spoon, with your thumb, even to breastfeeding. Okay, so really, I don't want to get into the psychology of it because I'm no expert, but I do know this, is that you combine with that ignition, combustion, and then you combine the ritual. You have your cigarette in the morning, you have your cigarette when you get out of the car, you have your cigarette with your coffee. Crack is that on steroids. It's over and over. There's ritual to it. There's a ritualized part of it. The combination of all of those addictive behaviors together becomes really powerful. And the drug in and of itself is a more immediate euphoric.
See, people talk about boofing. I have never in my entire life heard of anybody boofing anything ever outside of Reddit and Twitter. Has anybody ever been at where were these? Maybe it was different also. I'm 36. Did anybody go to a high school party or some college party? Be like, oh, go to the back, bro. That's where they're shoving the alcohol in your ass. Were people doing that? I've never heard of ass drugs as a method of delivery ever. Maybe some people do. The only drug I've ever boofed in my entire life is creatine, baby. Hell yeah. Your muscles instantly get
fixation and connected to it than, in my experience, cocaine alone.
Does it require more frequency to maintain the high?
Yes. And the capacity to use more than you could otherwise with powder cocaine, just physically to be able to ingest it.
So you're kind of saying that cocaine reaches a certain plateau of euphoria where you can't necessarily get any higher?
In my experience, yes. This is like a PSA. If you want to, connected to it, then in my experience, combination of all of those addictive behaviors, it's all together becomes really powerful. And the drug in and of itself is a more immediate euphoric sensation and connected to it than, in my experience, cocaine alone.
Does it require more frequency to maintain the high?
Yes. And the capacity to use more than you could otherwise with powder cocaine, just physically to be able to ingest it.
So you're kind of saying that cocaine reaches a certain plateau of euphoria where you can't necessarily get any higher?
In my experience, yes. This is like a PSA. If you want to completely, utterly fuck up your life, I don't think that anything is necessarily, you do it once, you're addicted. But there's about the closest thing that statement can be true would be with crack cocaine.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the impact in communities in the inner city in the 80s, it led to an entire generation being destroyed, left without parental guidance and stuff like that.
When I went to Yale Law School, and I had a professor at Duke who was one of the key voices in the country at the time from a policy perspective and a law perspective about the inequities of our drug laws. And you could very much make an argument that, by the way, the Clinton crime bill that my dad helped architect was the consequences of what you call the crack wars during those period of time. The result of the war against crack cocaine, or was it the result of the crack cocaine itself? I'm not saying that crack in and of itself is in any way safe or recommended, but the response to it, I think, was far more destructive in those communities than the actual drug itself.
You got to be careful for this crime bill stuff, and maybe there might be an argument to be made about crack or whatever, but the reason why this crime bill passed, and the reason why all of America wanted this crime bill was because drugs and violence were legitimately ravaging a lot of these communities. You have to be careful trying to retrospectively apply today's framing. The 90s was the worst in U.S. history for violent crime.
Which, by the way, all drugs, all addictions, are completely dependent upon the way in which a community responds to them. Nobody gets clean and sober without community. Nobody gets clean and sober without support. If, the response is, met with just violence from the dealing to the destruction, I don't,
Do you think that looking back at the crime bill and stuff, your dad and that kind of...
Oh, yeah. My point was, when I was at Yale, I wrote my senior analytical thesis was on the disparity between crack and powder cocaine sentencing. That was in 1996, in which, we knew then. And, that's when my dad became president. He did away with all of that. And I think that Obama did part of it, and he eradicated it all. And then he pardoned almost everybody at the very end of his administration that had been swept up and was still in prison as it related to those disparities in federal sentencing. Obviously, he has no control of the state, but hundreds of people were commuted sentences and were pardoned.
And you feel like your paper at Yale kind of helped implant that idea in his mind and help forward that cause?
No, I don't think he remembers my paper at Yale more than anybody remembers my paper at Yale. I think I'm the only one who remembers my paper at Yale. But I do know this, is that at the very end, I was the only thing that I can say that I truly weighed in on with my dad was on that level. And he was pushing on an open door. I think people forget the historic record number of people that he pardoned based upon the drug laws.
Also, he pardoned Leonard Peltier, or commuted his sentence from life imprisonment in Florida to house arrest at the Turtle Mountain Reservation.
I was never more proud of my dad. And again, literally, the only things that I advocated for were those things.
Peltier and the sentencing reform.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did a report up in North Dakota about his homecoming event, and it was definitely interesting. I didn't think it would happen.
Hey guys, here's a quick preview of our upcoming episode that's being referenced
shit.
called Leonard Peltier Comes Home.
Today is a victorious day as our relative is here in the flesh.
President Joe Biden commuted the life sentence of Leonard Peltier.
The 79-year-old has served nearly 50 years in prison after being convicted for the 1975 killing of 2 FBI agents.
A young man who's spending his life in prison for something he almost certainly did not do.
Leonard Peltier and others killed Williams and Collier in cold blood on the reservation because they happened to be there at the wrong place at the wrong time.
He's considered by a lot of people to be America's longest serving political prisoner.
People today don't understand the FBI of 73. They went after Martin Luther King. It is in that context that Peltier was gone after.
The Peltier group, who could have just driven away, came to the agents' cars, Williams and Collier, and killed them both at point blank. I think I speak for all FBI agents. It's a kick in the balls. That's...
I know in my heart I never killed nobody.
Howdy there, Jake Fowler here with the C5 crew in beautiful Belcourt, North Dakota, homelands of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. Right now, we're standing at the entrance to the casino here.
Only Gen Z would interview a crackhead and respect him, and only MAGA would elect a rapist and worship him.
And they're hosting an amazing event to honor the longest held political prisoner in the United States, Leonard Peltier. So let's check it out.
My spirit name is One Who Carries the Light. Turtle Mountain, born and raised, just here to celebrate Leonard Peltier coming home. There's a town that you enter before you come into the Turtle Mountains. We got word that there was all sorts of community members who stood out on the side of the road, children, elders, probably 20 below, maybe even colder with the wind, and they're out there fists high, cheering on Leonard, and it was a powerful moment.
If you could describe today in one word, what word would that be?
Today. Thank you, Turtle Mountain.
I wish to be described. Come on, I love these people.
Yes.
So I've been studying his case, and you have to realize there are elements that were inside of the FBI that still, to the very end, were very threatening. Said that there would be huge consequences within that community of the former and current FBI agents who still firmly believe that Leonard Peltier was responsible for the death of that agent. Anyway, so I knew an inordinate amount about the case and had studied the case. I was in a course of a guy named Stephen Bright, who ran the Southern Center for Human Rights, not the Southern Poverty Law Center. 2 different organizations, same purpose, but the Southern Center for Human Rights, which mainly dealt with representing people on death row. One of the cases that we touched on, because I don't think Leonard was ever taken off of death row. Anyway, we worked on Hurricane Carter's case, and I became friendly with Stephen Bright, who's a leading expert in unjustly imprisoned people. And so we studied Leonard's case. I was really, really, really proud, because it was a really courageous thing that I think that my dad did by letting him out. And I think some people take it for granted that, well, why wouldn't the president do that? It's just the right thing to do. He was 80, blah, blah, blah. Because you have a lot of really, really powerful people that can really mess with your life, and particularly in this atmosphere, by doing the right thing.
What do you think is the biggest inconsistency in the government's case against Peltier?
The 2 cases that were held against his 2 accomplices, who both were acquitted, and the lack of evidence that was allowed in Leonard's case as related to the lead up to that event on Pine Ridge, where the tribal police force, along with the FBI, had basically created a goon squad. And over 60 individuals had been tribal members and living on the reservation. I think it was over 60 had been murdered by this goon squad, had been taken out. Or was it 60 or 16? I can't remember the exact numbers. But they were on a mission, basically backed by the FBI. And the judge never allowed all of that information, which they had got, into the case when Leonard was tried. And I can't remember all the other inconsistencies. But one of the things that also is that the woman that they said was Leonard's girlfriend, when they were able to extradite him from Canada to the United States, they used her testimony to justify the extradition from Canada. Once they got him back, she completely recanted and said that she was basically threatened by the FBI to say that she was Leonard Peltier's girlfriend and that she witnessed the whole thing, when in fact they hardly even knew each other. She had lived on the reservation but didn't have any relationship to Leonard. But there's a whole bunch of other inconsistencies.
On a deeper level, what do you think it was about Leonard that scared the federal government in such capacity?
That's a good question. If you believe...
Dustin, you are so wrong about the difference between meth and amphetamines. What am I so wrong? I'm pretty sure they're very, very, very similar in function. The only difference, I think, methamphetamine, can penetrate the blood-brain barrier a bit easier because of the methyl group. I don't know exactly why, but otherwise the impact, I think, is very, very, very similar.
Leonard.
Similar to identical, I think, once the methyl thing has been removed.
then you had to understand the rest of the story of what the federal government was doing.
$100 dono. Please cover the reason for the crack epidemic in the U.S. in the 90s. If you don't know, look at Iran Contra. Oh, don't worry. I know. It's because the FBI ran into all the neighborhoods and gave everybody crack cocaine. I got it. I got it.
So they were systematically murdering members of an organization that were setting out to highlight the injustice that was occurring on reservations across the country. I think that we are in such a ahistorical, is that even the term, time right now? I know why they want to erase history. I know why they don't want to teach about the actual history of this country, because to do so makes a lie out of almost everything that they are trying to achieve. And how could anyone see the way in which Native Americans then and now are treated on Pine Ridge by the federal government, to the degree that they basically paid for and implemented a program to systematically murder those that were simply speaking the truth? Our government, the FBI. By the way, they were able to do much of it at his, but all of the documentation was available. All of the communications were available at the time of the trial. And the judge wouldn't allow that information to be shared with
You know what I just realized? Republicans were just born in the wrong era. MAGA, you know how people look back to the era of like knights and shit, and they're like, I wish I could have been a knight with Milady, and I was born in the wrong era, XTXT. If like MAGA would have just been born in like the 60s and 70s, our CIA and our FBI were legitimately up to a lot of like wild and wacky shit. There would have been so many more great conspiracies for them to actually sink their teeth into. Instead of today, it's just like the most retardedly stupid shit in the universe. They were born in like wrong generation, XD.
Yeah, I mean, because if you look at the bigger picture, American Indian movement was just one of many groups they were targeting.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe one of like 150.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. 40, 50 years later, what has it been? How long was it, Leonard, in 48?
Something like 50.
Yeah, almost exactly 50 years, I think, right? 75. Why do we still hold on to that? Because it still makes a lie. I don't believe in conspiracy theories in the sense of, I don't believe that the government has the capacity to carry out a conspiracy. You know, a secret plan. It's all in the open, man. There's no conspiracy behind what ICE agents are doing in the streets of Los Angeles, you know, right now. Or, by the way, in the streets of Detroit or Chicago or Philadelphia or Tampa or whatever the hell they are, is that they're openly terrorizing people for the purpose of scaring the shit out of them. You know, people look at this moment in time and they get this
Why won't Hunter just be honest and tell us what his DGG account is, okay?
I used to think it was hyperbole. I'm not so sure now. And the comparisons to 1930s and 1939 and 1932 and it's Crystal Knock and this is the time and are we before this, are we after this? And you know, I look at what we're going through right now as more associated with a moment in our own history, which was Reconstruction.
You're talking about, for reference, after the Civil War.
Yes, from 1865 to 1877. What people don't understand about Reconstruction is that we just fought the Civil War. All of the freedoms which the Constitution gave.
Can I just say that I hate the fucking fact that this guy knows more about everything than the entire Trump family combined, with the exception of, oh, whoa, never mind, hold on, I'm sorry. Kushner isn't Trump's son, no? He's, he married one of Trump's daughters, right? Kushner was, it seems like an intelligent person. Can we go back to the corruption from like Trump 1 from his first term? Because at least he was mistakenly choosing people that had some level of competency. Like Jared Kushner, love him or hate him, regardless, whatever, right? And I have so many criticisms of the Abraham Accords. However, could you imagine fucking Don or fucking Eric or whatever negotiating the Abraham Accords? Can you imagine Eric Trump on stage talking about anything in the Middle East? Like at all? Like, it's unbelievable.
Was guaranteed for black citizens that had just been released from slavery. And people think there was this great migration, it all fell apart.
Can you imagine Trump talking about Reconstruction? He's like, what do you mean? Did one of my buildings fall over? Do you remember when Trump was in front of the fucking, oh my God, this was in the first term. Or was it the second one? Wait, Trump talks about liberalism, United Nations, kill me. Wait, they asked him about like the state of like Western liberalism. And Trump doesn't know what liberalism is. He doesn't know what liberalism means. He thought that they meant like the liberals on the West Coast. And he starts rambling about California. About California. What the fuck?
Russia went through a lot. They lost, I guess, far more than anybody fighting the Nazis in terms of people. And he did invite me, and I said we would get back, but we will give that very serious consideration.
His
okay?
his
Thank you,
comments
Peter.
to the Financial Times right before arriving here was that
Western-style liberalism is obsolete. I know you probably haven't read the reader.
Well, again, he may feel that way. I mean, he sees what's going on, and I guess if you look at what's happening in Los Angeles, where it's so sad to look, and what's happening in San Francisco and a couple of other cities, which are run by an extraordinary group of liberal people.
Kill me. Actually kill me. Trump won. How retarded? How actually retarded do you have to be? The leader of the free world, president of the United States of America. When he said Western liberalism, he thought he meant like liberalism on the West Coast, like Seattle, LA, San Francisco.
I don't know what they're thinking, but he does see things that are happening in the United States that would probably preclude him from saying how wonderful it is.
Why does Trump need to talk like that and the stupid best and greatest ever beautiful tics? They're not tics, it's because he doesn't know the details of anything, right? Ask me how Conor McGregor's performance was at his last fight. He had the best and most beautiful punches, and he's just one of the greatest fighters of all time. He just has he's a terrific, tremendous performer. I don't know. You just say you don't know anything.
Black population, because of the weight of slavery or whatever other excuse you want to make, kind of fell into this communities of poverty and disenfranchisement, blah, 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 blah. Total bullshit. Yeah. Between 1865 and 1877, the South Carolina state legislature was a majority black.
I was going to say the state senate that was, I think at the time based in Charleston, was almost all black.
Yeah, all black. And on top of that, because, by the way, it's a vast majority African-American state after the Civil War in South Carolina. You know, and by the way, which was where the first slaves were delivered in the 1600s, right there in Charleston. And so what happened after the Civil War? This amazing thing, this amazing renaissance. These people that jumped in, that had been in slavery for over 200 years. These communities are thriving. And then you have in, Colfax, Louisiana.
Is that where the first Klan started?
Not where the first Klan started, but the first major lynching occurred in the sense of this, is that you had in Colfax, Louisiana, you had black lawmakers that had gone in to secure the vote in this little town in the courthouse. And white supremacists surrounded the courthouse and they rolled up a cannon and they said, we're going to kill all of you unless you come out and give up this effort to, and they're all wearing masks. Part of them were the local law enforcement. And so the black leadership comes out and they murder them all. And then they go on a rampage and they kill 105 African Americans in Colfax, a little town in Louisiana. What happens? Nothing. So the U.S. government doesn't do anything. The Union troops throughout the South won't take any action. Local law enforcement in the state does not prosecute any of the people. And then the federal government does prosecute a number of the people, but the Jim Crow Supreme Court overturns their convictions. So nothing gets done. So what ends up happening? That happens all across the South, all across the country, is this campaign of violence, a campaign of intimidation. And by the way, remember, how many states at that time? 16 states, 18 states at the time? You had 14 members of Congress that were black. You had 2 United States senators that were black between 1865 and 1877. And then the door shuts because everybody gave in to the corruption of the Supreme Court, the corruption of the president, Johnson ripping the rug out from under the entirety of Lincoln's Reconstruction Plan. All achieved through violence, corruption, and making a complete and utter mockery of the Constitution.
And there's also this perception, if you look at whenever segregation on public transport was
Thanks, Lost Girls 27. This guy is legitimately, he knows more about U.S. history than the entire Trump cabinet plus Trump, although that doesn't add anything, but
a fight with Plessy versus Ferguson, I think it was in 1902. There's this perception because of the voting records at that time that most people supported it. People don't understand, or some people do, but the Klan emerged as a voter intimidation force. It wasn't just simply terror for terror's sake, that was a part of it, but it was to specifically target black area polling stations, voting booths.
It did. And by the way, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Whether it's voter suppression through violence and intimidation or disinformation, it's the same goddamn thing. It's whether it's an algorithm or whether it's a cross burning in your yard. That is what we have fought. We are caught in this loop. It's like the permanent Reconstruction loop, okay? The permanent Jim Crow loop is that every single time that we get closer to that idea, that promise, that potential of a more perfect union, what ends up happening is they come in and they shut the door down because there's this evil symbiosis between money and power. So what do? If I said to you, look, I'm going to tell you a story from the past. It's about a minority group of people that live in a country. It's constitutional democracy that has had its problems in the past, but it's an economic powerhouse, and it is the center of learning, it's the center of culture, it has a deep and rich history. But there is a minority group that those in power that came into power through democratically elected means are going to target this minority group because they're stealing all the jobs.
Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken.
They're not originally citizens. They're not the original people.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you.
On top of that, they're spreading disease and distrust. And they're criminals. And they can be violent. They're eating your dogs and cats.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
And what we're going to do...
Like, this was that was more unhinged than anything I've ever heard Joe Biden say in his entire presidency. And that any stumble, than any, blunder or whatever, like, Kamala's literally laughing at him. And then all of this was fake. And J.D. Vance even said as much. Listen, if we have to use a fake issue to get Americans to care about real issues, that's
dogs and cats.
Unreal. How do you survive this? Unless your party just doesn't care.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
but it wasn't just a meme.
Create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because
it's Vosh.
Guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
You just said that this is a story that you created. So then the eating dogs and cats thing is not
We are
accurate.
creating, Dana, it comes from firsthand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Her policies did that, but yes, we created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about the story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
And what we're going to do is we're going to send mass men to this marginalized group, and we are going to take them, put them on planes, put them on buses, put them on trains, and send them to a prison camp in a foreign country. What am I describing right then? Am I describing Germany? Or am I describing the United States right now? Because I will tell you what, if you think that the prison in El Salvador is not a concentration camp, you're out of your mind. Tell me.
At least in Nazi Germany times, you had to conquer the country to make them take your Jewish victims, as opposed to El Salvador just getting $6 million to take them. Jesus.
Anybody that's returning from there. You saw those pictures. Do you think anybody's getting out of there? Or, is it a rehabilitation center? You think, I've been to those places in South Sudan and around in those areas. You think anybody's getting out of those South Sudan prisons? Ever? Ever? Out of your mind. That's a death camp. They're done. They're over. And if you're not dead, you would want to be dead if you were in that prison. We just sent a bunch of people without due process, some of them most likely legally in the United States. Like, I think of that poor guy that they said was a gang member because he had a tattoo on his arm that was a makeup artist. And they say he's MS-13. He literally a makeup artist that fled, I think, I'm making it up.
To be fair, he did have it was MS. He did have the letters MS and then 13 on his fingers, remember? Real tattoo, by the way. It just looks photoshopped from this angle. I hate boomers so much. I actually hate boomers. When they were saying, don't, at the very least, my schooling should have been easier, okay? My schooling should have been easier because we were banned from using internet sources. We were banned from using magazines online. You had to get the physical magazine. You can't use internet sources, guys, because you guys are too retarded to tell what's right and what's wrong. You're too stupid to know what's real and what's not. You guys are using .coms when you should be using .orgs, and God forbid some of you using .nets because you're. And now that we're older, it's the boomers that believe every random thing they see online. Every random thing they see, they believe. Holy shit! It wasn't a warning. It was a prophecy.
Venezuela, because of a dictator, and came to the United States and sought asylum, received asylum, and they literally take this poor guy and they pick him up, and he has a family and he has friends and he has an entire community, and they give him no due process, and they put him on a plane with maybe a bunch of other criminals and send him to that fucking hellscape. He's dead, and nobody gives a shit. And I mean it. Like, we sit here and we talk about the one guy because there's a clear legal path to being able to get him back. What about all those other people? Am I not supposed to feel for someone? Am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration? You. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your fucking table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your fucking garden? Who do you think is here by the fucking sheer just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance? And
true. That one girl shouldn't have walked it back on The View, but because they're kind of progressive, she cucked herself, and she was like, fuck. Because she was like, Donald Trump, who do you think is cleaning your toilets? And then they were all like, ooh, no. Actually, illegal immigrants work all sorts of wonderful jobs in the United States. And then she had to walk back from it. I can't find it. I don't care, never mind. You know what I'm talking about.
He's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the criminals. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm Emanuel. So fucking smart, Rahm Emanuel. He said, we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that appealed to those white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old. And he got 81 million votes. And he did not because he appeased their Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. Then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's going to turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, fuck you. How are we getting those people back from El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the president of El Salvador and say, you either send them back or I'm going to invade. It's a
Hey, never mind. I changed what I said earlier. I would vote for him.
Crime, what they're doing. He's a dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
You wouldn't even have to, by the way, you wouldn't even have to say that. This would be like a Reagan election, Iran hostage deal, where if a Democrat president came in and made it known, it would be like the inauguration is happening and the plane is in the background with everybody coming back. The idea that the Trump admin tried to be so cocked and say, oh, we can't get any of those people back. They're being held by the mighty nation state of El Salvador, by the world power, the empire of El Salvador. We can't challenge or contest their military might, their abilities to capture and hold people indefinitely. There's no way we could get those people back.
Yeah. The craziest thing to me, especially interviewing migrants and like hearing about the journey they went through to get here, you got some people who walked for 30 days to the deserts of Mexico into the Arizona desert in 110-degree hot summer. Their feet are bleeding. They have a gallon of water.
Getting owned last election has broken Stephen. Endless whiny whinging. The funny thing is that you guys are crying. You're not even crying about the 2020 election right now. You guys are crying about Obama from 2016. You guys are digging up tears from decades past right now.
There's people dropping dead while they're walking who they physically cannot stop to help because they're so determined and because the coyotes trafficking them will kill them if they stop too. And then finally get to the US just to do menial labor. And you have people saying like, do it the right way. It's like, trust me, if there was an easier way, they would have done anything but that. And secondly, I feel like anybody who goes to that length to get here deserves to be here. I mean, deserves to be an American. Like, we didn't do shit to get here. I mean, I'm sure at some point, like...
I don't use this argument because conservatives are just so mind rotted against it, but it is true, okay? Legal immigrants did way more to be here than your ass did. You were lucky you got born here, shut the fuck up and be happy, okay?
Our great-grandparents did get on the boat from Ireland and were like, I don't know what's going to be over there. But it wasn't like the grueling conditions that people experience on the way here. And it's just the lack of humanity and also the lack of understanding as to how American corporations economically dominate those countries and how U.S. intervention has created unlivable conditions there too.
And are the incredible beneficiaries of that new blood that enters our bloodstream year after year after year. The only thing that makes us different from China or Russia or anywhere else or Europe or anywhere, and the only reason that I believe that we as America are different beyond the fact of the idea of the Constitution, the idea that we represent is immigration. And I can't even believe sometimes I'm having this discussion with anybody. How do you think that we are reborn every generation? How do you think that we attract the smartest people in the world to the United States of America? Through immigration. I mean, you sit here and, I mean, like, just think about it. You got some motherfucker who's made over, what, $251 billion being a United States citizen that got here and stayed here illegally before he got his citizenship, sitting here lecturing us on who we should allow into the United States of America and giving us a Heil Hitler along the way. Are you kidding me?
And talking about how gangs are like a threat that's going to come here from other places. I'm like, MS-13 started in a Koreatown in LA.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like, the U.S. prison system invented gangs.
Yes.
Like, we are basically like the creators of worldwide gang warfare. Like the styles, basically everything about it. And so it's just crazy the idea that like we're going to build a wall.
I'm not 100% sure how true that is.
Yeah. To keep gang members out. Yeah, 21 Savage is on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, or we sit here and watch Sons of Anarchy. It's just such bullshit. It's just such racism. It's just so easy pickings, and it just makes me so angry. Have you read the quote?
Oh my God. Turn off the stream if you can't handle cringe for a second.
I like your cut, bro. Where'd you get it?
I honestly don't know. My girlfriend bought it for me.
Yeah? You ride any motorcycles? You do? What do you ride?
Harley 2000. V200. 2000.
A V2000 Harley. You ride in a club? No?
Nope, just everything like that.
Anyone ever said anything to you about that?
Oh, what?
That vest?
I have occasional people here and there.
Anybody on another motorcycle say anything to you?
Oh, not really.
Should be real careful wearing that.
Oh, right.
I should take it from you right now, but it's the middle of the daytime. Just letting you know, though, you shouldn't wear that because you didn't earn it. There's a lot of people that died to wear patches on the back of their vest. And the Sons of Anarchy won, you're spitting in their face.
Just a TV show, though.
It is just a TV show. And you're riding around shits on everybody that worked their ass off for it.
Yeah.
Could you imagine going up to some dude that's wearing like are there gyms in Naruto, like a headband from the Naruto gym? And you're like, you better take off that headband, son. You haven't practiced any of your ninjutsus? I've never seen the anime, but you know what I mean, right? Is Sons of Anarchy a real motorcycle? No. No, it's a TV show. It's a TV show.
Letting you know. This is going to be basically your warning. But it's a nice present from her. I get it. But for your own sake, I'm giving you a freebie right now that you shouldn't wear that.
Thank you for the warning.
There's a lot of guys out there that do ride for real clubs that this conversation would go a lot different. So I'm just letting you know ahead of time. I should take it from you right now. But you don't really look like you knew, so I'm going to give you your one warning. That at least that way you know that if someone does stop you and you get your face kicked in, at least that way you know why. So just an FYI, just figured I'd let you know. It's Emmett, Idaho. There's not a lot of people here. Not a lot of people that ride in clubs in this general area, but, I'm just letting you know that for future sake, especially if your chick's with you, it's probably not good if you get your face stomped in front of your chick, but, I'm just letting you know that you may want to take that off. Just because it's not respectable. Like, you might be a respectable guy, but putting that on is a disrespectful move for people who are on motorcycles.
I can understand that.
So if you could actually do me a huge favor and take that off right now and just put it in your back seat or something, or put it in your trunk, that'd be awesome. I mean, I don't mean to come off like a dick. No. Because I'm in a nice mood right now. But if this were any other time, someone would definitely yank that shit from you. And the conversation would be a lot less friendly.
I completely understand.
So, it's a nice gift, I get it. But hang it on your wall and don't ever wear it in public. Because you're asking for trouble, basically. So, I appreciate you doing that. You have a good one. You too.
From Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
No, it's a cool name, though. I wish it was my name.
Dietrich Bonhoeffer was a philosopher in the 30s in Germany. He fled Germany, but he went back to be part of the resistance inside of Germany against the Nazis. He was a devout Christian and real intellectual writer and thinker about.
Just so you know, when people talk about fighting against the elites, this is what they were talking about. This is what MAGA and the Trumples are talking about. They're talking about people that went to school, got an education, and know some history. These are the elites that they're mentioning, okay?
How to apply the principles of Christ in your everyday life and in society. And he wrote this piece about the Third Reich. And of course, he was imprisoned and murdered by the SS. He wrote this quote, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically it says, is that the real problem, and he was in the context of what was happening in the world at that time, is not evil. And it's kind of like, Hannah Arendt's, the banality of evil. You know what I mean? When
stupidity is a more dangerous enemy of the good than malice. Against stupidity, we are defenseless. That's a banger.
Is not evil. It's kind of like, Hannah Arendt's, the banality of evil. You know what I mean? When she witnessed Eichmann trials and Eichmann himself. It's like, evil is boring. The real problem is stupidity, is ignorance. Because how do you defeat ignorance? You can point out to people that are willing to hear of the evil of someone. And I mean this sincerely. I don't know anyone, personally, that if you took Stephen Miller, isolated, and you played a clip of the things that he says.
Every day we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman.
Quote,
I don't even know if Hitler, Himmler, Goebbels, I don't even know if these people were as blatant as some of these guys. I don't even know if it's a good comparison. These guys are so... I don't know if they still do this in the White House press briefings, but it's like, hey guys, time to do our 20-minute immigrant crime roundup. So in Phoenix, Arizona today, we arrested one illegal immigrant who had been convicted of 15 traffic infractions. Over here in Colorado, Denver, an illegal immigrant that had murdered somebody. We just got him arrested today. Down here in South Florida, sunny Miami, we arrested an illegal immigrant. It's like, It's actually like unbelievable. It's like unhinged.
Today we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman.
Quote, all the kinky-haired, swarthy-skinned, long-despised phantoms, all the teeming ants toiling for the white man's comfort.
And his little physical demeanor, and not be able to say, there's something f***ed up about that fucker. However, how do you identify?
Like, can we just get one politician on stage to say that? I need to hear somebody say that. I need to hear somebody ask Trump. I want you to tell me right now, Trump, is Stephen Miller not the most creepy, f***ed up piece of shit you've ever seen in your life? I just need to hear one person say it, okay? Just like I need to hear Kamala say the N-word to Trump, because Trump would have said it 1,000,000%. God, you know it's in there. It was right under the surface. You got Obama, you got Kamala. We got to get him in the same room as some, it'll be that, the Crockett lady. She could bring it out of him.
And change the mind of someone who is so ignorant that they cannot discern between a fact and an outright lie.
Which brings me to the one conspiracy that I believe in. Well, I believe in some, but really, is that
I've watched you believe more than one.
That's true. But modern conspiracy theories and that lore that often convinces dumb people they're doing important research is the true conspiracy. Because freedom and understanding would be reading alternative histories, actually digesting information and processing crazy things in the world. And also, like,
wow, what a good statement. That is true. Personally, I think that this guy's kind of gone a little bit cookie left, a little bit, not super a lot, but a little bit. But that statement is actually super true. There is a conspiracy right now with regards to the Epstein files. Regardless of if you believe in any of the underlying stuff, the conspiracy was that all of these people concocted and planned to tell you that there was going to be some huge breakthrough regarding it for years. And this was a conspiracy from top down. This was a conspiracy that went so deep, they even roped in alternative media influencers to it who didn't even know they were being roped into it. You want to talk about a conspiracy?
White logs tied to accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein have been released to some conservative political commentators. They walked out of the White House holding binders labeled the Epstein.
Absolutely humiliating. How embarrassed should all of these losers be?
Files. Now, it's not clear what's inside the binders and whether they'll be released to other media outlets. President Trump signed an executive order ordering that the files be released, but Attorney General Pam Bondi says the FBI hasn't turned over everything, and she's expecting more files tomorrow. Epstein was known for socializing with billionaires, celebrities, and
you said, coming to terms with the chaotic and unknown variables that lead to some of these situations.
Wait, explain that to me again. What's the conspiracy in that?
The conspiracy is that most mainstream conspiracy theories, flat earth, chemtrails, QAnon, all that stuff is deliberate misinformation to convince dumb people that they're doing important research and keep them away from the truth, which requires a higher.
Oh, I totally believe that.
100%.
Like, look, here, I'll give you the hierarchy of things. You have Steve Bannon. If you want to understand.
Oh my God, is he about to do he's about to give the vertical, we need a name for this, the resonance theory of media. I mean, there's probably a more form. I'm sure this has already been studied. Whatever the name is for it. Is he going to break it down?
Understand what the intellectual direction of what we'll call it the MAGA movement is. Just listen to Steve Bannon. He spells it out. He says flat out. He says that he's going to bring the war that they've known for a long time. That if the war for the United States of America is going to be won on the streets of Los Angeles. Steve Bannon.
Oh, never mind. Actually, the thing that got me thinking about that the most was actually the FBI. I think it was the FBI that released that Russian propaganda model. I think that simmered in my mind for a while.
Flat out said that, you know what we're going to do before the election was even over. He said that we're going to.
People are saying apparently Andrew has swung back from the far left trajectory he was going. I think that's worth mentioning. Okay.
Contest the election.
Meliorator? Sure.
Steve Bannon flat out said that, you know what we're going to do before the election was even over. He said that we're going to contest the election. We're going to say that the mail-in ballots were fraudulent, and we're going to contest the election, and we're going to go as far as we can, and we're going to break the institution as much as we possibly can.
Almost 100% believe strongly that the 2020 election was stolen. And we're not going to allow this to be stolen in the canvassing room.
And we'll break the courts.
Was this when he was talking to the, I think this is in that Mother Jones article. I don't even know if I saved this one. I don't think it was this. Oh, wait. Was it this? I don't know why this author didn't release the full audio. If he has this, because I think he has the full audio of this. They posted a transcript, but they only ever played a little bit of the audio.
And what Trump's going to do.
This was before the election, by the way.
It's just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats.
All of the Republicans acted so confused about this, and they said that this was proof. They all said that this was proof that there was a huge conspiracy to rig the election in 2020, right? Hold on. But I hate this. Is all so stupid. This is all a waste of time, by the way. We're wasting our time right now. All of this is a fucking waste of time. Okay.
So the election is November 3rd, and it's been said that we won't know the results until days later. When do you think we'll know the results?
All right. Jimmy, you raise an important point, and I hope the American people understand it, because this is something I worry about. My view is every vote must be counted. For reasons which I don't have the time to get into tonight, you're going to have a situation, I suspect, in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, other states, where they are going to be receiving huge amounts of mail-in ballots. And unlike states like Florida or Vermont, they're not being able, for bad reasons, to begin processing those ballots until, I don't know, election day, or maybe when the polls close. That means you're going to have states dealing with perhaps millions of mail-in ballots. Here is my worry. What polls show, and what studies have shown, is that for whatever reason, Democrats are more likely to use mail-in ballots.
For whatever reason. The reason was because Trump told them that mail-in ballots were going to be rigged for a year.
Republicans are more likely to walk into polling booths on election day. It is likely that the first votes that will be counted will be those people who came in on election day, which will be Republican. And here is the fear, and I hope everybody hears that. It could well be, and I don't know what's going to happen, nobody does, but it could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night, Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television and he says, "Thank you, Americans, for re-electing me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day and the day following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted, and it turns out that Biden has won those states. At which point Trump says, "See, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent."
Like, everybody knew this was going to happen, but it wasn't just like the smart liberals knew and the conservatives were stupid. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs vote in the mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage. This is Bannon talking to a group of, I think, Chinese media people before the election. And Trump's going to take advantage of that. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself the winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. You're going to have Antifa crazy, the media crazy, the courts are crazy. And Trump's going to be sitting there mocking, tweeting out, "You lose, I'm the winner, I'm the king." And he'll be all over. He'll be going, "Where's Hunter? Is Hunter on a crack pipe?" I mean, no, he'll be, because then it doesn't matter. Remember, here's the thing. After then, Trump never has to go to a voter again. He's going to fire Wray, the FBI director. He's going to say, "Fuck you, how about that?" Because he's done his last election. Oh, he's going to be off the chain. It's going to be crazy. He's going to be crazy. Like, they already had this, like, they knew that this was going to be the whole thing from the beginning. Like, everybody knew this, including them. He's going to sit right there and say that they stole it. "I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. He didn't go that far, thankfully. Although partially it was because Barr quit. And then the new Rosen Attorney General wouldn't go along with it. And because his whole Department of Justice was going to quit if he fired Rosen and put in Jeffrey Clark 3 days earlier before this is before January 6th. But
that's more of our people vote.
Sorry. Okay. I wish they would release the whole audio for I should just email the author. Or maybe they don't have the full audio and they just have a transcript and some of the audio. I'm so curious why.
And we will break Congress and we will break the Constitution. And he lays it out exactly what he intends to do. My point being is on the hierarchy of that, it goes from Steve Bannon to Alex Jones. And Alex Jones talks about the flat earth and he talks about whatever Alex Jones talked about.
I eat babies. I do every night. I eat with barbecue sauce. And I flew to the moon last night with a witch. And I took DMT with Easter bunnies.
Sandy Hook and things like that. This unholy alliance has come together because of one really big reason.
Trump.
They've all figured out how to become incredibly rich because of it.
So maybe the conspiracy isn't, Russia telling people what to do and how to think. It's
I know people don't like to hear it, but I would be careful of that. Money misses a lot of stuff. It's not just money that's driving a lot of these people. If it was just money, we would be in a significantly better position. A lot of this is ideology. People like Bannon are heavily driven by ideology. I think Bannon has had lots of opportunities to moderate or to play ball more with Donald Trump and the rest of his party. I think Bannon is kind of an outsider now. I think a lot of these people are very, very heavily ideologically driven. Some might be driven financially. I think a lot of Trump's family, I think, is driven financially. Trump himself doesn't have an ideology. Trump is driven by narcissism. All of his family members, his spawn, are driven by money. But a lot of the people around him, like Stephen Miller, this is an ideologically possessed man. Bannon is absolutely an ideologically possessed man.
It's just profit incentivized content creators farming outrage through these ridiculous conspiracies.
Yeah, and I have, for instance, what is that? What's that thing called? It's a technique that the Russians perfected, and of course they had like a term of art for it.
Neuro-linguistic programming. What? NLP, neuro-linguistic.
No, it's more along the lines is that if you say the most outrageous thing possible about someone or a group of people, that by the time, if you say it over and over and over again, Rachel Maddow did a whole thing on it. I can't remember the term of art.
We'll put it on screen here.
Basically, here it is, and they did it. This is how. I'll give you the example of how they did it.
Apparently, the term is eliminatin theory. Yikes! Big misspelling. Not good.
The way that they did it is when Vladimir Putin came to power after Yeltsin in the early 2000s, okay, remember? And everybody looked at him and he said, hey, this guy may be okay. He is he's a technocrat, and he's really smart, and he has seemed to be able to quell all of these, and control all of these oligarchical tendencies that are occurring. And so what he systematically did is he eliminated all potential dissent from inside of Russia.
It's not misspelled. It's called eliminatin. Okay.
And the way that he did it to oligarchical tendencies that are occurring. And so what he systematically did is he eliminated all potential dissent from inside of Russia. And the way that he did it to many people was he took people that were of good stock, that were decent human beings, that were family people, and he accused them of being pedophiles. Everybody said, what are you kidding me? And it didn't matter. They would send out these things. They'd say they're pedophiles. They're pedophiles. They're pedophiles.
Use loyal press organizations to distribute that.
Yeah, or just, at that time, as that time goes on, in whatever way that you distribute it, to the point that what he did to a couple of them, including one guy, I just saw an interview of him. He's an oligarch. He made it to London. They planted pictures on his laptop. London police raided him, and he spent 5 years defending himself. And I forget what it's called, but my point being is that I believe in those conspiracies. I believe that there is a real conspiracy in academia to not actually tell, the true history of the United States or of global history.
Interesting thing about erasing history is it's only possible when you create a monolith out of the past, like capital P past. Like I always think about the way they do that. If you watch some of like the Charlie Kirk debates, he says, well, why should we talk about the past? I'm trying to move forward to the future. Don't be a victim. Don't feel bad about things that happened. And it's playing on like a trope in psychiatry that you should just move on, but they're using it to like cut the connective tissue between the present and the past. So they want you to believe that the past has no connection and nothing that was done by the ancestors or anybody else, or even the older people of today, has any coherent connection to modern times. And we need to be utopian and look forward, because looking back will only cause that trauma to repeat itself, and it's just total bullshit.
Yeah, it almost invariably ensures that we're going to repeat the past.
Yeah.
It almost, and by the way, isn't that the point?
So I want to talk about the 2020 election, because I feel like that's when your personal affairs kind of took center stage as far as the media cycle goes. You also mentioned, before we get into that your sobriety date was before the 2020 election cycle. When exactly do you think you had your last go?
Officially June 1st, 2019.
Oh, so pretty significantly before.
Yeah.
And you met Melissa right around then?
Yeah. Yeah, I met Melissa in the beginning of May. We got married in the middle of May. I tell the story, and I have enough sense to recognize that if I was being told this story by my daughter in real time, I would say, you're out of your mind. It was a miracle that I found her. I met Melissa, and within literally an hour, I was telling her my whole unvarnished life history and the immediate problems that I was facing, which was
trauma dump,
crack addiction. She literally said, well, that ends now. And it did. I mean, not that minute. But over the next 2 weeks,
she was like, I'm taking all the crack. I'm the true crack addict now. No more for you, all for me. Gimme, gimme.
And then I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. And I said, well, why wouldn't we do it right now? And so we literally called Justice of the Peace to the house. She came and she married us. For me, it was a miracle. For Melissa, the really hard part started then, in the sense of getting clean and sober is not easy. It's even harder on the people that love you. And if they're that support system, it's a full-time job in that immediate period of time. Because, as I said to you before, the dangerous part is withdrawing from alcohol, and it can be kind of scary. And she went through all of that, and she went through the entire process with me. And she did things that I wouldn't allow anybody else to do. I saw in Melissa somebody that, without any history between us, look at me with as much as love as I looked at her. And I accepted that love in that moment. And a lot of it was tough love. She took my car keys, she took my wallet. She took my clothes for a period of time, so I couldn't leave the house.
Wait, took your clothes?
No, I didn't have anything. It would have been impossible. We were living in the Hollywood Hills. There was nowhere to go. And if I could go anywhere.
Holy shit. Hassan's neighbor.
There's nothing to buy anything with. So
I can remember covering the 2020 election about a year later. And I think it was the first Stop the Steal rally at Reading Terminal Market in Philadelphia. And I saw what I thought was a BLM flag, Black Lives Matter, but it actually said Biden's laptop matters.
Oh, yeah.
And so I asked the guy, what the hell does that mean? And he just sort of kept yelling the slogan over and over again. Couldn't get much out of him.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, what happened with that?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. And I really mean that sincerely. You'll have a lot of people that will come up with something about the laptop. But I always say to anybody, you're steeped in and just through your work, the right-wing narrative around it. And my question to anybody that is keeping an open mind is, what is it that you think the laptop proves, or what you call the laptop? So everybody has a laptop. So when they say Hunter Biden's laptop, what is it that they're talking about? Do you know?
Well, I know that your entire iCloud was connected to it, all of your personal text messages, private photos, all that kind of stuff.
Like everybody's laptop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you left it with a repair shop owner who, for some reason, gave it to Rudy Giuliani. Not exactly sure how that's legal. He distributed it to the press. Particularly, I think the New York Post was involved in this.
Did the FBI ever get the original laptop drive. This is one thing that I've kind of wanted to dig into, because I think there might still be some doubt to where the source of all of that stuff comes from. I don't know 100%. I haven't dug in hardcore to it. But
spearheading of this mass dissemination of your private materials. From what it seemed like, it was a lot of private text between you and your friends, family. Your entire sort of private life was on there.
Yeah. And again, so everybody has a laptop. Everybody has a cloud.
Assuming not.
No, not everybody has a laptop. Everybody has a digital life. Almost everybody has a digital life. Everybody has a digital life, pretty much. And that includes voicemails and pictures and text messages and emails and location data and, you know, everything. Everybody, you do, everybody that is here right now. By whatever means, they got my digital footprint going back decades. Over 20 years. Again, I ask anybody, you're steeped in this, and this isn't a challenging question, but it kind of makes my point. What does my laptop prove about
the big guy? 10% to the big guy. That was everything, remember?
Criminality or anything other than what I had already readily admitted to, completely transparent about.
It proved how huge his schlong was.
Is my drug addiction.
Well, I'm trying to remember specifically what the most radical conspiracies that I heard. I think that a lot of people are concerned or curious about various international business dealings.
So I served on the board of well over a dozen different entities, way more than that, including major global organizations. I was vice chairman of the board of National Passenger Rail Corporation, which is otherwise known as Amtrak. It's the largest passenger rail company in the world, which is more than just a rail company. It's also a real estate company. It's also a commercial real estate company. It's a residential real estate company. And it is probably the largest owners of property in urban metro centers of any organization in the country. And a huge employer. And
hold on, no, wait. I'm sorry. Let me be more clear when I say what this means. And this is like a tech problem or information problem or competency problem. So I haven't dug deep into this, okay? So just know that, okay? Starting in 2021, news outlets began to authenticate some of the contents of the laptop. In 2021, Politico verified 2 key emails used in the post's initial reporting by cross-referencing emails with the data sets and contacting their recipients. CBS News published a forensic analysis which examined a clean copy of the data obtained directly from Mac Isaac, included the clean data, including over 120,000 emails originated by Hunter Biden and have been altered. So the question isn't whether or not the emails were real. My understanding is everything that came from the laptop was real. It wasn't a matter of like, were these fake pictures or fake emails? It was this a singular laptop that had all of this stuff on it that went to this place that was then eventually turned over to Giuliani? Or was there some kind of hack and like planned dissemination of this material, and the laptop just kind of became the vector or conduit through which that happened? I don't know what I don't know if that's ever been settled or solved.
And a multi-billion-dollar business. And I was the chairman of the corporate governance committee on that board and vice chairman and elected chairman and then resigned before the Obama administration took. As I told you before, I was the chairman of the board of the UN World Food Program, responsible for sustaining.
This is also funny because people always say like, what was Hunter Biden's qualifications to sit on the board? Like, this guy has a whole background, a history of like doing stuff before before Joe was like VP and all of this. Like, the idea that he had no qualifications for anything, especially just to sit on a board. Like, and people are like, what does he know to sit on the board? What do you think a guy who sits on a board of directors or whatever does? Do you think this guy goes into the mines and, you know, takes out the natural gas from the ground, or is like at the plant, like working the refinery or whatever? Like, he sits on a board of directors. He could be there for any number of reasons.
A budget of above $2 billion a year for the World Food Program and the contribution the United States makes to the global relief effort as it relates to hunger. I was chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy. I was on the board of Catholic Charities.
Based. Holy based. At Grok, is this real? Yes, the photos are real. Destiny's Beach selfie is a well-known, genuine image from around 2020, often memed for lens distortion, making him look shorter. Donut operator seems authentic as he posed it himself. Destiny does mog in the comparison. True. Somebody link me never mind, I got it.
I was on the board of Jesuit Volunteer Corps Northwest. I was on board. I mean, I keep going down the list of board memberships that I had. And a year and a half before my dad was to leave office, I was approached by a Ukrainian natural gas company through one of their board members to consider being of assistance to a company that was being threatened by the Russian aggression and the invasion of Crimea and the incursions into Donetsk and the Donbass. And I took them on as a client because I was a partner of counsel, at Boyd Schiller Flexner, which was a major national global law firm, in which I focused on corporate governance and commercial law. And I represented them for about a 3-month period of time. And through that representation, they asked if I would join the board, which I did. The day that I joined the board, I announced it and sent out a press release of the reasons why that I was joining the board, which came and went, and did not become an issue until Rudy Giuliani, along with a guy named Andre Derkach.
Disgusting. So glad that his entire reputation, he's disbarred now, right? And bankrupt. What a subhuman piece of shit Giuliani turned out to be. I don't think anybody will have ever reached such a great height and fallen such a great distance as Rudy Giuliani. Maybe Game of Thrones. Maybe.
And did not become an issue until Rudy Giuliani, along with a guy named Andre Derkach and a number of others that have all been convicted of treason for being Russian agents, came up with a conspiracy that Joe Biden was involved in a bribery scheme.
The FBI arrested the person who offered those allegations for falsifying his
Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Who is this? No.
Testimony.
Don't care.
To the FBI.
So, actually, also link me that. Wait, I didn't even know. Of course I don't know. Why would anybody make a big deal about this in the media? Nobody gives a fuck. AOC talks about, I want to say Alexander Smirnov, but I know that's not his name. What the fuck is the guy's name? AOC talks about going to the sun at night. What?
Had another amazing idea. So like maybe we can study the effects of global warming from the main source of all the heat in our solar system, the sun. Maybe I can convince Elon Musk, who is absolutely obsessed with me, by the way, to do something good with SpaceX and figure out a mission to the sun in order to get samples. I suggest we go at night because it would probably be too hot during the day, but we'll leave all that up to the scientists.
My mom would 100% believe that's real. Oh, his name is Alexander Smirnov. Fuck, I was right. Fuck you. What was that? Wait, what was that congressional hearing?
Allegations.
What was it? Where was this?
For falsifying.
Loading. Oh, wait. Timestamped.
Who offered those allegations for falsifying his testimony.
The only income he has, but it wasn't from Burisma, it's from the Kazakh deal that he's talking about. I never discussed that with him after that. That was a single exchange between him and I.
No. Corruption and a lack of transparency from the Biden family have been common themes through the House Oversight Committee's investigation. And even when asking for simple drafts of then Vice President Biden's speech in the Ukraine, the White House has been anything but transparent. President Biden has done and will continue to do everything in his power to cover up the truth, especially when it's hard to hear. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Bobulinski yields back to me for 1 minute. Is there anything that you want to respond to? You don't worry about Mr. Goldman. We don't pay any attention to Mr. Goldman either. But is there anything that anyone said up here that you want to take about 55?
That is an interesting question that Hunter brings up, though. What exactly was the point of the whole laptop thing? What were MAGA essentially alleging? Two things happened. One is they tried to use it to prove something about the emails and that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were doing illegal business dealings together. But two, the most important thing that happened, don't take it from me, the whistleblowers, the hard drive from hell, laptop from hell stopped his momentum. But he was very close to winning outright then and shutting down Trump. The hard drive from hell stopped his momentum and drove up his negatives. In American politics, it's very hard to get your approval ratings up, as you see with Trump. Trump's approval ratings never goes very high to 50. But the way you can drive an opponent's negatives way up, and that's what we did on the hard drive from hell. Holy fucking ads! Make your site load fully and then insert the videos later. Bannon argued that Joe Biden's failure to... Oh, no, wait. This is... The hard drive from hell was the inflection point of this campaign because Biden went into hiding. So there were three alternatives that happened, or before that happened. Number one, the worst one, is Trump... Wait. Hold on, where were we? No, wait. What the fuck is... Why does the text keep moving around the screen? I said, you got to attack Clinton. That's who you got to attack. It's like, here's Sleepy Joe. He never drove up Biden's negatives. It was only when we got the hard drive and got it to you, then the Post, if you... Here's what the Biden... From the day the Post story came out, and then you started pumping out, we got you this stuff, and you just started dumping it, and then the internet started picking it up, and they suppressed it. Remember, the best thing that happened to us was Twitter and Facebook suppressing it, because then everybody wants to see it. It's called the Streisand effect after Barbra Streisand, right? The more you try to suppress something, the more people want to see it, so they took the sucker's bait, right? That's why when people tell me lewd stuff's getting crazy, I go, not crazy enough, because really, what they were trying to suppress is not so much the New York Post story. They were trying to suppress the New York Post story leading to people wanting to link to your material, right? That's what the thing was, and that's what everybody, that's where you see these numbers, they start to explode, right? And Biden made a fundamental mistake. Instead of coming out and addressing it and attacking back, they hid. Nobody gave a fuck about the New York Post story even, which wasn't even, I don't think like commentary and stuff about the story wasn't suppressed. It was for less than 24 hours on Twitter. This link was, it had a warning, I think, if you clicked off it, for less than 24 hours. And this drove the MAGA fanaticism up to unprecedented levels. And remember that Matt Taibbi, when he came out, when Matt Taibbi came out and did the Twitter files, all of these dipshit MAGA people that can't read, like to pretend that there was proof that Hunter Biden laptop story was suppressed by the FBI. Matt Taibbi, okay, the actual Elon at the time dick suck, literally said, although several sources recalled hearing about a general warning from federal law enforcement that summer about possible foreign hacks, there's no evidence that I've seen of any government involvement in the laptop story. In fact, that might have been the problem. The decision was made at the highest levels of the company, but without the knowledge of CEO Jack Dorsey, with former head of legal policy and trust Vijaya Gadde playing a key role. This idea that there was some coordinated suppression is just not true. There's no evidence anywhere. There is no evidence anywhere ever that there was some coordinated suppression of this story. The only reason people care about it is because Twitter and Facebook made the decision because they thought it looked weird. And again, no MAGA will ever be honest about this because they lie like they breathe. But it is a weird story, okay? And at a time with Cambridge Analytica, massive mining of Facebook analytics for targeted political ads, at a time when Facebook is literally being compromised by Chinese and Russian bots, at a time when the Guccifer 2.0 dude is literally hacking the DNC and then dumping Podesta emails, via their communicator to Trump's campaign, Roger Stone, and via Julian Assange, and at a time when all of this is happening, right? All of a sudden, a laptop comes out that was dropped off years ago by Hunter Biden at a computer repair store where the owner is blind and then passed off to Rudy Giuliani. Of course, this sounds like the most insane story in the world, but no MAGA will ever admit that. But yeah, the only reason why people cared about this laptop story is because it got censored for a day. Otherwise, there's nothing. There's literally nothing here. Remember when Comey re-announced the opening of the investigation of the Anthony Weiner because they found more emails on his computer? Nothing. Tens of thousands of emails, all this. Oh, no, wait, I'm so sorry. That wasn't for Hunter Biden's emails. I think that was for Hillary Clinton's emails. Still nothing, though. Nothing from that either. Nothing from any of it. Nothing from any of it.
Seconds to respond to.
It's tempting. I mean, my biggest appeal to everyone in this room is I wish you would spend the time focusing on the fact that the Chinese Communist Party infiltrated the White House of the United States of America through the Biden family. I don't say that lightly. It's not a joke. I was willing to die for this country, as was my father and both my grandfathers. And
if only you would have.
Brother, this is serious stuff. We should be asking how that happened. Take the Biden name and the Biden family completely out of it. How did the Chinese Communist Party infiltrate the White House of the United States of America? Let's start there. Focus on those facts. What they did, how they did it, why they used money, why they used private enterprises instead of military stuff and other stuff. That is huge to our national security. So I appreciate you yielding that time to me, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. And I'll just say this. Mr. Tlaib and Ms. Presley criticized the investigation, but I think most Americans care about public corruption. And they realize the FBI hasn't done the job, the DOJ hasn't done their job, the IRS hasn't done their job. They've been told to stand down. All that's left is the House Oversight Committee, and we will do our job. And pursuant to the previous order, because votes have been called again, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. The committee will reconvene 5 minutes after floor votes.
Focus of his only priority working with the Chinese on the go forward.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pawlinski, I heard your opening statement. It's submitted to the record, part of our proceedings. I have a quick question. Simple. Is it your testimony today that you personally witnessed President Joe Biden commit a crime?
I believe the fact that he was sitting with me while I was putting together a business deal.
Did you witness?
I can't say anything.
The president commit a crime? Is it your testimony today?
Yes.
And what crime have you witnessed?
How much time do I have to go through it?
It is simple. You name the crime. Did you watch him steal something?
Corruption statutes, RICO, and conspiracy.
What is it?
RICO?
What is the crime, sir? Specifically.
You asked me to answer the question. I answered the question. No. RICO, you're obviously not familiar with. Corruption statutes.
Excuse me, sir.
How does one man commit the crime of RICO? What? What did he do?
Excuse me, sir. RICO is not a crime. It is a category. What is the
category of crimes that you're then charged with?
You have charges.
You
have charges.
Damn, I don't know. Good job, AOC.
Sir, please
name the exact statute on RICO.
Yes.
Well, it's funny. In this committee room, everyone's not here. There's over 18 lawyers that went to law school.
I reclaim my time.
You guys define the statute.
I reclaim my time. Clearly, what we are seeing here today is a continuation of the 15-month saga of the Republican majority lost in the desert. Impeachment 101. The majority party, or whomever is raising impeachment, must accuse the president of a high crime, a specific high crime or misdemeanor. I would like to submit to the record HRES 918, the House resolution to open this impeachment inquiry.
Without objection to order.
This resolution does not outline a high crime or misdemeanor. It's not here. Now, when we compare the chairman's opening from his previous opening, he's talking about Ukraine and Burisma and all of this. This entire inquiry is based on a blockbuster piece of information that was in a classified SCIF room. And inside that room was a document alleging President Biden directly of a $10 million bribery scheme. A $10 million bribery scheme. Extremely serious. What happened? What happened a month ago, Mr. Chairman? That document, the FBI arrested the person who offered those allegations for falsifying his testimony to the FBI. This entire impeachment inquiry is based on an actual, provable individual who has lied. Now, responsible leadership would withdraw an inquiry based on that. Withdraw it. Instead, what we are seeing is that this committee was warned about the falsehoods of these allegations long before that, warned by Trump's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and yet they proceeded anyway. The chairman proceeded anyway. This committee was warned by Rudy Giuliani's associate right here, Lev Parnas, after that document about the falsehoods of this. Then held hearings where your own expert witnesses said that there was no grounds for impeachment, and you proceeded anyway. And finally, as if none of this was enough, the FBI...
Are we surprised she knew what RICO is? Because nobody knows anything about anything.
I arrested the individual who was the source of the entire, to quote the chairman, heart of the matter, to launch this impeachment inquiry, and proceeded anyway. At this point, the story is not the fact that the basis of this impeachment inquiry is wrong. The story is why it's proceeding anyway.
True!
Why is this committee proceeding based on false charges? And by the way, no charges. I have yet to hear in the chairman's opening the allegation that they are specifically charging the president of the United States with.
True!
I'm hearing about Biden family. I'm hearing about this and that. I am not hearing the specific allegation by this committee. What is it? It's not here. And that is the problem. The story is when this committee knew that they were working with falsified evidence. That's the story. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ah, the crazy bitch. Thank you. Yes.
Chairman, on March 1st, 2024, Joe Biden stated he did not interact with Hunter or Jen Biden business associates. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into a record New York Post article. Biden insists he did not interact with his...
Without objection to order.
We're going to go fast here. I have strictly yes or no questions. On that note, the New York Post article, Joe Biden also said, read the record of every single witness. So I did. I first read Devin Archer's deposition and he interacted with Joe Biden. Then I read the transcripts of Wab Walker, Eric Schwerin, George Burgess, Kevin Morris, Tony Bobulinski, and Jason Galanis. And every single one of them interacted with Joe Biden. And that's just the people we interviewed. Mr. Galanis, my first questions are for you. Did Hunter Biden call Joe Biden with Elaine Badarina on the line on May 4th, 2014? Yes or no?
Yes.
In that call, did Hunter Biden state on this call with Joe Biden
Wait a second.
with Elaine Badarina on the line on May 4th, 2014? Yes or no?
Holy shit. Is this Legal Eagle's evil twin brother? What? Who is this guy? What?
His testimony to the FBI.
For over a 10-year period of time, I worked with a group of people that had a cross-border private equity firm inside of China, and I had a business that was based around advisory for multinational global funds, private equity funds, doing infrastructure work and others. And I was asked to join a fund, the startup inside of China that was had a headquarters in Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and New York. And I had a 10% equity stake in that, of which I paid. I made my equity contribution in that, just like every other member.
The illegal eagle, true.
Federal officials are looking at his foreign business dealings, including his ties to a Chinese energy company.
And those are my two.
Yeah.
Business dealings.
Yeah, because I was kind of looking into it, and it seems like the conspiracy is that through those connections that you had to these, I guess, foreign governments, they were using you to leverage pressure onto your dad.
Again, like what?
Well, that's the thing, is that when you're looking...
No, I'm not putting you on the spot. And I guess my whole point is that I asked these same questions to the House Oversight Committee. I've been investigated by the House Oversight Committee, the House Ways and Means Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, the Senate Oversight Committee, and I have been investigated by Maine Justice, the U.S. Attorney in Pittsburgh, the U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia, the U.S. Attorney in District of Columbia, the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles, the U.S. Attorney of Delaware, the Special Counsel's Office. Not one single person has ever accused me of a crime based upon anything that was in or discovered as it relates to my laptop. Not one. Not a single thing about my laptop.
Crazy, huh?
So this whole idea that there was some conspiracy to cover up the laptop, they uncovered 20 years unvarnished of every single communication that I've ever had over a phone.
20 years! Could you imagine having that kind of access to anything related to Donald Trump?
Or by text, or over email, or computer, in any digital way. There's not one communication that you can even remotely say is evidence of a crime. Not one. Not one time. Not one communication. I would challenge anybody to show one instance, other than me seeking drugs for myself, for my own personal use, okay, or women as it relates to people that were in the drug trade that I would seek for the purchase of drugs. One single instance in which anyone has used any one of those communications as evidence of any kind of crime at all. Now, take that, okay, that's it. So you say Hunter Biden's laptop. What? I by the way, I'm talking out there to people that I would assume are, or want to be on my side, or at least want to be on the side that I'm part of. What about Hunter Biden's laptop? How about this? Well, it was a cover-up. Twitter took it down, and it was a big cover-up. You know, and you have Matt Taibbi and all these guys that say, yeah, it was that Twitter took it down and Facebook took it down.
It seems that big tech only censors, media companies only censor stories when they're negative towards the Biden campaign.
You know why they took it down? Because what they did was they published naked photos of me. And
which, by the way, when you look at the request that the White House made under Biden to Twitter to take down specific posts, it was pictures of his cock.
Women, which is in violation of their terms, and which, by the way, is a criminal act under the new federal law that was passed by accredited to Melania Trump, with universal support in the House and the Senate. That's why they took it down. It wasn't a cover-up. And then you had 100 former national security officials come out and say, this looks like it could be a Russian op. Because it is. Because in the course of an election, what happens? You have Rudy Giuliani in conjunction with Steve Bannon, in conjunction with Miles Gao, who's in jail, who is, I don't know how many ever counts of fraud and bribery, and is a Chinese national, was working directly with Steve Bannon, and a number of others, including Bernie Kerik, who, God rest his soul, is dead, that basically came out and said, we have Hunter Biden's laptop. And the big reveal about Hunter Biden's laptop was that I was a crack addict.
Oh. There was also the 10% to the big man. Did that come from the laptop? It did, right? Or was this before?
Unfortunately for them, I'd already admitted that I was a crack addict in the pages of the New Yorker. It did a 13,000-word article with Adam Mentos, in which I told everything about myself and my own struggles. And they just simply conflated the two. They said, well.
Also, remind me, chat, remind me, what was the position that Hunter Biden was going to have in the White House again? What was the position that Hunter Biden was going to have in politics? Where were they going to place him? What was he running for?
In which I told everything about myself and my own struggles. And they just simply conflated the two. They said, well, Joe Biden fired the prosecutor in Ukraine to benefit his son. Completely debunked. The person that said that I took a bribe for that happens to be a guy named Shokin, who is in prison for lying to the FBI on Form FD 1023.
Yep.
In prison. Admitted to it.
Yep.
Admitted that he was enticed into making it up on behalf of the Trump team aside. The only other guy.
Wait, did he say that? I didn't actually see that, if that's true. I haven't dug into that. Did he say that to the FBI?
They came up and said that there was illegal and wrongdoing and bribery. There was a guy named Gal Luft, who was later convicted in absentia, both by the EU and as a arrest warrant out for him by Interpol and the United States as an arms dealer, selling Chinese weapons to the Iranians and to the Libyans. And so, again, I ask, so Hunter Biden's laptop, so what? So what?
It sounds like it became political cannon fodder to, make that election cycle as colorful.
How do you defend yourself against it, though? So somebody says,
well, let's start with the fact that your private photos were leaked by somebody that was supposed to be repairing your laptop.
Some people will go, well, hey, wait a second. Aren't you just leafing through someone else's private property?
It can be perceived that way, but again, he hired me to do that.
Number one,
What? He hired him to go through all of his stuff? Can you please go ahead and check all my emails? Loser. What an actual...
Someone else's private property?
It can be perceived that way, but again, he hired me to do that.
Number one.
At Destiny, did you forget that he didn't pay taxes from 2016 to 2019? He's not the golden boy you think he is. Not only, you're so wrong, he was already on a payment plan to have... It was either already made up to the IRS or he was on a plan to pay it back. Okay? Hunter Biden, back pay, IRS. He was protected. Sorry, my bad. I'm on a Republican government website. The new charges filed Thursday, 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, are in addition to federal firearms charges in Delaware, alleging Hunter Biden broke laws against drug users having guns in 2018. They came at a time, blah, 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 blah. Hunter Biden spent millions of dollars on an extravagant lifestyle rather than paying his tax bill, special counsel David Weiss said in a statement. The charges are centered on at least $1.4 million in taxes Hunter Biden owed between 2016 and 2019, a period where he is acknowledged struggling with addiction. The back taxes have since been paid. These are already paid off. You want to know who didn't pay a whole bunch of taxes that they owe to the government, though? There was for $2 million where there was no crime filed against him. It was the Roger Stone. They didn't even charge him with a crime in connection to this. I think he's on a payment plan for $2 million. $2 million going back over more than a decade. The suit says at the time of his indictment, Stone was making regular payments to the IRS on a tax debt of about $1 million that he ran up from 2007 to 2011, but after the criminal case was brought by special counsel Robert Mueller, Stone stopped paying. He also failed to pay about $400,000 in tax and penalties owed on a 2017 return, the suit alleges. He also hid his money from the government. Stone and his wife, Nydia, moved to a nearby condominium apartment that was purchased by a trust that she controlled. The suit alleges that Financial Move and others were fraud aimed at preventing the IRS from collecting the money Stone and his wife owed and still owed to the feds. I would have to go back and relook through Hunter Biden's stuff. I don't think Hunter Biden was ever accused of committing tax fraud. He just didn't pay his taxes, which is bad, but he paid them back. He did. He had them paid before the indictment even came out. Stone was actually committing tax fraud, and there wasn't even a criminal case against him filed. Stop.
One, I literally have no memory of ever dropping my laptop off there, okay? This guy swears that I did, okay? Regardless, to your point, okay? This is Wilmington. That laptop repair shop is in Trolley Square. I had family that owned a business that was literally the opposite side of them. There are literally within a stone's throw of where that person is in a very, very small community, at least a dozen people directly related to my family. Every night he used to go to 2 or 3 different bars in which he could have literally turned and talked to anyone and said, do you know how to get in touch with Hunter?
You're talking about the laptop
repair shop guy. Somehow that doesn't happen. But somehow this guy, who's supposed to be repairing a laptop, he says, decides what he's going to do is he's going to review the material, and what he sees is he thinks is evidence of a crime.
McIsaac says he also found documents that show payments made to Hunter Biden from a Ukrainian energy company that have become the center of a political firestorm.
Like, I'm sorry, no offense, but this guy looks like a fucking inbred dipshit. This guy's going through, I actually don't believe that. We'll spend time after the Mueller indictment, maybe. There's so much shit. I don't have time. I don't have time for anything. I don't believe, this whole story just sounds wacky as I'm going back. I still don't know if I believe this story.
To Hunter Biden.
I thought he was blind. I think that's the son, right? It's the dad or whatever that's supposed to be blind, right?
It's evidence of a crime.
McIsaac says he also found documents that show payments made to Hunter Biden from a Ukrainian energy company that have become the center of a political firestorm.
More emails from Hunter Biden's laptop keep surfacing.
I want to know where Hunter Biden's laptop is. Let's get the truth. What's in this laptop?
Now again, the evidence he thinks is of a crime is my drug use. He thinks it's embarrassing. And all of a sudden, who ends up with my laptop? The one person in that moment in time that had more to gain than anyone else.
I got the hard drive legally, completely legally. Why are they worried about how I got it? Why don't they just say it's untrue?
Rudy Giuliani.
Why are they worried about how I got it? Why are you worried? Why are you worried about how I got a key piece of evidence? Says a guy who was a former prosecutor in New York before he became mayor, right? That guy? Why would you care about where a piece of evidence came from? Says disgraced lawyer. Well, maybe that's why, I guess, huh?
Legally.
Degenerate. What, does he go to the same orangification salon that Donald Trump goes to? Why the fuck does he look like he's jaundiced?
Completely legally. Why are they worried about how I got it? Why don't they just say it's untrue?
Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer on behalf of Donald Trump. How is that possible? Is that just happen to happen?
You think that somebody that knows you may have been paid off to orchestrate some kind of daily?
I don't know. And at this point, it's like, who cares? So then I get in an argument about, like, okay, well, who took the laptop? How did the laptop disseminate it? Was it real?
Wait, so where did the drug gun charge come from, if not the laptop? My understanding is that I thought that they got him on the drug gun thing because they read his memoirs. Wasn't that where that came from?
Laptop, because
Hunter Biden Wikipedia. Holy shit. By the way, all of these things came from a special counsel that was running under Biden's presidency while Biden was president. Joe Biden was president. Simultaneously, am I correct on the dates here? Did Joe Biden have 2 special counsels separately investigating him while he was president? It was Durham for the documents and Weiss for his family shit. 2 special counsels? 2? What the fuck? Biden will face 3 criminal counts for allegedly buying a gun while also using cocaine. Not at the same time, he just happened to use cocaine at the same time that he also bought a gun, which is maybe illegal, depending on how you read the ATF form, because who the fuck knows what that actually means when you fill it out. It just says that you have to pledge that you just have to pledge that you're not a current user of or addicted to narcotics, which who even knows what this means? You fill this out every time you buy a firearm. Are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana or any depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or any other controlled substance? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, am I high right now while I fill out the form? I don't know if anybody even knows what this means. I don't know if anybody in the history of all of history has been charged with lying on a 4473 about drug use without it being connected to another crime ever. I don't know if that's actually the case. I don't know if that's ever happened ever. Usually this is like you break into a dude's house, he's beating his wife, and he has a gun and he's high. Okay, well, you hit him up with both charges then. Assuming you bought the gun on a 4473, like legally. But I don't know. I couldn't find any when I asked for if this ever happened in isolation before. The prosecutors helming the gun case, Derek Hines and Leo Wise, will lean heavily on Biden's memoir to show that he was a drug user on October 12, 2018, when they say he bought a handgun from StarQuest Shooters and Survival Supply in Wilmington. Biden didn't discuss the he didn't discuss the gun purchase starting the memoir, but he gave a detailed account of his drug abuse. So that's what they did. So they read the memoir, saw that he was using drugs, and then went back and saw that he bought a gun. And now they're tying in the prosecutors have called it his incriminating book and cited his description of drug abuse in 2018 around the time he allegedly bought the gun. It's actually unbelievable, dude. They talk about it in the interview. Oh.
Really isn't, by the way. Here's another anomaly of this. There really isn't a laptop. There's a hard drive. And then there's an amalgamation of a hard drive. There's an original hard drive.
Oh, yeah. Is there a hard drive or is it an image or a digital copy of a hard drive?
He says he has, and he argues with everybody else who says that there are like 400 gigabytes more that were added onto that from from the dark web.
You never got a laptop before you wrote that story, did you?
That's correct.
You got a hard drive.
Hard drive.
And you received that hard drive from Rudy Giuliani, right?
Yep.
Okay. Who had been openly associating with an agent of Russian intelligence in the months leading up to your story. You agree with that, right?
I guess.
So you think the repair shop story is made up?
I don't know, but all I know is that whatever this amalgamation of stuff is came from a whole host of different sources.
Yeah.
Because you can look at it now and the stuff that like...
I didn't know it was this bad. This is an actual witch hunt. Look at the Ken Starr investigation into Bill Clinton and where the Monica Lewinsky stuff came from. This isn't new. This is what Republicans do. This is how they witch hunt.
Like, who thinks this is right? Who thinks it's right that every picture that you've ever taken...
What, the existence of the whole Hillary Clinton email server, didn't that only come from investigations of all the stuff related to the Podesta DNC email hack, the Russian email hack of the DNC servers? That's the only reason people even knew that email server existed. Like, all of it is off the backs of just the most unhinged shit of the universe.
Yeah, the ones that
you talk about like fruit of the poison tree. This is like fruit of like the poison acreage, fruit of the poison like continent. It's unbelievable.
Would be embarrassed by, and the ones that you would be proud of should be on a website controlled by a guy that is a Christo-fascist incel that lives in Indiana or Illinois.
Destiny, Hunter Biden's judge denied the argument that Cannon used to dismiss Trump's documents case. That's because when Eileen Cannon, even when God, I hate these people. Even when the Supreme Court made this immunity decision and Thomas came out writing his concurrent opinion, he didn't even attack. I don't think he attacked all special counsels. I think he only attacked the Mueller special counsel. And he didn't even touch any other ones. I'm trying to think if he calls out Mueller by name here. Oh, okay, maybe he doesn't. But they didn't try to apply this because Eileen Cannon tossed, I'd have to go back and read her rationale because it's like a 70, 80 page thing, but she cites Thomas's opinion here. Because Eileen Cannon wants to toss everything related to the Jack Smith thing, saying that, well, actually, we can't have, oh, wait, does this call it Smith? No, it doesn't. Saying that we can't have a special prosecutor because the Attorney General doesn't have the right to appoint a special prosecutor. And it's like, none of you guys had any problems with special prosecutors when they were up Biden's ass like crazy. But now all of a sudden in a completely unrelated case, Thomas, maybe on some drugs loaned from Elon Musk, writes out this whole randomest opinion about how, well, actually, I think that special prosecutors I think they're actually unconstitutional.
Forget which one.
Let's hope Indiana because it's worse.
But really, who comes up with a 435-page dossier about all the crimes that it details? But literally, it just is it is an entire fiction that makes money off of. Who thinks that's right? And so, but again, I get these discussions where, well, how did the laptop? Their laptop really doesn't exist. But what is it? Like, you go down these rabbit holes and you do exactly what they say. As long as they say laptop loud enough.
Sorry, hold on. If you don't know, okay. In August of 1994, pursuant to the newly reauthorized Ethics in Government Act, Ken Starr was appointed by a special 3-judge division of the D.C. Circuit to continue the Whitewater investigation. Okay? Continuance of, I don't even remember what the fuck this investigation was for. American political controversy began in the 1990s, began with an investigation into the real estate investments of Bill and Hillary Clinton. Okay? The Whitewater scandal. I don't know if anything even... Neither Bill or Hillary were ever prosecuted after 3 separate inquiries found insufficient evidence linking them with criminal conduct of others related to this land deal. But regardless, so that had been happening for a couple of years. And then they appointed Ken Starr to look into this. He replaced Robert B. Fisk, a moderate Republican who had been appointed by Attorney General Janet Reno. Starr took the position part-time and remained active with his law firm, Kirkland & Ellis, as this was permitted by statute and was also the norm with previous independent counsel investigations. As time went on, he was increasingly criticized for alleged conflicts of interest stemming from his continuing association with Kirkland & Ellis. Kirkland, and like several other major law firms, was representing clients in litigation with the government, including tobacco companies and auto manufacturers. The firm itself was being sued by the Resolution Trust Corporation, a government agency involved in the Whitewater matter. Additionally, Starr's own actions were challenged because Starr had, on one occasion, talked with lawyers for Paula Jones, who was suing Bill Clinton over an alleged sexual harassment. Starr had explained to them why he believed that sitting U.S. presidents are not immune to civil suit. By the way, going in the complete opposite direction, because remember the Nixon v. Fitzgerald case was about whether or not presidents had immunity from civil litigation, which they do, which is the case that Roberts built on, and this current insane Supreme Court built on to say actually they have criminal immunity as well. Even though in that very same case the Supreme Court justices considered for a moment the criminal immunity and laughed it off and said it would be ridiculous. Obviously, when this constitutional question ultimately reached the Supreme Court, the justices unanimously agreed. Citation needed. I don't know what this is citing. On October 10th, 1997, Starr's report on the death of Deputy White House counsel Vince Foster, drafted largely by Starr's deputy Brett Kavanaugh, who's that guy, was released to the public by the Special Division. The complete report is 137 pages long and includes an appendix added to the report by the Special Division over Starr's objection. The report agrees with the findings of previous independent counsel Robert B. Fisk that Foster committed suicide at Fort Marcy Park in Virginia, and that his suicide was caused primarily by undiagnosed and untreated depression. As CNN explained on February 28, 1997, the Starr report refutes claims by conservative political organizations that Foster was the victim of a murder plot and cover-up. Wow, the original Seth Rich. But despite those findings, right-wing political groups have continued to allege that there was more to the death and that the president and First Lady Hillary Clinton tried to cover it up. CNN also noted that organizations pushing the murder theory included the Pittsburgh Tribune-Review, owned by billionaire Richard Mellon Scaife, and Accuracy in Media, supported in part by Scaife's Foundation. Scaife's reporter on the Whitewater matter, Christopher Ruddy, was a frequent critic of Starr's handling of the case. I don't know who this guy is over there, but expansion of the investigation. The law conferred broad investigative powers on Starr and the other independent counsels named to investigate the administration, including the right to subpoena nearly anyone who might have information relevant to the particular investigation. Starr would later receive authority to conduct additional investigations, including the firing of White House travel office personnel, potential political abuse of confidential FBI files, Madison Guaranty, Rose law firm, Paula Jones lawsuit, and, most notoriously, possible perjury and obstruction of justice to cover up President Clinton's sexual relationship with Monica Lewinsky. The Lewinsky portion of the investigation included the secret taping of conversations between Lewinsky and co-worker Linda Tripp, requests by Starr to tape Lewinsky's conversations with Clinton, and requests by Starr to compel Secret Service agents to testify about what they might have seen while guarding Clinton. While with the investigation of Clinton's possible adultery, critics of Starr believed that he had crossed a line and was acting more as a political hitman than a prosecutor. They dug and 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 dug so much until they hit this years and years after these original investigations. But this is what they do. This is what they do. And luckily they found this, they had this Monica Lewinsky thing that popped up for Clinton, but this was not like originally an investigation about this particular thing. Same thing with this Hunter Biden laptop and all the other, and the Benghazi and the emails and the everything. It's just unbelievable.
Often enough, you automatically, and Hunter Biden, crack cocaine, and here's the picture.
Meanwhile, I'm sorry, I hate all these people. Meanwhile, okay, these guys are shameless. Meanwhile, Mueller fires the FBI agent Strzok, is kicked off the Mueller investigation, and I think either fired from the FBI or put on leave. I don't know if he ever got fired from the FBI. This guy gets kicked off the FBI investigation just because somebody leaked a text message where he's shitting on Trump. Because obviously everybody in the intelligence services hates Trump because he shits on them constantly, and he got kicked off just because Mueller wanted to avoid the appearance of impropriety. It's not the same. It's not even close. It's not even close to the same on these two sides. I hate everybody that pretends it's even remotely similar between these two groups of people, between Republicans and Democrats. It's wild. He was fired from the Bureau in 2018 after his disparaging text message about Donald Trump. So he did get fired, yeah.
Here he is shirtless, smoking crack in a bathtub. And, I keep flashing that over and over again. And I say Hunter Biden, laptop, Ukraine, China, Hunter Biden, laptop, bird flu. Literally, you keep doing that over and over and over again? What? None of it bears any resemblance to reality. The reality is this. I ran into legal trouble based on two things. One is I failed to pay my taxes on time during the worst time of my addiction. Remember I said to you that I started in the downward spiral of my life, and I did not come out of that until May of 2019. When I came out of it, I immediately started to try to pick up the pieces of my life and put them back together. And like anybody that comes into recovery, you don't come into the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous or anywhere else. You don't come in on a winning streak. Nobody comes in like just having won the lottery. Everybody's on the balls of their ass to come in, and they got a lot of things to clean up in their life, and some worse than others. Mine, at this point, was about relationships and my finances. And one of the things that I realized is that my accountant had died. I go to get a new accountant. I figure out how I'm going to pay for the new accountant, and they go to get the transcripts of my previous taxes, and they say, we don't have any record of your taxes being filed 2016 and 17, which would mean the years 2017 and 18, like the worst years of my addiction. Now, for 15 years of my life, I had my own business and I had a partner, and I had an accountant, and I had a staff of people that did my taxes. Like somebody else did my taxes. They had authorization to sign my name and send my taxes in. And they had a tax account, and they would pay it out of the tax account because it would be withheld from my income. That all completely fell apart when I was smoking crack every 15 minutes, and my business failed, the people in my life left, my wife divorced me. It all went away. And when I realized that my taxes had never been filed, they'd all been filled out, signed, checked attached, but never filled and never sent in, because that was the final step of my responsibility. I realized that I didn't. I filed my taxes, and I paid penalties and interest. That's one thing. Second thing is, in 2018, went and I bought I was here in Delaware. It was a period of time in which I had one of those times that I was trying to get clean and sober. And I just come back from a rehab. I came back here. I went to get my phone replaced at AT&T. Next door, there was a survival gun shop. And I went in and just to look around while I was waiting for my phone. And on a whim, I bought a handgun, put it in my truck. Somebody in my life thought I was going to hurt myself with it, threw it in a trash can. And I made them go back and try to find it. And when they couldn't, I told them that they needed to call the police and file a report that the gun had been lost. The gun was recovered. It had never been loaded, never been fired. It was in my possession inside of a lockbox for a total of 10 days. They charged me with tax evasion, 13 different counts, in 3 different jurisdictions. By the way, over 50 million Americans a year pay their taxes late. There are over $100 billion in taxes that there are identified people that have not paid, that have failed to pay their taxes for over 5 years. Okay? There's a box that you check. In that box, when you go to purchase a gun, says that you're not addicted to a narcotic, illegal substance, including marijuana. And I check that box because in my mind, it was a state of mind question. Are you in the moment right now addicted to any? Nobody knows what that question means, by the way. It's a meme. That's a meme question, right? Like if I smoked marijuana yesterday and then I go to fill out the 4473, right? Nobody checks that box yet. And also no one knows, like there's not even clear direction from the ATF on what that even means, right? That's there so that, again, if somebody dings you doing some criminal shit and you've got a gun and you're high, well, they're going to probably get you on the illegal purchase of the firearm. Maybe. I don't even know if they charge you in connection with that, because I don't even know if... I don't know if that would even count as lying on a federal form at the time. It's such an unbelievable charge. By the way, and remember, these are the crimes that Pisco says it is highly immoral and unethical for Biden to pardon his son for. It's actually unbelievable. Any illegal drug. Well, even though it had not been used in the commission of a crime, even though they'd never ever fired the gun, even though I never bought it with the intent to do a crime, even though people buy guns every single day, obviously, that smoke marijuana. And it is equally against the law to check that box if you do, or to own a gun if you smoke marijuana on a regular basis. Joe Rogan. Just in any way. They charged me with 3 different counts that could be up to 30 years in prison. Those are the 2 things. And this is obviously a special counsel that had come to an agreement with me and a plan in which I would have a diversion agreement and a plea agreement. And they blew it up on purpose at the behest of the right wing.
I got sober in 2019. So the acknowledgments in his own words, he read his audiobook, are that, hey, I was not sober when I was not...
This King Coop, unbelievable, this guy, dude.
Off drugs when I was purchasing that gun, which is illegal.
My whole point of all of that is that was the culmination of years of investigating me. Nothing about Ukraine. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the charge for being intoxicated or under the influence of some substance and using a gun at the same time is actually different than the ATF one. I don't know if anybody actually ever gets charged with that ATF one. I'm so curious. I wish there was an easy, I don't think there's like a database, because I was trying to find this for my own thing, looking up civil cases. I don't think there's like a database where you just look up like every criminal charge filed in some state. There should be, right? Nothing about a laptop, nothing about my father, nothing about bribery, nothing about China, nothing about children, nothing about... Nothing. No, the big man, 10%, Burisma, nothing. Sure, I know you are. And I get so tired of having, I'm not saying to you, but it's just like, it's like spitting into the wind, man. Like, what's the point? Like, it is just like, how do I fight against New York Post? How do I fight against Fox News in their echo chamber? No matter what I say. They can say whatever the hell they want to say, and they know it. They absolutely know it. They can say whatever they want to say. For over a year, I was the number 3 most spoken about person on Fox News without having done anything in 3 years. Like me personally. I had not left the country. I had not left the state of California. I had not left my... He wasn't running for office. He wasn't running for anything related to government. House on more than 2 or 3 occasions for the simple fact of not being harassed. I literally sat in the garage by virtue of my choice and my desire and painted for 3 years. And then they accused me of crimes for painting. What do you mean? No, that I couldn't sell my paint. That it was a clear conspiracy to... Why Hunter Biden's artwork sale has sparked ethics concern. Wait, what? On Cuck News Network, on CNN? No shot. Wait, no shot. That's not a real article. This is deep faked AI, and they're about to laugh, and I shouldn't even be looking this up because they're going to laugh immediately.
Hunter Biden's artistic debut is sparking ethics concerns for the White House as some critics raise eyebrows over the high-priced pieces and whether they pose a conflict of interest. Are you serious? And we have Trump coin. We have Trump coin. Trump coin. We have Trump coin. We have Trump coin. 60% stake. Trump coin. We have Trump coin right now. Pieces are priced between 75 and 100. Did he even sell these artwork pieces? Did he even sell these? He wasn't even in the government. He wasn't even in the government. He wasn't even part of the government. He didn't do anything in the government. Meanwhile, we have Eric Trump giving an interview to Benny Johnson, who took illegal money from Russia to do propaganda through a shell company, doing an interview with Eric Trump talking about a made in America cell phone that's made in China that they're going to be selling. Bro. Oh, we watched this on the Rumble. I don't even know if they talk about it.
Everything that you just detailed. The multiple assassinations and the actual scope trained on your father's head who took a bullet to the head for this country.
A bullet to the fucking head? What? It was the smallest corner of his ear, maybe. Hunter Biden's artistic debut is sparking ethics concerns for the White House as some critics raise eyebrows over the high-priced pieces and whether they pose a conflict of interest.
You an opportunity to explain that you can build things here in America with Trump Mobile.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, we can and we will. So we launched Trump Mobile. And Benny, this all started when they deplatformed my father, right? We had to build Truth Social, right? To combat the fact that they were taking away his freedom of speech. Then all of a sudden, for our company, they started coming after our bank accounts. They were trying to cancel us. They pulled every account from us. And so we really got to the crypto space, World Liberty Financial and others, because we wanted to combat that. We believed in DeFi. We wanted to give people financial freedom back. We're doing the same thing with Trump Mobile right now. I'm incredibly excited. You can build these phones in the United States. Our customer service is in the United States. It's in St. Louis, Missouri.
All that is a lie, by the way. It's not. It's made in China. They took it off the website. And anybody that knows anything about any part of technology or anything about engineering ever, period, actually, anybody that's ever made or ordered or looked into the assembly of a single complex product in their entire life knows that no company in 2024, 2025 can announce, oh, by the way, this new highly sophisticated technological thing, we're making this in America and it's going to be shipping in 6 months.
We can add more functionality. We can do it cheaper. We can do it better. And eventually all the phones can be built in the United States of America. We have to bring manufacturing back here. And so our ethos is, build for Americans, by Americans, do it cheaper, do it better. Monthly plans, $47 a month, which we kind of thought was fun and cool. Unlimited calling.
$47 a month. Okay, I'm done.
Launder money and to curry influence by selling acrylic on canvas abstract painting by Hunter Biden.
How do you prevent a purchaser paying too much so as to ingratiate themselves with the first family?
All of a sudden.
Oh my God. You kill me.
The Iranians are going to change their nuclear weapons program. I mean, it's such insane bullshit. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers.
With Trump Mobile, we're going to be introducing an entire package of products.
They're selling gold telephones and sneakers and $2 billion investments in golf courses and selling tickets to the White House for investment into their meme coin.
Overnight, President Trump returned.
That was like 1 out of 50 things. That was like 2% of all the insane shit that this moron has had his hands in selling.
The White House after a black tie gala for the biggest buyers of the Trump crypto coin.
The Qataris give him a jet, and the Emiratis put $2 billion into their crypto.
God, can you I just want
for the biggest buyers of the Trump crypto coin.
The Qataris
just any of this. Hillary Clinton flies in on a $400 million Qatari jet. Like, can you imagine? It would be a mass suicide event for conservatives in the United States. Their heads would explode. Their heads would explode.
A jet, and the Emiratis put $2 billion into their cryptocurrency, and the Saudis are going to build a tower. And I mean, by the way, that's just what we see. And I even hate mentioning my name in that because either I'm the biggest moron on the face of the earth, or like, what the are we talking about? Like, what is Fox News talking about? Anybody that mentions my name in Crime Family in the same, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, believe the worst case scenario that you believe about me. Believe that I was painting paintings, not because I've been a painter my whole life, not because it literally saved my life, not because it's really meaningful to me. Believe that I was painting paintings to somehow curry favor with whomever, okay? As compared, like if you believe the worst possible thing that they've ever said about me, what they are openly doing
is 20 times worse. True!
They're openly doing, and nobody's batting an eye. Don Jr. is opening a club called the Executive Club in Georgetown, in which it is promised that you will be able to rub shoulders at the cost of a $500,000 initiation fee.
The $500,000 membership fee would make it the most expensive private membership club in the country after Mar-a-Lago.
To join the club with people and decision makers in the cabinet of his father.
Now, the launch party on Saturday night included a who's who from the Trump cabinet with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Attorney General Pam Bondi, SEC Chair Paul Atkins, Dr. Oz, and a lot of others.
What is that other than literally the sale of influence? And by the way, that's just like a side thing for them.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that's what we know about now.
Exactly, and that's the stuff that's out in the open.
Yeah, stuff you can Google at this present moment.
I don't get it. I don't get why people don't understand that it is the biggest grift that there is. And just look over here. Look at Hunter Biden, the crack addict. Look at him. Laptop. And then I get in an argument about the provenance of the laptop and what it was and where it came from and who, and these random, morons like the laptop repair shop owner, and, the blind laptop repair shop owner that wears a Scottish
wants to judge people, but that guy looks like a fucking moron.
Oh my God.
Do you fear for your safety every day?
Yeah, I don't leave the house.
But regardless, I mean, by the way, watch him speak.
Do you fear for your safety every day?
Yeah, I don't leave the house.
But regardless, I mean, by the way, watch him speak. And anyway, whatever. I don't know the motivations other than I think that a lot of people that are just so in need of some kind of relevance, and so they convince themselves. I don't think that all of these people just come at this. I mean, I've watched the way in which you have communicated with and had sincere conversations with people that are crazy. And
why don't you
do it with empathy?
Because I'm on a podcast with Dan right now.
You do it with a open, at least in my opinion, is that the thing that I like about and I'm not blowing smoke, is that you do it with sincerity. You listen, and you give space for them to not be laughed at. And so I don't want to make fun of these people.
Well, the thing is, the reason I do that is because I have a fundamental belief that most people think they're doing the right thing. Most people out there don't wake up and say, I'm going to repeat misinformation, cause harm to people, and make people feel like those people do exist. So I always look a level deeper. Kelly, for example, from the movie.
To help with context, this conversation that I'm having with Hunter is in reference to my recently released independent documentary film called Dear Kelly, which chronicles the radicalization of a middle-class family man from California into a die-hard January 6th MAGA soldier. The protagonist is a man named Kelly J. Patriot, who I first met in 2021 at the White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
Okay, was he though?
Two men carrying Trump 2020 flags and one going head-to-head with protesters who surround him and rip his flag down.
They just try to cancel you. If they don't like your position, they just attack you and try to cancel you. Attack you, try to cancel you. Attack you, try to cancel you. Attack you, try to cancel you.
After meeting him, I took a 4-year deep dive and captured what I believe to be a powerful portrait of a family broken up by economic downturn and then reactionary political discourse that preyed on those financial hardships.
Do you guys know who Hunter Biden is? I've heard that Hunter Biden and Bill Joyner are tight. He's tied in with the White House. Oops, careful. If you go this way, look out for Bill Joyner.
If you want to watch Dear Kelly, it's not on YouTube or anything like that, but it's currently available on streaming for a $5.55 rental fee at www.dearkellyfilm.com. And I'm being pretty badly sued over the film right now for reasons that you'll come to understand if you watch it.
Bill Joyner.
So to be transparent, I can use as many streams as I can possibly get right now. And for those of you who are in physical media, we also have a limited quantity of around 100 Dear Kelly DVDs here in the office right now. I'm pretty stoked about these. We just had them made, and those are actually listed for sale right now at www.dearkellyfilmdvd.bigcartel.com for $25.55 with like $3 or $4 shipping. It's not just a film. If you've already seen the film, this could also still be beneficial to you because it has multiple deleted scenes and then a whole new director's cut with full commentary from me, Uncle Pill, and our buddy Elliot. So if you want to see that, if you want to watch the movie at dearkellyfilm.com, or you want to copy DVD, so I'm going to put the link to both those things in the pinned comment and the description box of this video. Anyways, when talking to Hunter about Dear Kelly, I was explaining that in addition to tracking a through line directly from the 2008 financial crisis up to January 6th, the film also explores exactly how batshit conspiracy theories begin to fester in the darkest corners of the internet, like from a human perspective, asking the question, who's telling them this?
Who is feeding him this information? Who is using him as a pawn to forward their own agenda? Who's taking advantage?
Anything of the Pam Bondi Maxwell meeting? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. She's probably trying to get something from her because now they feel like they have to give the public something because they've driven this up so much. But I feel like if she had anything to offer, I feel like it would have already happened in conjunction with all of her sentencing and conviction and everything.
Of whatever grievances or economic or social insecurities he has to make him think this way. And so I think that the evil, and maybe that's kind of a simple term, I would call it the sort of nihilistic, capital-driven, self-interested crowd who just want to grow their own profile and make as much money as they can by giving people misinformation. That is where I'm more critical of. So what I was curious about when I met Kelly is, what are your media consumption habits? Where do you get your information from? You're able to understand the informational ecosystem, and then you can kind of get to the bottom of it. And so I was really curious, going back to when those contents of the laptop first leaked, I want to help the audience understand the anatomy of a smear. Because we know that there was nothing in those files that was significant enough to hold you liable for any criminal prosecutions. But how does it work? Because we know that it went from the repair shop man to Giuliani. Who were the first journalists to take that story and make it the massive story that it was?
Miranda Devine at the New York Post.
Miranda Devine is on the case in her book, Laptop from Hell.
Has made an entire cottage industry in 2 books, and her own podcast now. And she's an Australian journalist. I don't know when she came to the New York Post. She's worked for the Murdoch Empire for, I think, in some form or fashion between Australia and the United States.
So those two things are interesting. So you have New York Post, which is definitely based upon ad revenue and clicks as more of a tabloid. And then the Murdoch family is a bit of a deeper agenda with more committed investors.
Yeah.
Were they different, or were they together?
I don't know enough to know the level to which the Murdoch family involves itself in whatever choices that Post or Fox News is making about the stories that they're going to tell. I just don't know. And I don't want to speculate, but I do know this, is that...
Imagine if this is a Republican asked that question. Actually, Soros dictates to every single journalist what their agenda is going to be for the day, and they only... Basically, Soros is writing every single article. Soros is actually a demon cyborg who lives off methamphetamine and adrenochrome, and he stays awake 24/7 writing articles for the liberal media to publish, by the way.
It's all a business. So what I figured out really quickly is that everybody that is, by the way, really smart people that have been in the business of politics and communications and media for a long time, people that I trusted, that said that I trusted in the past for good reason, because they're smart and they care, and they have a great track record, said, look, it's going to pass. The only way that the story continues is if you feed it by responding to it. It's so outrageous that the only way that it stays in the news and stays a thorn in your side is if you respond to it, okay? So when the laptop story came out as the October surprise, the advice was, don't respond to it, because the insanity of what they were saying about, like, Miles Gow was going out there with that guy in New Zealand who took the hard drives in New Zealand and was pressing a story about how I was running sex trafficking rings in China, okay? And they were doing all this stuff. And it was so outrageous. 68 national security people came out and said, this has all of the hallmarks of a Russian operation. Because it did. They didn't say it was, but it had all the hallmarks of it. And so everybody said, just don't respond, don't respond, don't respond. Well, what I figured out is this, is that it doesn't matter. Once they had a story that involved the son of the President of the United States, drugs, sex, nude pictures, mysterious figures across the globe, all in the mix of the biggest political story in all time. It was just too much of a moneymaker for them. All they had to do, if you go back and look at all these stories, it didn't matter whether it was a story about, what color shirt I was wearing that day. Every single...
Who's interviewing Hunter here? Is he good faith? Yeah, it's the Channel 5 guy.
Story included a picture of me naked. Every single story, the story that you would come to with the title, and Hunter Biden heads to court today. It was a story of me, smoking a crack pipe in a bathtub without a shirt on, or with a blurred out woman in a hotel room. Almost every single one of them. And so they would draw people's eyes with that, and then people would click on it. And so instead of doing one story about me a day, they would do two stories about me a day. And then the Daily Mail picked up on it. You know how many times the Daily Mail over the course of the last...
It literally was his laptop, by the way, never forget. Is there proof of that? What is the proof of that doesn't involve Giuliani?
6 years has reported that I was from witnesses that I am in rehab, or that I was seen at an Airbnb, or that I had bought a home in Beverly Hills and crashed a Ferrari.
How many times? 500?
I mean, I'm really not joking. I mean, dozens and dozens of times.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe 30 times.
Yeah. It just became a moneymaker for them. It just became, I think Miranda Devine said, it's the number one revenue generating story in the history of the paper.
Yeah, because you also, like I was saying, you have the individual egos and pockets of these journalists who are looking for a juicy story to make a name for themselves.
Yeah. And meanwhile, it became this thing. And, I really don't mean it like, oh, poor, woe is me. But it became this thing. Where do I start with my defense? Do I start with my defense about the fact that, the special counsel charged me? Yeah, I didn't pay my taxes on time.
Yeah.
But then I paid with penalties and interest. But then this happened. And, but wait, what about the gun? And you were a crack addict, right? And when were you a crack addict? And there was cocaine found in wait a second. You were doing business in Ukraine? What about that bioweapons lab in Ukraine? And don't you have some connections to George Soros? I mean, you can go down that chain, like I said before, from the reality-based kind of conspiracies that are trumpeted by Steve Bannon.
The FBI said it was Hunter's laptop. Did the FBI get FBI laptop Hunter Biden? Did they get the actual laptop, or did they just get a drive? Control F, FBI. On December 19th, under the authority of a subpoena issued by Wilmington Grand Jury, the FBI seized a laptop from Mac Isaac. FBI investigators handling Hunter Biden's laptop quickly concluded in 2019 the laptop was genuinely his and did not seem to have been tampered with or manipulated. In June 2024, federal prosecutors utilizing the laptop as evidence as part of a criminal case against Hunter Biden, allegedly alongside testimony from an FBI agent involved in authenticating and investigating. Okay, so it seems like it was his. Let me just make sure. It wasn't just like the hard drive or something. Did the FBI ever publish, was there like a press release for this or anything, or... Computer repair shop owner in Wilmington, Delaware, named John Paul Mac Isaac, has said Hunter Biden left a damaged Apple computer at his shop in April 2019 and asked to recover any data. Mr. Isaac said in an interview with the New York Times last week outside the shop that he is legally blind. He could not be sure whether the man was Hunter Biden, but asked his name to fill out a work order, and the man identified himself as Hunter Biden. Mr. Isaac said the man came to his shop twice, but never returned to retrieve the computer or an external hard drive on which its contents had been stored. At some point, he decided to examine the material, calling it alarming and embarrassing, but declining to discuss specifics. And then he said he made a copy of the computer's contents. Mr. Isaac said he told the Bureau, he said he eventually decided to contact the FBI after he began fearing for his safety because he knew it was on the laptop. Mr. Isaac said he met with FBI agents in late 2019 and provided them with a timeline of events. The agents returned about 2 weeks later in mid-December with a grand jury subpoena, allowing them to seize the laptop and the external hard drive. The subpoena was signed by a federal prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office of Wilmington. Agents also gave him a receipt for what they took, according to a photograph of it published by Fox News. The receipts includes an FBI code, the Bureau's internal classification for money laundering investigations, MBA. Officials separately confirmed that the FBI seized the laptop and an external hard drive as part of an investigation, though they did not detail the inquiry or whether it involved money laundering or Hunter Biden. Oh, well, that's a little different.
Hourly.
Stop. Didn't hear back from the investigators. He said that he wondered why the laptop's existence had not been disclosed during the impeachment proceedings against Mr. Trump. Mr. Isaac said it just didn't feel right that the existence of the laptop was not widely known. Somebody besides me should have known about it. Gave the copy of the hard drive to Mr. Giuliani's lawyer, Robert Costello. He spoke about this in his interview. He did, but honestly, in my mind, the strongest evidence that it was his laptop was in the interview. He seemed to give a non-committal answer to where he was like, I don't remember if I dropped off any laptop at some store. And I'm like, how do you not remember that? That seems kind of like a weird, non-committed position. But also, I don't know what it's like being on crack for 3 years. So maybe that, I don't know, I'm not sure.
And all the way down to Alex Jones.
Yeah.
And below.
I mean, I just feel like maybe this isn't a woe is me thing, but I mean, it's just kind of sad. Like, I don't want to, make you play the victim here or anything, but you got a year plus sober. You've just married the love of your life. Things are starting to look up. And all of a sudden, all of your private messages and photos for 2 decades are now owned by the political opposition of your father and are being published by a sort of horrible ecosystem of these like carnivorous journalists who are just looking to destroy and dissect every element of your private.
Yeah, so that's what I would be curious about. So the Utopitarian says, sounds like somebody hacked Hunter Biden, put it on a laptop and dropped it off claiming to be Hunter Biden, then created this mess. So that would be my curiosity, but that you could very easily dispel that by giving some kind of evidence of like what the laptop was. Like I think that there are ways that you could disprove that. Like if you have like an image of a drive and like you can see that this has been used for like 6 years with a ton of like random programs installed or random things logged into or a whole bunch of other stuff. I feel like you could fight against that theory, but I've just never seen that much. I don't know if anybody has I don't know if we never got like a very satisfying, I think, forensic record or whatever of like what was actually on this laptop or anything. Or maybe we didn't, I just missed it, I guess, I'm not sure.
Private life. Do you feel like sobriety became harder after the October surprise?
You would think the answer was yes, but what it ended up doing is that it ended up, I had for the first time ever to truly make a choice in sobriety, like in full sobriety, a month of sobriety, for the first time in my life to make a choice whether to live or die. And what I mean is that I knew there would be no coming back. If I lost it then, at that moment in time, the level of shame and guilt that I would have had.
Didn't you just read that it was an external hard drive? Why would someone drop off an external hard drive with their laptop? Well, didn't the guy say that he used the external hard drive to back up his data? Maybe. So like this is what's frustrating is there's just not enough information. So like this is saying after being handed the device by a Wilmington, Delaware computer shop owner in 2019, the FBI quickly concluded by examining computer data as well as Hunter Biden's phone records that the laptop was genuinely his. Like, I don't know what that means exactly. Like, I imagine there are types of data that you could examine that would like pretty resolutely say like, oh yeah, this is definitely like, this is almost certainly this guy's laptop. But there are also like ways that you could do this. And yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, why did he need data recovered from this laptop? What was broken about it? That would be has that ever been said? Because the FBI quickly concluded by examining the computer data as well as Hunter Biden's phone records, the laptop was genuinely his. Makes it sound like they didn't look at the laptop itself, or I'm assuming they did. I just wish there was more information here. Like, what was the data that Hunter said he wanted to recover from this laptop? What did the computer guy say? He just wanted all of it? He said that Hunter Biden left a damaged Apple computer at his shop in April 2019 and asked to recover any data. The man came back to his shop twice, but never returned to retrieve the computer or an external hard drive in which its contents have been stored. Does he have like, there's no security camera footage? Is there anybody else to corroborate this anywhere? Like the computer store repair place doesn't have any kind of like camera system or anything at all? No nearby stores had cameras recording outside anywhere? Was any of this ever corroborated by anybody ever? Like it's 2019, not 1997. And this guy was so blind that he couldn't tell it was Hunter Biden, but he could read the receipt? Maybe the guy wrote really large letters? Or like, how is he even seeing this stuff on the computer? Maybe he has like a magnification screen or something. Times last week outside the shop that he's legally blind and could not be sure whether the man was Hunter Biden, but asked him to fill out a work order. And the man identified, maybe he got somebody else to read the work order? Like the story's not impossible, but this is an exceptional story.
In blowing it for everybody, I would have rather have died. So that was the first time in my life in which I was able to literally say, are you going to get out of bed this morning and exist without a drink or a drug, or are you going to kill yourself? Because that was the real choice. Because how could you ever make it back from that? In that moment, if I had relapsed, or in any moment since, but my level of confidence in who I am has given me much more of a reason to like not be that dramatic about it every morning. But in that moment, if I had used, can you imagine the fallout from that? It would have been a failure that I know that I truly don't believe that I could have recovered from. And by the way, potentially, a lot of the people that I loved, I don't know whether they could have recovered from that.
Yeah.
And so the incredible gift that they gave me was a freedom that I had never known, which is...
Read the forensic analysis on the wiki. Forensic analysis. In March 2022, the Washington Post published the findings of 2 forensic information analysts it had retained to examine 217 gigabytes of data provided the paper on a hard drive by Republican activist Jack Maxey. But I mean, like, damn, bro, at that point, represented that its contents came from the laptop. One of the analysts it is a disaster from a forensic standpoint. The analysts found that people other than Hunter Biden had repeatedly accessed and copied data for nearly 3 years. They also found evidence that people other than Hunter Biden had accessed and written files to the drive, both before and after the New York Post story. Like, that's kind of dumb. Like, you can make, it's trivial to make a disk image and to just have a backup of like the original disk image, you know, like that's your hard disk, the whole image of everything on the drive. One second. The analysts found that people other than Hunter Biden, in September 2020, someone created 6 new folders on the drive, including some with the names Biden Burisma. Like, why would you ever be working off of a drive that you're using also like as an archive thing? You should always be working off a different drive. Or maybe this was a drive they were working on that wasn't an original backup, and they just gave this one to the Washington Post, including some of the names Biden Burisma, Big Guy File, Salacious Pics Package, and Hunter Burisma Documents. One of the analysts found evidence someone may have accessed the drive contents from a West Coast location days after the New York Post published their stories about the laptop. I don't think anybody ever said that the emails themselves weren't real.
To fully comprehend the choice that you have in life is that you can wake up and live, or you can wake up and die. And every day since then, to a varying degree of success, I've chose to live. And I know that sounds hyperbolic, or maybe it sounds a little melodramatic, but I can tell you from my perspective, it has not been melodramatic or hyperbolic in any way. And
sorry, I keep cutting off our boy. Are there contacts that are strong enough or good enough? Is it possible to have those for people that are legally blind, or is the lens thickness usually too much? And they don't usually have contacts for people whose eyesight is that bad.
Coming Republican majority in the House promising to investigate Hunter Biden, the president's brother, and ultimately the president himself over their business dealings. What can we expect to learn from that?
You have a prescription of -8 and you have contacts. Okay, damn.
In the laptop repairman whose new book, American Injustice, is out tomorrow, details what happened after he discovered Hunter Biden's infamous laptop. John Paul Isaac is with me now. Sir.
Wait. Some guy just said, let's not talk about the fact that Russian hackers also did the fappening and the DNC hacks, etc. Were Russian hackers behind the fappening, the iCloud hack or whatever? Is that true?
How you doing? Good morning to you. And we've spoken before. Welcome back here. A couple of things I just want to update our viewers on. You worked for Apple for 6 years, and then you started your own shop. You fixed Apple products and Mac computers. Were you the one who was at the counter when Hunter Biden dropped off his laptop?
Unfortunately, yes. I'm sole proprietor, so I was the only one in the shop when he came in.
Refresh my memory. Did you recognize that it was him at the moment?
You know, I really never cared enough about the Bidens to pay attention to what the offspring looked like, so I did not recognize him. It wasn't until the check-in process when he announced who he was, and then also I kind of put the pieces together when I saw the Beau Biden Foundation sticker on one of the laptops.
Was that immediate or was that over time?
It was kind of, it was.
Wasn't a laptop guy blind? Legally blind. Legally blind can mean a whole bunch of different things. When your eyesight reaches a certain point, you're considered legally blind. But some people that are legally blind could theoretically still operate even without vision correction. It's just they have to be very careful and they need to hold things up close to it. And there's a lot of different things that can cause you to have like legal blindness. That doesn't mean you're like, it's black and you can't see anything.
I thought when I saw the Beau Biden sticker that this was actually Hunter's deceased brother's laptops, because often is the case that a customer will come in with equipment that belonged to a deceased loved one and they want to get the data off. So I figured this was no different. It wasn't until the next day when I realized that the person that came in my shop.
Could you do that on a 2015 or later Apple laptop? Is the data on the drive not encrypted by default? I thought that was standard practice since like Windows 7 or later. No, maybe it's not. No, maybe you have to turn on. When did like BitLocker or whatever become automatic? Because I think that's a more recent thing. Well, actually, oh God, I just said a more recent thing, but Windows 11 is like, Windows 10 is almost 10 years old. Windows 11 is 4 years old. I don't remember when like the encryption became default. And I don't know on the iMacs or whatever. One sec. I don't know about apples to say, or Max.
Op was also the person that starred in a lot of the homemade porn.
Wow. Okay, yes. And you quote an FBI agent as saying, it's our experience that nothing ever happens to people who don't talk about these things. What do you remember from that conversation? Basically, they were saying, don't go anywhere with this conversation.
Well, and I kind of was asking for it because, first off, when the agent showed up to my shop with a subpoena, I don't think, and those FBI agents had ever seen somebody so excited to be handed a subpoena in their life. I was overjoyed. And in the excitement when the agents were leaving after they confiscated all of Hunter's belongings, I made a comment to Agent Mike. I said, don't worry, lads. I'll when I write the book, I'll change your names.
Do we, the subpoena listed a serial number or whatever for the laptop. Can we use that serial number to know what the make and model or whatever of the laptop was? Where's that picture? What was we were looking at a subpoena by the FBI. I don't want a website telling me what model it was. I want to look at it myself. What was the picture to the subpoena that we saw? Oh, thank you. Okay, never mind. This is a good tweet. The New York Post hardly redacted anything, including the alleged serial number of Hunter Biden's MacBook Pro. I looked it up. These are the specs, which can easily be cross-checked. Okay, here's the serial number. Okay, MacBook Pro. They don't have model numbers. 2017. When did they... oh, God. I just need to talk to... I don't trust any... Because you retards in chat will just say anything. When... Does anybody know for sure? Anybody that actually knows computers? When did they start, like, mandating drives to be encrypted? Like, when were they encrypted by default for Macs? Because I think it's ordinary now. Way back in the day when we used what were they even called? Not IDE cables. Before SATA cables, we used these big ribbons. Were they IED cables? Improvised explosive device? That's not it. Was it IDE cables? Oh, it was. You used to be able to just like take a drive. You would change a jumper to go from master to slave, and you could just plug it in, and you could just literally click and drag whatever the fuck you wanted off the drive. Or like if you took an image of the drive, you could literally just like use what do we use back then? Daemon tools. And you could just host it, or you can mount it like virtually and just like copy paste files of it. But I don't think today, if somebody gives you a drive out of a modern computer, at least out of an Apple computer, or like over the past 5 years, you can't do anything with that drive. All the data is encrypted. You need the actual, I don't know if it's like an Apple password or the computer password to decrypt the device. I think maybe even on Windows 11, they might do that now, but I don't know. Let's just say that Hunter Biden was not the one who dropped the computer off. What would that change? Well, that would mean that the entire story was literally a Russian plant story. That conservatives, like, this is another one, this lab leak and the Russiagate, everything else, like they always use these stories to try to point to some huge conspiracy against them. And it would just be funny if this actually was. Assuming Hunter came in to fix his computer, surely he would have given the guy the password of the computer, right? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say that.
And that's when Agent Mike turned around and told me that in their experience, nothing ever happens to people that don't talk about these things, which was kind of chilling. But out of respect, I did change Agent Mike's name in the book.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. So here's Jim Jordan just last week on this, okay? On what we might...
He did drop it off. He said it in the video. Did he say that he dropped it off in this interview? I thought he said he didn't remember dropping it off.
Get to eventually. Listen.
So we've went from it wasn't his laptop and it was Russian disinformation to, oh, whatever was in there didn't affect the president's business dealings, even though he was involved, even though the laptop was real, even though it wasn't disinformation. That's how far we've come. So I think I think there are all kinds of questions that need to be answered, and we're determined to get there.
Well, I don't know how far they get. They're going to try. What do you think we should know? What do you think we should learn next?
Well, I have been doing everything I can and working with my legal team and members of Congress, which I'm delighted to say all of them that I've been working with got reelected. So to make sure that they have genuine, clean and pure copies of the laptop. Also, every interaction I had with the FBI, I've sent over to Congress. There's two fronts that I see. I see holding the FBI accountable for colluding with our mainstream and social media to block a story, a real story with real consequences, and also get to the bottom of what the Biden family was up to when Joe Biden was vice president. And I think that we have the people in Congress now. They have the resources and the tools. And I'm hoping that we're going to get some accountability.
Last point I would add there, you named 1 and 2. Here's what strikes me. You say American people should feel comfortable going to authorities without fear of retribution or retaliation. Is it your experience that this was retaliation?
You know, I have been dealing with retaliation from multiple fronts for the past 2 years when what I did was leaked to the country. I'm expecting it, and I'm going to expect it to continue. It's just when people are threatened, they fight back.
Wow. And the book is out tomorrow. John Paul Mac Isaac. We will speak again as this investigation.
Oh, and he has a book. Wait, how did his name even get leaked? Did it get leaked by the FBI, or was it because he publicly reached out to people? Like, did Hunter leave a phone number to call when the computer repair was done? Everything about this story is so weird. I don't want to dive into this. I'm going to get triggered if I dive into this. He met with FBI agents in late 2019. He wondered why the laptop's existence had not been disclosed during the impeachment proceedings against Mr. Trump. Why would that even matter? What would that have to do with him being impeached? Other than distracting from it. This guy claims he called members of Congress too after the FBI. And then the New York Post reported that in September he gave a copy of the hard drive to Rudy Giuliani. It's so weird. I don't want to dive into this. How is the forensics on this and all the information about this so bad? Okay, fine. What's the biggest interview this guy's done about this? What's this guy's name? I just want to eat my sandwich. Hunter. That guy. John Paul Mac Isaac. Oh my God. Part 1? Part 2?
Mark, by the way. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, my name's John Paul. John Paul, okay. It's my pleasure. Have a good day. You rescued him for 5 minutes there. You rescued him for 5 minutes. There you go. Okay, so now you can go back to your solitude, sir. Nice meeting you, John. Cheers. Hey, I guess you go to solitude. See you guys later.
John Paul, so what everyone wants to know, and I think is like the definitive question, is who reached out to who first on Giuliani? I think that's the answer we need to have.
Nice audio.
Or there'd be some clarity on this.
Call from A0 service.
There's a whole bunch that happened in the middle. And I don't feel comfortable about talking about it because I'm still concerned. It's.
When you say a whole bunch, was it a bunch pertaining to federal investigators or a whole bunch that pertain to other actors?
Those are so persistent. Well done, Chairman.
You know what I mean?
This can't be a real interview. Excuse me. What the f, guys? Come on.
Was all this stuff happening good?
If we all agree to off the record, so I can find out if I can just ask you if I'm allowed to talk about this. Can we do that?
No. You can go call.
So are you saying
and ask him, and then come back and talk to us?
So do you know did you send the copy to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer? Do you know how the copy of the hard drive got to his lawyer? No comment?
And why this is important is because the Rudy Giuliani connection to the impeachment inquiry last year going after Joe Biden, and now we're a couple weeks before the election. And so that's the sticking point right there.
Do you think this was a kind of known secret among Trump circles that even before you gave this to Giuliani, that this was out there, that there was this hard drive with potentially incriminating things?
I saw stuff that made me uncomfortable, and I felt afraid and fearful of repercussions, fearful of all due respect again to your professions, this kind of stuff. And I just wanted it to go away.
Have you heard from any of the Bidens, basically from the time that you received that laptop till today?
Did you call the FBI from the store or your cell phone? From your house?
They approached me.
The FBI. How did the FBI
approach you?
Nope, that's a lie.
How would they know about it?
That's what I haven't. See, that's what we were talking about earlier. You did something. You made some action that tipped the FBI off, and I don't think we've gotten clarity on that. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe Hunter Biden told the FBI, which I doubt.
Yeah. I'm so going to run stuff there. I hope you guys didn't come all this way for me to say no comment.
Well, I'm also confused because you told me that you did reach out to the FBI and that they didn't really do much with it. So was it that they came to you or that you went to them?
I was afraid. I reached out to some people that I trusted that could possibly get be in contact with the FBI that I can trust.
Ah, that's significantly different than saying I called the FBI. That's an interesting point that he just said that. Maybe something different will come out as he keeps talking, but repeat it. This guy just said that they asked him, like, because they're trying to figure out, well, what happened? How did the FBI find out about this? Which is a legit question. And he's giving non-committal answers. And then he said, like, well, they came and got it. And the other reporter's like, well, hold on. I thought you said you reached out to the FBI. And now he's saying, well, I contacted somebody who could help me get in contact with the FBI. What does that mean? Where was this? Sorry, hold on. Like, I'm saying this statement right here. I just want to retire. I hate this. I don't like this. I don't like doing anything on the internet. I hate all media is boring. This statement of he contacted the FBI is significantly different than I contacted friends to get me in contact with the FBI. The implication behind those statements is far different. It implies that he's talking to people that aren't part of the actual FBI to get advice on how to go to the FBI. It implies that he could have been taking a different channel through the FBI, right? Because there's like an ordinary process by which you would submit a tip, or you would get like an interview with a field office where agents would come to your house. I've done this like 5 times at this point. There's an ordinary process by which you would either be interviewed by them or submit evidence to it. So I'm just saying that this statement is not strictly true. Now, it might be inconsequential. Maybe by the time I listen to the rest of this, it'll be inconsequential. But those are two very different things.
That could possibly get me in contact with the FBI.
His story is also very like, I think I reached out to somebody. How would you not remember any of this? This was posted on October 22nd, 2020. This all happened within the past several months. He said in April. It was dropped off in April? So it was dropped off 6 months ago or less, and all of this happened. How do you not remember any of this? Why are we so non-committal on all of our answers here? I don't know. Maybe he's nervous.
That I can trust, and then they showed up.
This over the
like that too. I needed to find somebody I could trust. Like, what does that mean? That's a very loaded statement.
Have you researched these people?
No.
These were friends. You know these people for a long time?
Yes.
About how long?
Like law enforcement or civilians?
No comment.
And are they Republicans, or are they anything?
Okay, he contacted somebody that he knew for a long time with connections to the FBI?
To do with politics?
No. Just no comment.
Just friends of years.
Yeah.
Multiple years.
People I trust.
Less than 10 years?
No comment.
And so this was last winter, fall, and then they subpoenaed you on December 9th, according to you.
Okay, somebody said, how did this get a hold of the laptop? So this would be, I don't even know what percentage I would assign this. Like I'm thinking at like less than 50% for this. But the conspiracy would be, let's say that I hack your email address. And let's say inside of your email, let's say that you have 10 years of humiliating, embarrassing things, or your iCloud account, okay? I can't just leak that through Julian Assange, or I can't leak that because it'll be like Russian hack, whatever. I don't want to play into the US delusion that us great Russians are doing bad things. So what I could do is, let's get an old laptop, and then I will log into that laptop. I'll create a user account. I'll call it Hunter Biden, and I'm going to log into your email and everything on that laptop. And then I'll just load all of these files information here. And then I'm going to give this to somebody in the US, and I'll have them disseminate the laptop somehow through, I guess, a computer repair shop. And then when they get the laptop, they'll open it, they'll look at it, and they're like, oh my God, look at all this incriminating Hunter Biden stuff. This wasn't a hack at all. This was a legitimate leak? I don't know what you would call this, because it kind of is. It was dropped off a computer repair store. Even if we accept his version of events, it's very weird that you're leaking this, possibly even illegal, almost certainly illegal. Maybe, I don't know what like media protections there are here. But it's a way to basically get the story in American media without it being a quote unquote Russian hack, you know? It could also be that his laptop was genuinely stolen and then dropped off somewhere. Although I don't believe that would be the case unless you'd already gotten access to what's in the laptop, because you wouldn't want to risk that because you don't know what's there. And you might not have anything juicy on it at all, but.
Sorry.
I think the issue for us is that the longer we don't understand these points, we're just going to keep showing up here, and this is going to continue.
Dumb question, but do they have any surveillance footage of anyone dropping off the laptop at the store or around the area? No. So that's also weird, because he says that Hunter Biden came to his shop 3 times. but he also was too blind to be able to identify him, but he recognized him the next 2 times he came in. Maybe he had his glasses on the next 2 times. So he said he came in 1 time to drop it off and then 2 more times afterwards, but never asked for the laptop or picked it up. But to my knowledge, there isn't, because I feel like we would have seen it spammed all day on conservative media. There's never been any proof, I believe, presented ever to the public that Hunter ever set foot or was in the area even of this laptop repair place.
Break me down.
And all we want to know is just the order of things, how they happened, so that we can get it right. And until then, you're going to continue to face these questions.
I still have an interest in protecting the people I care about. And because of that, I don't feel comfortable about
I still have an interest in protecting the people I care about. And because of that, I don't feel like talking
about the path of life.
So Eagle, that would be interesting. If that was the case, you could link me that because I feel like that would almost be dispositive. Eagle said, Destiny, surely there is proof of payment from Hunter Biden tied to the laptop serial number so they can verify the match, right? Even without tying it to the laptop serial number, like if they could show like a Visa or a card or something that he'd used, that would help a lot. It would almost be dispositive. I think like, oh, he was definitely there, right? If the guy literally swiped his Visa, unless they like hacked his like credit card too, which is not impossible, but well, yeah, maybe I wouldn't say it's dispositive, but that would like 95%. That's like 95% push you in that direction, I think.
Have you had any communications with Trump campaign officials, Republican officials, political operatives of any kind about this?
And what I don't understand is if Hunter Biden never came back, and you have his paperwork that says Hunter Biden on it.
Wait, here he says Hunter Biden never came back. But in all these media stories we've read, he says he came back twice. What did he say? Where did he make that statement at? Mr. Isaac said that Mr. Biden filled out a work order and identified himself as Hunter Biden and that he came to the shop twice but never returned to retrieve the computer. Or maybe he means like he came once and then he came a second time to drop it off but then never came back again? Maybe? The sentence is written kind of weird, I guess. I'm not sure. Because it didn't say he came back to his shop twice.
The Bidens are all over this town, and everyone kind of knows them. So, did you not try to reach out to anyone who may have known the guy who's running for president and say, your son's laptop is here?
Receipt for the laptop that was used in the gun case. April 17th, 2019. Is this like would this be a tap to pay? This looks like a legitimate, like when you buy something on a thing, there's it auto emails you or whatever, and there's an invoice number. I don't think tap to pay was regular use back then. I think this looks like a Square receipt. Okay, so there is a receipt of this being dropped off at least, and it was emailed to him. I'm assuming this is his email here. Oh, and this here has his signature. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. This is an invoice, not a receipt. My bad. I imagine if there's a signature, the problem is I don't know if this was cut in favor or against. If somebody's signing for it, they must know what Hunter Biden's signature looks like. I imagine it's easy to find that, right? So I don't know if I would count it one way or another. I wonder if he uses the same signature on everything though. I'm trying to think if I could. I feel like you could count it a little bit in favor of the fact that he was actually there. I feel like it would go at least a little bit to that favor. Why does it say 3 MacBooks? Where? Data recovery from MacBook Pros. Attempt data recovery from 3 MacBook Pros. Recover data to store server and contact customer when complete. What does dispositive mean? If something is dispositive, then you would say that like it's proven the thing and nothing else matters at that point. So like if I had, let's say that we go into a house and there is a body, there's a knife laying next to it bloody, and then there's neighbors heard a fight, like there's all this stuff. It's like, okay, well, what actually happened? You know, there's some wiggle room. And then let's say that we get like a video, like direct evidence of, oh, here's a video of this guy stabbing this person. You say, oh, that's dispositive. At that point, it doesn't matter what other evidence you present. Like this is 100% seals the deal on it. I wonder if he tried to call Hunter Biden afterwards. Yeah, I don't know why it says attempt data recovery from 3 MacBook Pros. That's also a little bit weird. I also can't, I feel like this doesn't look like it's a quote for service. Yes, this is a quote for service, sure. This doesn't look like the original PDF, the original scan. I don't work with Adobe much, but I feel like sometimes Adobe, you can ask it to do like an auto text scan to accentuate not accentuate, what would you say? To like make a text more clear. And that's kind of what this looks like, but it's not even, so I don't think that is it. Or maybe it is, because like obviously this doesn't look like a raw scan. It's, oh yeah, like an like when you push the enhanced thing or whatever. It's called OCR. I feel like we're being biased. He probably dropped the laptop off. The problem is that this is like an exceptional, the real story for this is exceptional. And then the conspiracy that I'm alleging is also exceptional. But it's fair, but both the actual story and the the conspiracy that I'm alleging, I don't know what would be less likely. Because the actual story is, in 2019, after getting clean, Hunter Biden took a laptop to a computer repair store and dropped it off. And the laptop has so much incriminating information on it. Nude pictures of him, pictures of him doing crack cocaine, logged into email accounts with business. Like, it's got so much incrimination. He drops off this laptop at a random computer repair shop and he says, hey, can you perform a function on this that I know is going to suck all the data off of it that you're going to have access to look through? And then can you let me know afterwards? He did that. So he didn't go to a better place. He didn't do this privately or destroy it. He never followed up on it. He just left it there. And this was after he was sober, right? Oh, wait, he said he got clean in June of 2019? Okay, so, well, I mean, even so, he never went back to it. Like, none of this on its own is unbelievable. Like, people can do retarded shit. But, like, the guy is also legally blind. He didn't recognize Hunter Biden coming in, despite the fact that the family is apparently well known in this area. He dug through the files. There's no security cameras or any, like, actual strong evidence linking him there, besides his signature. He came back twice, or he went twice. And then the guy also happens to have longtime friends that are Republicans and contacted Giuliani in order to get this disseminated. And then the alternative thing would be that there was some kind of intrusion or hack that was never publicized or detected, because I don't believe anybody has ever mentioned publicly that Hunter Biden's stuff got hacked, right? Nobody's ever publicly said that. And I feel like if somebody did hack your stuff, you would have a really big incentive to say, hey, by the way, Russia hacked my shit. Because that would go really far in your favor. So no hack of Hunter Biden's stuff was ever announced. And then, so somebody would have had to have taken a laptop preloaded with Hunter Biden's hacked material into a computer repair store and then dropped it off there with the hopes that this guy, well, not with the hopes, they'd be coordinating to some extent. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know how many times people recover computers like that have child porn? It's not entirely unbelievable. True, that does happen. But this guy's like a pretty big dude. Is Hunter Biden. This guy's doing business dealings all over the world. Like, if this was just like a random retard, then I think that's what I'm saying. People can make decisions with computers, but this is like a pretty big guy whose dad was the president of the United States. It'd be kind of crazy to be that reckless. Like, I'm sure he's had official training from intelligence services. I bet every family member of the first family or whatever gets some kind of training or some kind of information from intelligence services for how to secure your data. He was also on drugs. Yeah, I know, but he was on drugs, but I feel like that could cut either way, right? So for instance, like, he's on drugs and that's why he dropped the laptop off and never even followed up on it because he was being so reckless. But then I feel like you could also say, who the fuck is on a crack binger? And they're like, oh, shit, bro, I need to go in and pay money to get my laptop fixed. Now, if he said the guy had robbed the place while he was there, I'd be like, oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
That's generally not standard operating procedure. We customer leaves multiple.
This laptop is here.
That's generally not standard operating procedure. We customer leaves multiple points of contact, and when the repair is complete, we make every effort to reach out and contact the customer. And
wait. What is he saying here? It's not standard procedure when the customer leaves multiple. What, he didn't say multiple laptops, right? He said like something else. Hold on.
Standard operating procedure. We customer leaves us multiple points of contact, and
when the customer leaves us multiple what? Destiny, there were 3 laptops. Oh, points of contact might be what he's saying. Okay, that makes more sense.
When the repair is complete, we make every effort to reach out and contact the customer, and then do it again, and then after 9 days, the product is considered abandoned. We either recycle it or we reclaim it or take the parts that we used. If it's a repair that required parts, we take the parts back out. So we can use them in another thing. And then dispose of the machine.
And thank you for sharing about your medical condition, you not being able to see potentially whoever walked in here. But there's a part of the story that says that there was a Beau Biden Foundation sticker on the laptop. And so you saw that?
Yeah, it was on the cover of the Apple logo.
Okay. So it's that and the form that you think you believe and are certain that it was Hunter Biden's laptop.
What other information on the...
Wait, what? This is attorney statement. Statement of attorney Brian Della Rocca. I represent John Paul Mac Isaac, the Mac repair shop owner in Wilmington, Delaware, who unwittingly became the target of a smear campaign by doing what he thought was right. John Paul is not a right-wing fanatic, nor is he a Russian hacker. By way of background, John Paul has owned his shop for over 10 years now. Prior to that, John Paul was the lead genius at the Apple store in Littleton. And by the way, the genius bar is just people that do tech repair. I'm guessing at lead genius, you're not even a supervisor. You're probably just like a team lead. Not to take away from anybody. Sorry, I'm not trying to shut anybody. I know it's because I was a shift lead at McDonald's for a little bit before I moved to the casino, but I wasn't a supervisor. At the Apple store in Littleton, Colorado, and Newcastle, Delaware, once while employed by, well, actually, I say that. Maybe the leads work differently at Apple. My bad. I've never worked for Apple. Once while employed by Apple, he found himself in a situation where, while fixing a customer's iMac, he came across seemingly illegal material. He followed protocol and contacted the authorities. No one questioned John Paul's ethics then. Fast forward to April 12, 2019, when a man claiming to be Hunter Biden walked into his shop. While John Paul was pleased that someone of Hunter Biden's notoriety was in his shop, he did not question why Hunter Biden was there. In fact, Hunter Biden had been referred to John Paul's shop. John Paul is well respected in the community, and it would have been uncommon for his patrons, and it would not have been uncommon for his patrons to refer others to his shop. John Paul provided a solution for one of Hunter Biden's 3 laptops on the spot. There were 3 laptops, okay. Another laptop was a complete write-off, but the 3rd laptop required more significant intervention. Wait, what happened to the other 2 laptops? Did Hunter take it with him? That laptop, okay, remained in the shop with John Paul. Hunter Biden returned 2 days later with an external hard drive to which John Paul would transfer the information. According to John Paul, recovering the data was difficult because of the significant liquid damage to the drive. He would boot the computer and transfer as much as he could before the computer shut down. Then he would boot up the computer again, verify what was copied, and then transfer more data until the computer shut down again. This process repeated several times. So he just turned it on, clicked and dragged, and just did that over and over again? Okay. Based. He couldn't remove the drive from the system? Hold on. Oh, it could be soldered on since it's a Mac? Oh, and solder means it's attached forever and can never be removed by a guy who worked as an Apple genius in a computer repair store? Okay. During this process, John Paul saw a certain piece of information, but at the time, he did not think anything of it. Instead, John Paul completed the work and contacted Hunter Biden to let him know. Hunter Biden never responded. As requested by Hunter Biden, a secure payment request was sent in an email but was never paid. John Paul contacted him at least one more time, but Hunter Biden never responded. The policy of the shop is that items not picked up within 90 days of the completion of the service will be treated as abandoned property. I mean, he sent an invoice. This seems legitimate. I've never heard this contested. And I'm assuming if he's saying he called him, there should be records of that. Page 4, Hunter Biden seems to deny paying the invoice. Well, sure, but if he never even saw it or whatever, didn't respond. I'm asking Louis Rossman if he ever looked into this or not. Hunter Biden responded. A request by Hunter Biden, a secure payment request was sent, but was never paid. Around mid-July of 2019, news of Hunter Biden's business dealings with Ukraine, were coming more into focus. And John Paul started to get uncomfortable with the information he had seen. He was unsure if the hard drive contained information pertinent to the legal investigation. At that point, he reached out to his father, a retired colonel in the U.S. Air Force, for advice about what he should do. They both decided that going to the FBI and handing over the Mac and the drive was the best course of action. Soon thereafter, John Paul's father took a copy of the hard drive to an FBI field office in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The FBI turned John Paul's father away, took a copy of the hard drive. Some of this seems like so plausible, and some of this seems so silly. Oh, man. Also, yeah, wait. Oh, you said why New Mexico? I'm guessing it's because his father lived down in New Mexico? Why? Yeah, but why that first? Then in mid-October of 2019, an FBI agent reached out to Colonel Mac Isaac and wanted to discuss the Mac and the drive. At that point, Colonel Mac Isaac passed along John Paul's contact information. The FBI then reached out to John Paul and met him at his house to discuss John Paul's concerns. On December 9th, 2019, the FBI served a subpoena on John Paul for the computer, the hard drive, and all related paperwork. He willingly gave it to the FBI and was happy to see it go. Out of an abundance of caution, John Paul made a copy of the drive in case he was ever thrown under the bus as a result of what he knew. As John Paul watched the impeachment trial, he wondered why there was no reference to the information he had provided to the FBI. As a result, starting in February of 2020 and until July of 2020, John Paul reached out to several members of Congress to notify them of what he had in his possession. His request fell on deaf ears. Hold on, I'm sorry. Some people try so hard to be like reasonable. I think this is motivated reasoning. It's likely just one of the things that looks crazy, but it happened The few strange facts don't disprove the broader fact pattern. He likely just assumed it was illegal shit, when in actuality it wasn't, and then people tried to use him, and he was willing to be a darling on Fox. This whole story is really fucking weird. I think this is a weird story. I'm not saying it's impossible that it happened as reported. It might even be most likely. But if you don't think that this is a weird fucking story, you are brain broken, or you're trying like super desperately to seem like a, like, oh, I'm never politically partisan, so I analyze all the facts in such a dispassionate way that I think every, like, there are certain negative stories that I'm just going to bite the bullet on as being totally real. This is a crazy story if this is true. I'm not saying it's false. I don't even know where I lean on it. I'm just saying it's a really, really, really weird fact pattern. Destiny, I just said it was weird, but this is like the Epstein weird facts. What? No, it's not at all like the Epstein weird facts. For the Epstein stuff, the idea that there was like a secret blackmail list, I don't think there's ever been any proof of that ever in the whole history of everything offered ever. For this, like, this guy, by his own admission, was unhappy that his president, that he loved so very much, was being impeached, and so he reached out to political operatives to share with them data from a laptop repair store where Hunter Biden, with no strong evidence besides a signature, I guess, had dropped, like, no, not even remotely close. What? It can all be authentic, though. Like, this can be real. As a result, starting in February, okay, wait, what happened? Okay, so you got mad that his daddy was being impeached. He reached out to someone he thought would be able to provide the information directly to the president. That person was Rudy Giuliani. A day after John Paul reached out to Giuliani's office, Robert Costello, Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, contacted John Paul to discuss the information and John Paul's concerns. September 24, 2020, John Paul then submitted information about the drive to Senator Ron Johnson through the whistleblower link on Senator Johnson's website. After that submission, and while Giuliani's office was still trying to verify the information, Senator Johnson released the Senate report on the Biden business dealings. As we all know, prior to the New York Post expose, rumors began to circulate about the existence of Hunter Biden's laptop. Those rumors did not start with John Paul. We believe, due to the timing of the rumors, that the information may have been leaked by Senator Johnson's office. Then, when Rudy Giuliani released the information to the New York Post, that is when John Paul's life as a respected part of the Wilmington, Delaware community changed. Now that the timeline has been established, what do we know? One, we know it is Hunter Biden's laptop because we have his signature on the repair authorization, and Hunter Biden's attorney has reached out to John Paul about the computer. Okay, the first thing is a piece of evidence. The second is not at all. Hunter Biden never returned to retrieve the information, rendering it abandoned property, or in other words, junk. We know that once you throw something into the trash, you relinquish your privacy rights to it, which is why so many investigations include a search of a person's trash. This is absolutely not true. I do believe that law enforcement in general have ruled that it is okay to collect evidence from a trash can, I think for like DNA matching, but you can't just go to somebody's trash can and dig out like a hard drive and have the right to publish all of the information that you find there. That's insane. The FBI confiscated the computer and the external hard drive and left John Paul with a receipt. The information on the drive was leaked to someone prior to the New York Post expose. John Paul has not released any information as he is cooperating with law enforcement, and to do so could hurt the investigation. Wait, what? Wait, so is he saying that Senator Johnson's office released information about the laptop that he's saying John Paul didn't provide them? Is that what that means? Or compare Hunter Biden's signature to one from the subpoena. The problem with comparing signatures is that, like I said, I don't know. I feel like I could think of ways why it could count in favor of and against. So like, for instance, if the signature, where is this? Hunter Biden's signature is here. So like the signature, it looks different, but like it could be because sometimes he doesn't give a fuck. Like, I don't know if if you showed me like 10 years of this signature and then he signed it here, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's maybe different. But like, maybe he just doesn't give a fuck in terms of signing some things. Maybe he had somebody sign something else for him. He's like, can you sign this for me? Maybe he was high when he signed here, so it was different. I don't know. I feel like I could make this count either way, right? Where was this? Which is more likely? How Giuliani became aware of it in the first place. The FBI was aware that there were Biden leaks early 2019, possibly late 2018. Before they actually got a hold of the laptop, they were alert during Dem primaries. Puggy Gups, if you're telling me the FBI thought there were leaks before this laptop was turned in, I feel like that cuts against you severely, because then it tells me that there already was like an attempt to like leak or hack his information or whatever. Or maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, this would be a Bayesian analysis thing. Where were we? What do we not know? We do not know if all emails released by the New York Post were actually on the hard drive. We do not know if the initial leak was from Senator Johnson's office, from Giuliani himself, or from somewhere else. The 50 former intelligence officials. Oh no. On the other side of the aisle, Senator Johnson, Rudy Giuliani, and countless other Republicans have used the laptop provided to them as part of a political campaign. This was not John Paul's intent. But he literally said it was because of the impeachment inquiry. He was trying to get the information to law enforcement, and in doing so, became a victim of politics. Although he's receiving money from he's receiving support from many Americans, he's also the subject of death threats and will likely be out of business as a result of this whole affair. I mean, well, obviously, you must know that, right? If a computer is left in your possession and then you give the computer over to the media, who the f is ever dropping anything off at your shop again? Right? Like, let's see, what is this? Defendant, in response to John Paul Mac Isaac is suing these people. Not 100% certain that this follows, but paragraph 67 is denied and this link. Wait, what? Denied. This is in response to the information contained in the New York Post expose came from Hunter, who voluntarily left his laptop with the plaintiff and failed to return to retrieve it. Well, you don't know which part of this he's denying, right? He could be denying that there might be stuff in the expose that he thinks doesn't come from the laptop or didn't come from the laptop, right?
Laptop that leads you to believe it was Hunter's.
Personal information.
Is there any thought in your mind that this might not have been Hunter's and might have been somebody trying to set something up?
No. No.
Did you ever review the contents of the hard drive, or did you just copy it and send it?
Well, the paperwork says I checked in the machine to do a data recovery from a liquid damaged computer.
So you would have seen some contents of the hard drive.
I would have been responsible for dragging and dropping all the content.
All of the contents.
It was a mess.
I'm not a data recovery expert, but I feel like you don't have to actually look at any of the files themselves if you wanted to do data recovery. I don't think you necessarily have to. I think you can do like hashes or compare images but I like compare images like that, like the data, not like looking at the pictures. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know how normal or abnormal that is, maybe.
And even though you couldn't see Hunter Biden, supposedly, who was here in this office.
No, I wouldn't have recognized him in a lineup. You know, I mean, it's like, obviously this is pre-masked on faces, which just screws me up 100 times more than now than it did a year ago. But, you know,
And sorry to just keep asking about this, but you just said you would have recognized him in the lineup.
I would not.
But you would not have recognized him in the lineup.
Fine.
Okay.
Did you ever see Hunter Biden before that time?
No, I really wasn't paying that close of attention up until last summer.
Did you say, I mean, I had asked.
That time?
No, I really
recognized him in the lineup.
I would not.
But you would not have recognized him in the lineup.
Fine.
Okay.
Did you ever see Hunter Biden before that time?
Had you ever seen Mr. Biden before that time?
No, I really wasn't paying that close of attention up until last summer.
Did you say, I mean, I had asked if you had known him growing up. Are you from Delaware? Or?
No, not, well, I'm a military brat.
Okay.
And was stationed all over, but then escaped slowly over Delaware in the 90s.
So you're in the Air Force? Or your parents were in the Air Force?
So when did you realize that it was Hunter Biden's laptop? I'm just confused about this because it was not when he walked in.
When he paused and said Biden, I was expecting to know who he was.
Really? Tell us more about that interaction.
Oh, it's on the paperwork, so I guess you can buy it.
And
I asked him for his name because the standard procedure is I'm like, let me get you checked into the system. First name, Hunter. Last name, and then there was a long pause, and then it was already. And I'm like, oh, and then I kept working. I have tons of, well, not tons. I have a handful of famous people that come in here, but I either don't recognize them or I don't know who Sabrina LeBeau, the older sister from Cosby, comes in for some. But I don't know, or I didn't watch the show too much.
And do you remember, did he say why he was dropping off his laptop here in Delaware? Because we have reason to believe that he was not living here at that time.
Customer came in with 3 products, three liquid damage MacBook Pros. One was a complete write-off, and I diagnosed that at the counter. It's a 2016 or newer model where you can't do a data recovery if there's substantial liquid damage to the logic box. It's Apple's. There's substantial liquid damage to the logic box. It's
substantial liquid damage to the what port? Is this guy's data recovery literally just him plugging in an external hard drive and hoping that he can click and drag off all the files? Is that the extent to this computer repair shop, the logic board? Is it really impossible to remove a drive? Like, even if it's soldered, you can't remove that?
Apple solders the drives to the logic board and makes it impossible. The machine can't do, there's just no machine at all. This machine was the vinyl. So I handed that back to him. The second machine had just a keyboard issue that was preventing him from typing in some of the keys weren't responding, also a liquid damage. So I gave him the keyboard. He said, "When you come back in, bring back the keyboard so we can borrow this." Because I guess he still has keyboard. The other machine, I needed to disable some hardware inside of it that was liquid damaged and corroded that was causing it not to boot. So that required it being disassembled, turning it on, getting the computer up off my network, and then manually transferring the data to the store server. And that's what we agreed on was the initial checking for the there.
What model was that one?
2016, I believe.
And so the third computer that you found.
The third computer was the only computer that I checked in.
So you didn't see the contents of either of the two, not the keyboard damaged one, obviously not the one that was on the one that was totally damaged. You just looked at it and said, "I can't do anything with this." Back in, or
it was right. I just handed it back to him.
Okay.
I'm not going to check something in when I know that there's no
right.
No hope for it.
What kind of liquid was it? Do you know?
I lacked the facility.
And do you remember if you said
And we don't think about in the tech world. We just don't think about what that.
Definitely.
Yeah. We just.
Do you remember if he said?
I'm going to ask this and it's not here, but I feel like I could go either way. If this guy was so paranoid that he could get in trouble for this, and he said he made a whole copy of the drive, I wonder if he took a picture of the laptop. Has he ever posted that? Did he ever take a picture of the machine itself? In one world, I could think maybe he just wouldn't think to do it because he's got the data, so who cares? But like in another world, if you're this paranoid that he's literally passing the information off to his father.
If it fell in a lake, or did he knock some water?
I typically don't ask those kind of questions. Nobody wants to go in detail how they screwed up their $7,800.
And so I'm just a little confused because why would Hunter Biden have 3 computers that were all broken? He's not like a computer salesman.
Rich, I guess.
That he's rich.
Was it a mechanical hard drive or solid state hard drive?
All these products had solid state.
They're solid state drives.
Okay.
Have you ever in the past seen content on a device you're repairing and contacted authorities?
Absolutely. When I worked at Apple, should I talk about it? I was a lead genius at the Aspen Grove Apple store many years ago, and one of my techs, a customer brought in a computer that had crashed, and if you own a Mac, sometimes when you turn them off instantly and you turn them back on, whatever you had open would open up back up automatically. So pretty much what you were doing at the time of death would show up, and that happened to have child pornography. So I was alerted. I locked the Genius door, called Littleton Police Department, and they came and confiscated the machine.
So did you call the Wilmington Police Department this time?
No, because I did not see child pornography.
Did you see anything illegal, potentially illegal? Or what you thought to be illegal, which is why you contacted somebody about this?
I thought that if people knew what I knew, then my life would be in danger.
If people knew what you knew, the people as in, again, the Bidens that you're talking about? I mean, because now people do know what you know.
There's a whole lot of players in this. Like,
the Ukrainians?
Call from zero service.
Don't put that in there. Guy's got a hit squad. No.
That's what you're afraid of.
I don't
You're afraid of
need
the
to.
Ukrainians.
I'm afraid of somebody wanting to not make sure that I don't extort them for money or that I don't do, things with their computer. They would silence people too. So I was afraid for the owner. I was afraid for the people that are involved on the content of it. And I just wanted it out of my shop.
So you're afraid for Hunter Biden, not of the Biden family.
I was,
You're afraid of Hunter Biden.
Not Hunter,
or the Biden family.
Yeah, just the lengths that people will go to in this political climate to keep things a secret.
And you're afraid of the Ukrainians?
A little bit. They're not. Some of them are very nice people.
Okay.
So that brings me back to my question about why did you re-up it to Rudy Giuliani if this all went away? Because the FBI didn't do anything and Joe Biden did not come after you.
Yet.
You genuinely think Joe Biden is putting your life in danger?
people that work for him, sure.
Do you think if Joe Biden were to be elected president, your life would be in danger? More so than it is now?
Probably about the same, but probably a little bit more. I don't know.
It seems like if there's any risk that might exist, it would have grown. It would have gotten worse in September after you had transferred the information to Rudy Giuliani's attorney. Like, if you're concerned before that, I just don't understand why you would put yourself out there farther and give this information to somebody who had actively been working to somebody who we all would assume if I was going to give information to Giuliani that's potentially damaging the Hunter, that's going to see the light of day. So why would you do that if you're trying to stay people?
I really don't want to acknowledge what you said, but I don't want to say no comment anymore because it's getting exhausting.
I think you should just tell the truth because
I am telling the truth.
I know you're telling the truth and you've been very helpful for us because we framed you before this too. But I guess...
Who did these reporters work for? Like, who's doing the interview here?
That is what we care about, right? We can all agree. Giuliani. And that is because it's part of the election. And it seems like you said you were scared because you had bad photographs of Hunter Biden. But the story now is they're blowing it up to be about Ukraine. And so you kind of re-upped the political angle of this. And so that's why people want to know. And it's totally fine if Rudy Giuliani reached out to you, if that's the truth, or if you reached out to him. We just kind of want to know what happened.
I can't talk about it. I don't want to talk about the timeline. I don't want to talk about who reached out to who first. And
it's maybe this is a better way to talk about it. Do you think the public needed to know this information about Joe Biden's meeting with the head of Burisma? Do you personally think, this is...
I'm worried that Peter Miller, I shouldn't call him that Peter guy. So Peter Miller brought up something in that root claim debate that I think I've been too quick to cast aside when I'm analyzing information that I think was actually super valid of him to bring up. And I think I should incorporate it more meaningfully into my analysis. One of the things that Peter brought up, and I think he said you don't have to count this as evidence one way or another for lab leak or zoonotic transfer. But he said, look at the people who are pushing the lab leak theory. And it's also people who are selling supplements, tell you that vaccines are bad for you, believe in like homeopathy and chiropractic and all these other, and they're people who have been on multiple conspiracy trains that have all been debunked, right? And when you have somebody who's making like bogus claim after bogus claim, all this, and then it's like, and now they're making the lab leak claim, like, is it 100% false now because these guys are with it? No. Is it even strong evidence against it? Probably not. Is it a little bit of evidence against it? Like in a reasonable, rational, logical debate where we're trying to prove one thing or another? Maybe not. But it's probably fair to incorporate that information at least a little bit when you think of like who's making what claims. Somebody emailed me his book. I'm sorry, I'm just like scrolling through it. It's a pretty short book. It's only 126 pages. And I'm looking at this on page 34. Part 2, The Threat. So I think this guy released a book on this. The Burisma Grift, 2014 to 2016. The following information comes from my media research and what I found, including copies of emails on Hunter's computer. It all started on February 20th, 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine. The next day, the pro-Russian Ukraine president, Viktor Yanukovych, fled Ukraine with Russia's assistance. This guy seemed about as corrupt as they come. To help stabilize the region, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, put together a $17.5 billion loan that would be released over the next 4 years. On March 11th, the IMF approved the loan. 2 days later, the first $5 billion was released to Ukraine and distributed to the energy sector, mainly natural gas providers. The idea was to undercut the bulk of natural gas being imported by Russia into Ukraine by offsetting the price of natural gas. Burisma, being Ukraine's largest provider of natural gas, gladly took the money. There was one condition. The fund demanded that Ukraine establish an anti-corruption bureau to root out corruption and oversee the distribution of the funds. Unfortunately, less than 2 weeks later, on March 26th, the interim government announced that natural gas prices would rise by 50%. What happened to the money the IMF gave Burisma to prevent this level of inflation? Around that time, two guys halfway around the world were asking that very question. At 12:43 a.m. on April 13th, 2014, Hunter Biden sent his friend, Devin Archer, an email detailing exactly how they were going to take advantage of what was happening in Ukraine. In their exchange, they predicted the election of Petro Poroshenko, a true reformer by Ukrainian standards, as president. With his election, Burisma would be pushed to honor the IMF loan and reduce gas and lower gas prices. The two friends saw this as an opportunity to step in and aid Burisma. They clearly understood what Burisma had done with the money and saw a way to cash in. It's kind of weird that, like, if you were going to release a book on your coming across this laptop and everything else, and you wanted to put out, like, your side of the story, it seems very, 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 very sussy baka to include so much politically charged stuff. Why would you have all of this as part of, why would you have this? Why would you, it just, I feel like it just hurts, it helps your credibility with one side. I feel like it hurts your credibility so much with another side, but.
Totally, this is compelling information the public should know before they vote for or against this guy. Right?
It wasn't about voting. It wasn't about the election, to be honest.
Okay.
I thought everything was fine until the impeachment.
Until the
impeachment.
The impeachment hearings were before the FBI.
No, the FBI picked up the string.
Until the
impeachment.
The impeachment hearings were before the FBI.
No, the FBI picked up December 9th.
Right, the hearings were in November. And then the actual impeachment happened.
The impeachment process
doesn't happen. Right.
was after. And
But the hearings, those big hearings in the House.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
Right, but
a lot of them were.
everything's late. No, I remember I was on a trip and I was listening to it, and that trip was in November. Anyway, go ahead.
So I don't know.
When you were going through this laptop, I mean, a lot of the content was from emails. Were these emails separately saved?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Some of this is so funny. But on this Saturday, reality kicked in quickly as I remembered the work I had put off from the previous day. This is on April 13th, 2019. I sat down in front of my Mac and opened up the CRM. A quick scroll revealed that out of the 5 repairs that had come in the previous day, 3 were awaiting parts and 2 were awaiting service. Nobody delivers parts on Saturday, so I focused on the other 2, one being Hunter Biden's request for data recovery from liquid damage. Before I could run in the back to check the status, however, the door chime sounded. A senior woman, slowly approaching the bar, clutched a thick collection of paperwork along with her MacBook Air. I knew instantly that this problem would be passwords difficulty, a monthly occurrence for this customer. Besides data recovery and failing hard drives, resetting people's passwords is the most common service I perform. Luckily, I had memorized her MacBook login password and only had to steer her in the right direction today. That's kind of weird, but okay. Jesus.
To a file or to the desktop? Or were they just part of an inbox? Like, how did you find those emails?
No comment.
But it's
Did
pretty
you even
important.
see the emails? Because once again, it's just such an innocuous email. If I have 100,000 emails in my system right now, did you even see the email? Because I think that's important to know too.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. No comment.
Did you at any time post this information or reach out on internet message boards, 4chan, 8chan, anything over Tor or the dark web, or in any ways inform a group of people about the existence of this laptop? No.
Just those people you trusted, you said.
Just the people that I thought could help me and reach out to the FBI in a manner that would attract FBI agents that weren't local, because I had a fear of repercussions.
So his dad in Albuquerque, he had his dad go to reach out to the FBI because he thought the local FBI was going to fuck him up, or?
Was this people? How many people are we talking about that you reached out to? Couple? One. Just one? You had a friend or an acquaintance? Yeah. Was he a friend? Or she? Sorry.
They. I trust them, and I knew that they would help me out, and they are better at this political spy press thing than I am, so therefore I was wanting not to deal with anything, but I wanted it to get out of the store and I wanted to do it safely, so I figured put somebody that can vet who they're talking to and get a good vibe about them, and then before they pass them over to me.
Sorry, did you repeat that? Did you say they're better at the political spy press?
Well, like this. Okay, so this. Like, I'm not good at talking to the press. I've never really done it.
Right.
I'm not good at politics or figuring out what I can and can't say in the world of political things. And then going to the FBI using other people, that kind of feels like covert spy shit. So, you know, that's why I said spy, whatever.
What office of the FBI came if it wasn't Mullen?
Covert spy shit. This guy's dad is a colonel in the military, and this guy is afraid of contacting the FBI? What?
Like if it wasn't in this area.
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like this whole same thing.
And so you never heard from the FBI after December?
No, they checked up on me. Can I tell this part?
Yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
So you had repaired it, I thought.
No, I disabled the part that wasn't working, and then so moving forward, they hooked up a USB mouse and keyboard, and they should be able to boot and access the drive.
Right.
So they called me and then asked me if I could give them assistance over the phone on how to do that.
They didn't have their own tech people that could do that?
That was a head.
Are you sure you gave this to the FBI?
I mean,
First, I mean, it's in the FBI possession now, but did you check their credentials when they came in?
Yeah.
Are you certain they're FBI agents?
Again, I didn't get a monocle out to look at the badge or anything, but I trusted them. And plus, when you've never been issued a subpoena in your life and somebody rolls up on your beach with a subpoena, you kind of freeze into what they're told.
So the person who put you in touch with the FBI is the person.
We know that the FBI did issue him a subpoena. Or not a subpoena, I'm sorry, a receipt. Why do I keep closing this? Link me the receipt again. The FBI just said that, the guy just said the FBI reached out because they couldn't get in the drive. Wait, link me that receipt again so I can see it. I want to look at it again. Wait, did he really? Wait.
You had repaired it, I thought.
No. Drive. Up on me. Can I tell this part?
Yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
Wait, I didn't listen to this. Wait, what? Hold on.
It wasn't Wilmington. Like if it wasn't in this area.
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like this whole same thing.
And so you never heard from the FBI after December?
No, they checked up on me. Can I tell this part?
Yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
So you had repaired it, I thought.
No, I disabled the part that wasn't working, and then so moving forward, they hooked up a USB mouse and keyboard, and they should be able to boot and access the drive.
Right.
So they called me and then asked me if I could give them assistance over the phone on how to do that.
The FBI called you for a phone walkthrough on how to get into the drive? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to read this book at the same time. I'm sorry. That's why the reporters just asked him, are you sure you gave this to the fucking FBI? Okay, wait, hold on. No. Where is the FBI's receipt, the receipt thing that they gave him? They gave him a receipt. I don't know why I keep closing this window. They gave him a receipt for the laptop that they'd taken it into possession. Maybe I have it open up here. Hold on. Wait, is it page 5-1? Oh, yes. Thank you. No, this is a subpoena to testify before a grand jury. No, I thought they had they had a receipt that included the serial number. Oh, it's this attachment. Hold on, though. Wait a second. This is not... When I heard this story, I thought the FBI agents came to his shop, grabbed the laptop and the hard drive, and then issued him this receipt. But that doesn't sound like what happened. It sounds like this receipt showing that they have these two things in their possession. Hold on, wait a second. I have hold on. It can't be this. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm not following this closely or something. This is just a subpoena to testify before a grand jury. This is making it sound like on first glance that they either got this some other way or they didn't actually have this. The FBI didn't have this in their possession. Am I misunderstanding that? You were commanded to appear before U.S. District Court at this time and place. You need to go here, date and time. You must also bring with you the following documents, electronically stored information otherwise. Please see attachment A. So this is a subpoena telling him to testify before a grand jury, and they're telling him to bring these items. And this is in December? So this means that prior to December 9th, the FBI had never had these items before? Oh, hold on.
They didn't have their own.
Going to the FBI using other people, that kind of feels like covert spy shit. So, you know, that's why I said spy, whatever.
What office of the FBI came if it wasn't Wilmington? Like if it wasn't in this area?
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like this little same thing.
And so you never heard from...
I need to, hold on, I'm sorry, I have to listen to this whole section again. Wait, so he's saying that another office came to him, but not the local office. Why? There's no world, I don't believe this. Like, imagine I call over to like Georgia or Northern Florida. I was like, can you guys send some agents up from Georgia? I don't trust the agents at my local, in my Miami FBI office. Can you send somebody else? I must be misunderstanding. Hold on.
But did you even see the emails? Because once again, it's just...
Did you at any time post this information or reach out on internet message boards, 4chan, 8chan, anything over Tor or the dark web, or in any ways inform a group of people about the existence of this laptop? No.
Just those people you trusted, you said.
Just the people that I thought could help me and reach out to the FBI in a manner that would attract.
I think similar stuff can sometimes happen in case of corrupt police departments. Yeah, maybe if you're reaching out to a different agency, like if I didn't trust the LAPD, maybe I reach out to a different police department, but it's all the FBI. This is the FBI and the FBI. You can call it a different FBI office, but it's all the FBI. Unless you like are personally hated by some, you're like, dude, John in the FBI office in Miami, every time that guy comes to my house, he kicks my ass, okay? I want a different agent. Bring over the guys from Orlando or in Tampa or from Fort Lauderdale, okay? Because the guy in the local office, like, there's no way that you could call another office and be like, I think the guys at this office will kill me. I don't know why, but can you, like...
FBI agents have worked local because I had a fear of repercussions.
And was this people? How many people are we talking about that you reached out to? Couple?
One.
Just one? You had a friend or an acquaintance?
Yes.
Was he a friend? Or she? Sorry.
Apparently this was his dad, I think, that he's talking about now, right?
I trust them, and I knew that they would help me out, and they are better at this political spy press thing than I am, so therefore I was, like, again, wanting not to deal with anything, but I wanted to get out of the store, and I wanted to do it safely, so I figured put somebody that can vet who they're talking to and get a good vibe about them, and then before they pass them over to me.
Sorry, did you repeat that? Did you say they're better at the political spy press?
Well, like, this, okay, so this, like, I'm not good at talking to the press. I've never really done it.
Right.
I'm not good at politics or figuring out what I can and can't say in the world of political things. And then going to the FBI using other people, that kind of feels like covert spy shit. So, you know, that's why I said spy, whatever.
What office of the FBI came if it wasn't Wilmington? Like if it wasn't in this area?
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like this little same thing.
And so you never heard from the FBI?
Okay, so he's saying the Baltimore FBI division showed up, but not the local ones? Or that they came together?
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like this little same thing.
He's saying they're like the same thing? Is the Baltimore... It's jurisdictionally, I don't know if it matters. Maybe the Baltimore one was closer than the Wilmington one? I don't know why in the same...
And so you never heard from the FBI after December?
No, they checked up on me. Can I tell this?
Okay, never mind. The Baltimore one, maybe Wilmington. I don't know if I doubt there's an FBI office in every single U.S. city. I would be surprised if there was. Maybe there is. Nice. Okay, so the Baltimore one is probably just the but this would be like basically his local FBI enforcement office, no? Like,
yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
So you had repaired it, I thought.
No, I disabled the part that wasn't working, and then so moving forward, they hooked up a USB mouse and keyboard, and they should be able to boot and access the drive.
Right.
So they called me and then asked me if I could give them assistance over the phone on how to do that.
They didn't have their own tech people that could do that?
That was a...
Are you sure you gave this to the FBI? First, I mean, it's in the FBI possession now, but did you check their credentials when they came in?
Yeah.
Are you certain they're FBI agents?
Again, I didn't get the monocle out to look at the badge or anything, but I trusted them. And plus, when you've never been issued a subpoena in your life and somebody rolls up on your beach with a subpoena, you kind of freeze and do what they're told.
So the person who put you in touch with the FBI.
I'm so confused about this. When somebody rolls up with a subpoena, you freeze and do what you're told. And then his lawyer here states that the FBI confiscated the computer and the external hard drive and left John Paul with a receipt. But the subpoena reads, and now maybe these are written differently. Is there a higher resolution of this also? Can I get a higher resolution of U.S. subpoena, the Mac shop, laptop? This is really all we have. I mean, it's readable, I guess. It's not a huge deal, but holy fuck. This doesn't sound like the FBI rolled up and took the laptop from him. This sounds like he was given a subpoena to show up at a U.S. district court to testify before a grand jury. What was the grand jury for? What were they trying to issue an indictment for? Grand jury means FBI, DOJ. Grand jury means that they're trying to issue a criminal indictment for some person, right? And it says that when you go to this grand jury, you need to bring with you, this subpoena was received for the Mac shop on December 9th. Can a subpoena be served by, okay, the subpoena was served by the FBI. That's what this is, right? Yes. So this is the service, this is the person who did the service, and then something, this is somebody Wilson, special agent FBI, and then this is the service, the service's address is some Wilmington office for the FBI, I guess. And then it says you have to bring these things. Is it possible they already had this and they're telling you to bring it anyway? Oh, receipt for property. Oh my God. I can't read it. This is a Western Digital hard drive. This might be the serial number for the laptop. This is the invoice. This is the guy's name who gave it to him. This is the FBI agent, somebody, Joshua Wilson, maybe? Why are we...
Yeah, it's the person that you trust, that you've known. Is this a person that you love?
I mean, care about, sure.
Romantically involved with at any point?
No, I only date my brother. I'm not going to say that either, so get in trouble.
What says I thought you were friends with him?
Kevin Malloy? Oh,
I'm friends.
No, Kevin, actually, he sold the house for Mary that I bought, so it was like my real estate. And he used to sell his art out of the houses, which I always cared about. No, I like nice guy, but no affiliation or responsibility was any linked to us whatsoever.
Okay. Does this person live in Delaware?
No.
John Paul. So I'm just a little confused about how you saw all this information if you weren't actively looking for it, because does each image pop up on the screen when it's transferring over in each email, or
kid had a messy desktop.
So these photos were on his desktop.
There's about 1 million things on the desktop.
So a lot of people, I mean, you could hear our kind of skepticism, I think. And a lot of people are going to read this, and this is why we're trying to get clarity, because people are going to read this and say, oh, this is ambiguous, we don't know this. They're going to think the worst. They're going to think this guy is intentionally, I mean, and the thing is, if you are doing this politically, that's fine. We live in a political world. But people who are Biden supporters are going to say, this guy surreptitiously went behind Hunter Biden's back to ensure that Donald Trump wins re-election. And they're going to think that because, and maybe it's true, but if it's not true, the ambiguous answers you give us aren't going to portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't.
Hold on. No, never mind. Okay. Where is part 2? Forget. Okay.
Portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want to give us that information. I will try to write this as straight as possible. This happened, this happened, this
all
happened.
All of us, yeah.
All of us, yeah.
I appreciate that.
And with no comment, people are going to read it ambiguous. This guy is a partisan. This guy is secretly working with Giuliani. I just want you
That's the point that they care about.
Yes. Giuliani. Yeah, just so you know that's how it's...
And that's fine.
The facts with the ambiguity is going to be perceived that way.
Did you share anything in addition to the hard drives, the information from the hard drives with anyone, such as any closed camera, closed circuit video footage to prove that it was Hunter Biden who walked in or anything of that nature?
No, the cameras are only really meant to be a deterrent for theft. And then if something does get accidentally taken I usually review it within 24 hours to see what happened and then address it as it comes. So the drive that's in there is only like a terabyte, so it only holds like 2 months.
And I just want to expand a little bit more on why we want to know about the Rudy Giuliani connection, because there are questions if this is just completely made up, maybe from hacking from the Russian GRU of Burisma, because that was hacked last year, at the end of last year, around the same time. So if you gave the laptop or hard drive directly to Rudy Giuliani and you say, this is everything on it, I mean, that kind of takes out some of that narrative that these are completely made up emails. And the Joe Biden campaign is saying that the meeting never happened. So therefore, there's going to be questions about the email, if it's true or not.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Do you remember seeing that email on his laptop while you were going?
When I was transferring data, there was a lot of things that I saw on the laptop that were very specific to him and his feelings.
Real quick, when he said that the FBI called because he needed help getting data off the laptop, that was after he turned it over in December.
He's concerned, and then that's why I approached the FBI.
Right, and specific to a meeting between Joe Biden and the head of Burisma.
Hard drive directly to Rudy Giuliani and you say, this is everything on it. I mean, that kind of takes out some of.
Do you remember seeing that email on his laptop while you were going?
When I was transferring data, there was a lot of things that I saw on the laptop that were very specific to him and his feelings.
And
which made me concerned, and then that's why I approached the FBI.
Right, and specific to a meeting between Joe Biden and the head of Burisma. Just because, like you said, you can say that would help veer the conversation away from this is all fabricated, maybe.
Well, I mean, it's. I wish it was fabricated. I wish he had made his $85 bill and picked it up. Given this way.
Phone.
I guess I'm just confused on the timeline. So when you initially looked at this laptop, you had already heard about the allegations of corruption and improper, use of Joe Biden's title. You already were aware of all those allegations when you saw these emails, and that's why it stood out, and that's why you reached out?
Yeah, that's about accurate.
Okay.
Do you think that person, that friend of yours who linked you with the FBI in any way, double-crossed you before you appreciate it? They worked in good faith in your interest?
Are you still in touch with them?
No comment.
No comment.
Well,
are they okay?
Yeah, I think they're okay.
Okay.
I haven't talked to anybody directly.
But recently.
If you're afraid for your safety, why did you open up your store today instead of just keeping the door locked? So you
I
wouldn't
made promises to my customers. Yeah. And trust me, I want to get out of here right now.
So do we. But the Rudy Giuliani point, and I'm sorry to just keep harking on this and you, but you've now, since we first walked in at 11 o'clock, you've almost answered all of our questions, which we're very grateful for, besides the Rudy Giuliani point. And Rudy Giuliani is deemed by many people to be a shady character who does not play straight for information. And so we need to know if you reached out to him or if they reached out to you.
No comment.
That will indicate to people that you are working with Rudy Giuliani for this. That is how that will be read.
Right now, I'm probably screwed any which way, so it doesn't really matter. I mean,
I don't think it does matter. Yeah, they don't think there's so much misinformation out there, so much bad faith acting. And I'm not just saying this.
A breaking news headline interrupted my planning for the FBI visit. This is from his book on November 13th, 2019. Oh, he mentions the Special Agent Wilson guy a lot. Sorry, November 4th, 2019. I had been on the lookout for a call originating from a 973 area code, and that call finally came. Good afternoon, this is Special Agent Wilson from the FBI. Is this JP? I hate the name JP. I've always been proud of the name John Paul, as it's a combination of both my grandfather's names. This is JP, I responded. I spoke with your father last Friday, and he expressed his concerns for your safety. He also gave me the code 42, Agent Wilson said. I would like to swing by your shop at some time and discuss your concerns. Are you free in the next few weeks? The last thing I wanted was for an FBI agent to pop into the shop. I wasn't ready for that level of public interaction. Trolley Square is a close-knit community. Everyone is into everyone else's business. I fear the potential gossip. But nobody saw Hunter Biden going in and out multiple times? Can we meet at my home? I asked, figuring that most of my neighbors would be at work and the block would be devoid of curious eyes. We agreed on a date and time. I gave him my address. I stressed that my lunch break was from 2 to 3 p.m. and that I prefer not to be late to the post-lunch rush. That shouldn't be a problem, Agent Wilson said. You have my cell, so if you get into trouble or have to reschedule, please reach out. I thanked him for the call and hung up. Short and sweet. I felt good. I called my father, and I told him the agent seemed like a sincere guy and that I trusted him. For the first time since I discovered the incriminating material, I had an interested contact at the proper authorities. I felt relieved, but as my father quickly reminded me, I still needed to be cautious. An FBI agent was coming to my home, and I needed to be careful. I still needed a plan. November 13th, 2019. A breaking news headline interrupted my planning for the FBI visit. Public impeachment hearings in the U.S. Senate's Committee on Intelligence had begun. If only the laptop could be in the committee's hands, this whole fiasco could end. That means the pressure was dialed way up. Agent Wilson would be knocking on my door in only 6 days. I wanted to print out all of the documents and emails that were topical to the impeachment, but that wouldn't give away any bias. I figured if I included the files that justified my fear of retaliation and showed a blatant pay-for-play scheme coming out of the previous White House, that would be enough to point this agent in the right direction. These printouts were necessary in case the FBI took the laptop and let it sit in a lab for months while technicians combed its contents, all while the nation endured an impeachment. Without printouts, the evidence might arrive too late. Plus, I had already spent months collecting and organizing the data. Why not pass my work on to the FBI and spare them the time and effort? Wait, months collecting it? Why not just make a copy of the drive? What do you need when he says print out, does he mean a literal print out? Fuck, I just clicked out. I didn't want to print out anything pornographic, even though the porn was fueling my fear of domestic retaliation. It wouldn't be hard for agents to find it on the device if they looked. To address my fear of foreign retaliation, I printed out a few emails mentioning Ihor Kolomoisky. He was on the run with the lion's share of the billions embezzled from the IMF and Ukraine. Oh, Igor? It's IHOR. I don't know. He would be the most dangerous person involved if he had an axe to grind. I also included emails from Mykola Zalewski and Vadim Pozarski showing their access to high levels of the Obama administration. On the domestic front, I included emails and texts residing on the laptop that directly related to the Hunter Biden family. They showed a frustrated Hunter telling his daughter he would never make her hand over half her income, unlike her grandpa had been doing. They showed Secret Service members trying to gain access to Hunter's hotel room after a suspected overdose. They told of how Haley Biden, Bo's widow, had thrown Hunter's gun in a grocery store trash can, afraid of what he might do with it. All highly embarrassing information that a presidential campaign would do anything to silence, and all that information that needed to be seen and heard for justice to prevail. And of course I included the smoking gun, the one that could put an immediate end to this bogus impeachment, the initial email outlining Devin and Hunter's plan to use Vice President Biden as the centerpiece of their plan to tap into the billions Burisma had to offer. The shady business dealings I had witnessed on the laptop, in my opinion, justified President Trump's phone call with Zelensky. With the relevant documents printed and a copy of the signed work authorization at the ready, I was almost ready for the meeting with Agent Wilson. For the last piece of prep, the delivery of a Wi-Fi camera. I planned to hide it in my living room in case the agent tried to pull something. Worst case scenario, my cold-blooded murder would be captured for posterity. Unfortunately, the camera that arrived was larger than expected, about the size of a billiard ball, and had a 9-foot cable. I snaked the cable behind the TV and placed the camera in the corner of the shelf above, out in the open. It was the best I could do, and I was out of time. This guy runs a computer repair store and didn't have access to November 19th, 2019. If this was a Democrat that had some crazy information on Trump, just be aware of how this would all be received, okay? Holy shit. November 19th, 2019, the day of Agent Wilson's visit. I was as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory. Luckily, it was an otherwise typical Tuesday, so I was swamped at work. I left the shop early to inhale some lunch before the agent's 2 p.m. arrival at my home. On the large wooden coffee table in the living room were laid out all the documents that I planned to hand over. Agent Wilson would sit on the large white couch, facing the not-so-hidden camera, and I would sit on the love seat facing him. A loud knock on the door sounded at about 2:30 p.m. Through the peephole, I saw a badge and a card that read FBI in large black letters. Could he be more obvious? I thought. I opened the door and cringed. Parked right in the front of my house was the epitome of an undercover police car. A tired, navy blue Ford Crown Victoria with dual silver hubcaps. It screamed feds. The only missing element were vests with FBI emblazoned on the black. And Agent Wilson was not alone. JP, I'm Special Agent Wilson, and this is Special Agent DeMio. Can we come in? Yes, please, I quickly responded, getting out of their way and clearing them from my porch. I shut the door behind them and then closed the second interior door. I saw Agent DeMio point to the camera on the shelf, and the two sat down on the love seat. Not a great start, I thought, sitting on the couch, facing the camera. The two agents shifted around on the small love seat, adjusting to their newfound proximity to each other. As Agent DeMeo struggled to position a clipboard with a yellow pad of paper on his leg, Agent Wilson began to ask questions. Did you see any child porn? He asked. I don't think so, I answered. I wasn't trying to look that close. There was a lot of porn, and it made me uncomfortable. What made you uncomfortable? Agent Wilson continued as Agent DeMeo wrote on his yellow pad. I explained that I feared for my safety, that retribution from actors, both foreign and domestic, seemed possible. I looked down at the paperwork intended for the agents. You really think the Bidens would try to kill you? Agent Wilson asked. To keep quiet about what I had known and what I'd seen? Sure, I exclaimed. History is full of stories of people getting killed for a lot less. At that moment, my front door opened quietly, and inside slipped Hillary Clinton, flanked on her left with Bill Clinton and on her right with Barack Hussein Obama. I'm just kidding, sorry. To keep quiet about what I know and what I've seen? Sure, I exclaimed. History is full of stories of people getting killed for a lot less. What is it that you think you saw? He inquired. Now was my chance to show them what I had. This is information about Igor Kolomoisky and Mykola Zlochevsky and their involvement in using Hunter and Devin to protect the billions they embezzled from the IMF. I am afraid they would silence me for what I know, I explained, sliding the paperwork across the table towards the two agents. This collection of emails shows preferred access to the State Department, as well as the vice president's travel schedule, all sent to private Ukrainian citizens. I slid over another pile of paperwork. Sure, I think that these people would do anything to guarantee my silence. The agents glanced at the paperwork and then resumed their note-taking and questioning. And how do you know it was Hunter? Agent Wilson asked. Well, besides him providing his name and contact information, the same guy that came into my shop was the same guy that appeared in a lot of his porn. You don't think that it could have been someone that resembled Hunter? You do have visual impairment, correct? I didn't recognize him when he first walked in, but later, during the recovery process, I could clearly see that it was the same guy. He matched his driver's license photo, his passport, and the countless examples of homemade porn. Why did you get your father involved? Agent Wilson asked. Have you spoken with anyone else about this? Any other government or law enforcement agencies? I haven't talked to anyone. I asked for my father's help because he has some experience talking to professionals, and I'm worried about my actions being discovered locally, I explained. I just want this laptop out of my shop and in the hands of the authorities. If there's criminal activity, it should be investigated. Mainly, I want to go away and not have my business ruined, nor my social standing. Any protection the FBI can afford me, even better. Well, Agent Wilson replied, we'll have to talk to our legal team to see if it's something we can take possession of. My heart sank. As far as protection, he continued, you have my cell phone, so if anyone representing Hunter or Hunter himself comes looking for it, return it to them and give us a call. It's getting close to 3 p.m., and we don't want to take up any more of your time. I looked at my phone. I had 5 minutes to get back to the shop. The time had clearly sped by. Don't you want to take these with you? I asked, in a desperate last-ditch effort. Is that a copy of the signed work auth? Do you still have the original? Asked Agent Wilson as he reached out, avoiding the evidence and going straight for the signed work authorization. I had the original paperwork with the laptop and the drive. Why didn't they want to even touch the piles of evidence? We'll give you a ring in a few weeks and let you know where we stand, Agent Wilson said in closing. We shook hands and I followed them out the door and headed back to work. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I want information. But also, like, it's always refreshing the few times you get somebody who is actually speaking frankly and
you've been very honest.
I did this. You have been honest.
And also
I did this for this reason.
The stakes are incredibly high. I mean, this is not just your lives. These are the lives of arguably the whole country and possibly the balance of power in the world. We're talking about the presidency. We're talking about the leader of the free world. We're talking about implications for an election that is 20-something days away. And hedging on this question, it could impact the safety of a lot more people than just the people you care about.
I'm sorry, I asked this before. Do we know who these interviewers are? Like, were they working for mainstream media, or were they just like random YouTube people, or what? They sound like adults, so I'm guessing not random YouTubers, or?
Because that's not what is important. What's important is that, you guys do this to everyday people all the time.
No, this is a big story.
a tough job.
What's the important part?
I don't know. I should talk. I'm worried.
That makes it seem like you're worried about Rudy Giuliani. And that
Yeah, I'm worried about saying the wrong things and getting in more trouble than I already am. I'm worried about my safety, salvaging what I can out of my business.
Why do you think you're in trouble? Like, what trouble are you in?
There's I mean, again, all due respect to your profession, there's like a million press people have been beating the hell out of me today, and it's like, I
mean, presumably everybody knew that. You gave this to the FBI. Somehow it got to Rudy.
They told me that nothing ever happens to people that don't talk.
Nothing ever happens to people who don't talk.
Who told you that?
The FBI, and that made me scared because that's not something I would expect along the highest branch of. I don't think it. Don't.
I got to quote you.
It was more along the lines of, in our experiences when stuff like this happens, nothing ever bad happens to people that keep quiet.
You're now alleging that there's an FBI cover-up.
That's what you had indicated earlier, too.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Kind of. No comment. It's too late. It just feels a little odd. Don't you think?
I think on that, if that's what you believe, you need to give us more.
That's one reason why I'm
afraid. A name of the FBI agent. The you said they came from the Baltimore.
Yeah, we can go ask them.
Or the Philadelphia.
We can do this to them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Again, everybody's got a job to do, and I'm not trying to make anybody get in trouble.
So who was it? What was the name of the agent?
Is it on the subpoena?
So I tried to get the subpoena. It's not. The full subpoena is not on the New York Post site.
I don't feel comfortable about doing that because, I know if
I don't know if you guys.
If I don't want to talk to the FBI again because they're probably not going to be very thrilled to talk to me, and I don't want to be put in that situation.
Why don't you be thrilled?
If you didn't feel like the FBI was handling it or on top of it, then did you reach out to Giuliani?
No comment. Sorry.
Guys
are nice people. Sure, I can't get you guys some water.
No, we're good.
How many
It's not
different
from Russia.
how many FBI agents have you had contact with, either in person or via email or phone? Is it just those two? You said two agents who came here that day, one from Baltimore and one from Wilmington.
Not sure where they were from.
Are you not sure where they were from?
But I know Baltimore branch has a Wilmington office.
And you were sure they were FBI, not prosecutors from the district, the U.S.
Pretty sure, because the one, in all the email correspondence, it was special agent.
Can we see that?
Special agent who?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't a prosecutor. Like, he's literally talking to the FBI guy. Like, pretty sure.
FBI, you don't want to mess with because.
Okay.
But you went to the FBI.
I thought I was following the chain of command.
The only way if the FBI is up to any wrongdoing, then you coming clean right now and telling the truth would actually help you.
Great point.
Or make me a target.
They already know that you are in the news. They already know that you're the name of your shop.
And they don't know what I'm saying because I'm trying to say no comment.
Right, but if they feel like you've left something out and there's a reason to silence you, potentially if you don't speak on it now, you're at more risk than if it was already out. The public knew your version of the story, and it would look very, very suspect if something happened to you after that.
And very bad for the FBI.
Chance I take, right?
I don't know if people are going to believe that easily, though. I mean, I know it's scary, but because it just seems like they could just say, no, we didn't find any wrongdoing there that was specific, because what do you want?
Now, the issue is that, I can evaluate this guy from somebody who should be doing, good, operational security measures and, data transfer measures, appropriately and properly. But also, people that work at local computer repair stores can literally just be random readers. They're not necessarily super qualified. Okay, so this meeting with the FBI agent was in December, right? On October 8th, 2019, this is the letter that he wrote to Giuliani. Rudolph Giuliani Security and Safety. Sir, if you have received this letter, I am in need of your help. Last April 12th, I just think he means on April 12th this year, 2019, right? Hunter Biden came into my Mac repair shop in Wilmington, Delaware, requesting data recovery from 3 of his laptops. I was able to check in the one working Mac and accomplished a data recovery. He has failed to return to pay or collect the recovered data on or his laptop. As the events of the summer unfolded, and after the shop's 90-day abandonment policy expired, I decided to poke around and look to see if there was anything topical on his drive. I have discovered enough information that I no longer felt comfortable being in possession of his data and laptop. I decided that I wanted to turn over everything I have to the FBI or local police, but a major concern was what if compromised FBI or local police intercepted the data and destroyed it, preventing it from ending up in the hands of someone who can use it. I could not risk contacting anyone local, so I mailed a copy of the drive out of state to a trusted person who would contact the FBI on Wednesday, October 9th, and if trustworthy FBI were contacted, they were instructed to collect the laptop and data from my shop discreetly. This must have been 2020 if he was talking about the events of the summer, no? It says October 8th, 2019. October 9th, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If you are reading this letter, it means the compromised FBI has collected the laptop, data, and possibly me. I have included a flash drive with some emails and files recovered from his laptop that could be useful in your investigation. Why would you just send what? If I am in the compromised FBI's custody, it means that there are still members of the FBI who are working to protect a former vice president and silence those who provide proof to his corruption. I need your help, not just to get out of custody, but also to bring to light what had happened. I have included a full copy of the laptop on an external drive. You will need a Mac to access it. Thank you for your time and help. Okay, so Giuliani did have a full copy of the drive before the FBI got access to it, right? That seems to be the case. If this was sent in October. Wait, hold on. Maybe he didn't send this letter yet. Confident that I had covered all the bases, I printed out the letter and folded it to fit inside a 5x7-inch padded manila folder with the two other items. Then I waited for 7 p.m. to roll around so I could close the store and make the mile hike to Kristen's. I took the long way to Kristen's through a residential area. It was already dark. I'd learned to pay better attention to my surroundings, look quickly over my shoulder, and stay under streetlights.
Want them to do? Arrest Hunter Biden, or I just don't know what the goal was, but what they didn't do right.
And the FBI didn't leak this information. Like, this story is not, the source of the story was not the FBI as far as I know. The source of the story was Giuliani. So,
yeah,
like, you gave this information to the FBI, presumably. I mean, if we're being gracious to them, they looked at it, they said, there's nothing there. That's it.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't know.
So other than just like a niche on a notch on the timeline, why is the FBI even relevant to this? If this was, ultimately sparked this story because of Giuliani and you giving him that information in September.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I guess, has the FBI contacted you in the last month?
No. The last
Or since you gave the information to Giuliani,
there were the tech support phone calls to get them set up, which then again raised some flags. Like, why is this?
You said calls. The first time you said it was one call. Now you're saying
I called shortly after, and then called the next day. They needed some other advice.
What was the other advice they needed the next day?
What type of cable to buy?
Cable for what?
Powering.
For power?
Yeah.
But they're the FBI. They don't know how to do that.
Scratch my head. Again,
shake my head. XD.
So since you gave the laptop and the external hard drive to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, you haven't heard from anybody?
No comment.
No comment.
I think that's just what the story hinges on, because people want to know because it questions your integrity and honesty, even though we all think you've been very honest for the past 2 hours or so. If you're not going to answer that question, then they think you are working with Rudy Giuliani to go against Joe Biden because you voted for Donald Trump in 2016.
I'm probably not going to have any integrity by the end of the day anyway. So I'm at pretty much at the point where I don't care what people think.
If you are a political operative, that's okay.
I'm not a political operative.
Okay.
I am just a guy that just had something that I wanted out of this shop. And
why didn't you throw it away?
Because that didn't seem like the right thing to do.
You might have been taken advantage of by a political operative. Does that cross your mind?
Yeah. And that's why I was very careful or tried to be very careful up until the end. But
Did it feel wrong giving some information?
Did he ever find out what was on the drive? When he talks about this, when he talked about the file recovery process, he's like, I saw there were so many files on this guy's desktop, so I just started clicking through them and was like, wow, there's so much stuff. And then I realized some of it was crazy. It's just like, it reads retardedly, but let me find that section. Hold on. The recovered folder was a little over 100 gigabytes, a third of the total amount needed to be recovered. Seemed like a good start, but when I opened the recovery folder, I saw that the desktop folder had been transferred. Holy shit, I thought, this guy has a ton of crap on his desktop. There were hundreds of files and photos. They weren't organized at all, just piled one on top of the other. What a mess! I changed the folder view to a columns view to see the files and folders in an alphabetical list. Clicking on a folder in the list opens up a new column with the contents of the folder, and clicking on a file in that column brings up a preview of the file. Eventually, in two separate windows, I would be able to bring up both the original desktop of what I had copied, compare them, and transfer the missing files to the recovery window. I don't know what the that means. Bring up, I don't know. Are you going through each folder and comparing the sizes of the folders to figure out what to transfer over? I don't know what the that means. First, I had to wait until there was enough charge in the battery to power on the Mac and keep it on. I don't know. It just seems kind of... Here's where things started to get interesting. The previous recovered window was open on the left, and I was waiting for the hundreds of files in the original to populate on the right. Scrolling down, I started to see files that didn't align. I started to individually drag and drop the files to the recovery folder. It took only a few files before I noticed pornography appearing in the right column. This is a vocational hazard. I'd gotten rather used to it and gave it no mind. I was a little amazed by the sheer quantity, though, and by the boldness of leaving porn files on one's desktop. Again, it was nothing I hadn't seen before, so I kept dragging and dropping. It generally is well known that it's generally known what people do on and with their computers. The industry as a whole tries not to think about gross. Okay. But I was hired to do a job and I was going to do it. Oh shit, I thought, pausing. The preview image in the right column was clearly displaying the customer. He was wrapped in a rainbow boa and wearing what looked like a jockstrap. I couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was so blind he didn't recognize Hunter Biden at all. But then now he clearly recognized... Did anybody else here know what Hunter Biden looked like before this whole laptop scandal broke? I had no idea. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. How embarrassing, I thought. Who on God's earth would feel comfortable with this lying around on their desktop? But I shook it off and continued down the list of files. It didn't take long before another one appeared, then another. Hunter, with his salt and pepper stubble, stared into the camera, attempting to look cool while taking a naked selfie. Gross. How many of these does he have, I wondered. It wasn't just him alone either. Although it looked like he was having a love affair with himself, there were also photos with women. I decided I'd had enough and I was no longer going to preview the data. I would just go by the file name and hope for the best. And I tried to work out how to keep a straight face when he returned for the recovery data. I continued copying files until I got to one titled income.pdf. I likely wouldn't even have noticed it if it hadn't been tagged with a purple dot. On a Mac, you can apply tags or color codes to files as an organizational aid. It seemed odd that someone who clearly had zero organizational skills would bother tagging this one file purple. It was begging to be clicked open, so I did. It was an email from January 16, 2017, saved as a PDF. At the top were the years 2013, 2014, and 2015. Next to each year was the amount of taxable income earned, $833,000 in 2013, $847,000, amended to $1.247 million in 2014, $2.5 million in 2015. I was blown away. All that money and this asshole couldn't spring for a backup drive. I read on. Amounts that I could never even have imagined earning were broken down by the year. And then I read, since you couldn't have lived on $550,000 a year, you borrowed some money from RSP in advance of payments. I was speechless. This guy couldn't live on more than 10 times what I earned every year. The whole document seemed shady. I saw that a lot of money had exchanged hands, and it didn't seem like it had been recorded lawfully. How the f*** would he know that? But what did I know? Plus, it was none of my business. It wasn't my job to judge, just to transfer and verify. Is this guy literally, he's saying that there were 300 gigabytes of data on this. Is he clicking and dragging one file at a time? What? Just to transfer and verify. So I kept transferring data until I hit a rather large file. The file was about half transferred when the screen went blank. Damn it, the battery had run out. I decided to call it a night and go home to rest my eyes. About 100 gigabytes of data were left to go, and I felt confident that I could knock it out the next day. Yeah, apparently he can't plug it in. I'm sure there was a reason why that I skipped. I'm not like reading the whole thing, but I'm almost done with this. Sorry, Jesus.
From someone else's hard drive, if they weren't doing, if there was nothing legally wrong, like child pornography was? Does it feel wrong to give that information to somebody else? Have you ever done that before in a case that wasn't child pornography or some other legal situation?
I still want her to respond to that, but I don't think I should.
Why didn't you save the security footage?
Because
Wait, he had security footage? How often is it backed up? I think I heard this in the first one, but I don't remember. If it's like an IP camera or some bullshit, probably is at least backed up like weekly or something, right? But I don't know how many backups he would have. I mean, it's a fucking computer repair store, so you'd hope like at least like a month, maybe? I don't know.
Did you save the security footage?
Because it's just the customer.
He said he kept 2 months worth.
Because what?
But it wasn't just, what he brought in, and you saw the data and the contents of it, it triggered you to realize that this was a big deal.
I wasn't triggered until later.
You knew immediately that there was crazy stuff. Why wouldn't he back up the camera? He could have just fucked up. God, this story is so fucking weird.
Till past the 2 months mark of the servers?
Yeah, I mean, it was middle of the summer. So was this when I started to get concerned, and because you see stuff in the papers and the news and online, and you're like, I recognize that name. I recognize that name.
And you're like, holy shit, I got this guy's laptop, and you just started scrolling through to see if anything's on there, or?
No comment.
And was that this summer or last summer?
Last summer.
2019.
Are there any other copies?
Not that I know of.
So you only created that one copy of the hard drive?
There was a copy that I created at one point in time as a safety precaution, for fear that if something bad happened to me, then I gave the drive to somebody that would hopefully leverage it to get me out of whatever trouble or hole I've been placed in.
Is that the same person who you contacted?
So in reading this book, he's talking about Giuliani was who he sent that to, or I guess had a manila envelope ready to send it to him. I don't know if he actually mailed it out or not, though.
Before, who you were saying is a close friend of yours? That's the same person. So that person also has a copy.
Not anymore.
Has any other of the Biden family ever dropped off equipment here?
Not that I know of.
Is there any other equipment that you have that has drawn, has aroused your suspicion about with regards to kind of similar political aspect? No?
So you obviously have a favorable opinion of Rudy.
January 2020, the impeachment trial began. For 5 days, I, along with the nation, watched the president get accused of and attacked for crimes he hadn't committed. On January 22nd, the prosecutors made their opening arguments. The show lasted 3 days until it was the defense's turn. For the next 3 days, I kept my fingers crossed, waiting for a lawyer to hold up a silver 13-inch MacBook Pro and demand a mistrial, the way a condemned man might get a reprieve while sitting in the electric chair. I waited and waited, but nothing happened. The defense rested on January 28th, and there had been no mention of the laptop or its incriminating evidence. This wasn't fair. Hunter's name and some of his questionable activities had been brought up in the 3 days of questions, answers, and debates, but nothing of what I'd seen on the laptop had even been touched upon. I was convinced that the device was once again locked away in a dusty Wilmington storage closet, or worse, sitting at the bottom of the Delaware River.
Giuliani.
Why do you say that?
Because a lot of people don't, and if they were accused of working with Rudy Giuliani, they would say, no, I hate that guy.
I don't like.
Once again, I thought of Plan B, going straight to Congress. I knew I couldn't do it myself, and I was still hoping to keep my business and avoid retaliation from the FBI. Even though it had been a month since I'd spoken with the FBI, I was pretty sure they were still listening in on me. And if they were, I needed to find a way to communicate with my father so he could reach out to members of Congress for me. I had set up a VPN for my parents long before, so I could remotely control their devices and troubleshoot any issues they had. I texted my father with a little back and forth and got him connected to it. Once we had a secure and encrypted connection, I took control of his screen and initiated a FaceTime call. I then proceeded to fill him in on every red flag I'd encountered. Every thinly veiled threat issued, culminating with the laptop's lack of participation in the impeachment trial. I explained my plan, and he suggested approaching my uncle Ron, a retired Air Force colonel like my father.
Like hate?
I don't like that guy.
I'm not that type.
He doesn't tell the truth.
I'm not built that way. When you're afraid and you don't know anything about the depth of the waters that you're in, you kind of you want to find a lifeguard. Oh shit.
Who's Rudy Giuliani was the lifeguard?
Oh, yeah. No comment. No.
John Paul, I think you just need to confirm to us that you reached out to Brian Costello, the lawyer for Rudy Giuliani, reached out to you. It needs to be one or the other.
Does it have to be?
Yes.
Why?
Wait.
Brian Costello or.
Oh shit.
Who's Rudy Giuliani was the lifeguard?
Oh, yeah. No comment. No.
John Paul, I think you just need to confirm to us that you reached out to Brian Costello or Brian Costello, the lawyer for Rudy Giuliani, reached out to you. It needs to be one or the other.
Does it have to be?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's the truth, and you've been so honest, and I think.
But if I say no comment, it's like
no.
I'm still. I make
no. That's an answer.
I mean, you just said you sought out a lifeguard.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I sought out a lifeguard with my friend that knows more about this stuff than I do, and I sought out help from a plethora of people, and you'd be surprised how nobody wants to talk to you.
And so when you were at the end of the line, you said, all right, I'm going to talk.
Is there no official testimony from this guy or just the interview? Well, so what I'm curious about is I want to know. So my understanding is, I don't know why you do this all the time, but when you issue an arrest warrant for somebody, the standard of evidence that has to be met is probable cause. Okay, so officer pulls you over, they have reasonable suspicion to conduct an investigation. Off of that, that means there's like an articulatable thing that gives them reason to temporarily detain you and perform an investigation. And then if they find something that hits the PC, the probable cause standard, they can arrest you. Now, I don't know why, but sometimes instead of probable cause coming from an officer detainment, what you'll have is you'll have something called an indictment. An indictment is also only up to the standard of probable cause. That's why people say you can indict a ham sandwich, which is technically true, although usually you won't pursue an investigation if you think that's all you have evidence for. But when you're seeking an indictment, I think generally or always, you go before something called a grand jury. A grand jury is when you bring a bunch of citizens in to a secret hearing where a prosecutor can present evidence to the grand jury and the grand jury looks at it. And I don't think you need either, I think it's just a simple majority, right? It's either a simple majority or unanimous. Wait, how much of grand jury for an indictment needs to vote yes? No, okay, it's not. I think it's only half or a little over half. 12 of 23 must vote in favor of the indictment. A simple majority. So a grand jury is where you present evidence and you're trying to get the grand jury to agree, 50% of them to agree that you've hit the standard of probable cause to issue a warrant for somebody's arrest. So whenever we're asking for like a charging document, or I'm asking like, oh, where's the indictment, right? An indictment is something that comes from a federal grand jury who said, yeah, we agree, there's probable cause has been met here. So what I'm curious about, and maybe there are other types of grand juries that I'm just not aware of, is this here, the laptop that was requested from this guy and the backup drive, he was issued a subpoena to testify before a grand jury. Do we know anything about this grand jury? Like, who were they seeking an indictment of? Or what investigation was this attached to? Where are my lawyer people or news people? Does anybody have any idea? I'm very curious what this was. Because if you're testifying before a grand jury, my assumption would be it's because somebody is seeking a federal indictment against somebody. And I'm curious what this was for. If anybody has any information, let me know. Okay, sorry.
Rudy Giuliani's lawyer. No one else will help me. I'm going to get them to help me.
No comment.
Well, it sounds like you just said you saw that help from it.
Wait, page 33 of this. Jesus Christ. Page 33 or, oh, this is a much higher resolution, but is this going to tell us page 63 in his book as well? Hold on, I said testify grand jury. This is not what we had discussed. I thought you were coming in to clone the laptop. I never wanted to discuss it. No. You're coming to appear in the United States District Court. Calm down, read what's on the page. In lieu of personal appearance, see attachment A. At the top of the last page, and we'll let us know. You guys hear the shit. So why the change of plans? Don't get me wrong. Oh, so he says he did give them the laptop here. What was the date for this? Oh, this was December 9th, 2019. What? Wait, so what is, oh, this was the guy that picked the laptop up. What is, who's this case? Oh, John Paul MacIsaac. Okay, the guy is plaintiff. Tried to sue all the media people. I'm just so curious what this, I wish I knew what this grand jury was for. Maybe it's not announced. Okay, sorry, we gotta finish this.
Several people. And so there was an intermediary between you, someone, and Rudy Giuliani team.
No comment on that part, but I made, oh shit.
I mean, you're exactly right. A lifeguard.
I needed help. I thought the FBI was going to help me, and then I got the overwhelming sense that they weren't going to help me. and I needed to do something else.
Help you to do what?
Keep me safe.
So after you had given this information to the FBI,
honest about what they were doing.
You're talking about the Bidens being honest about what
No, the FBI.
So the FBI got this information, presumably didn't do anything with it, or still is conducting on.
According to Wikipedia, the grand jury just issued the subpoena. Oh, like maybe in order to get the subpoena, they get a grand jury, and then the grand jury signs off on it? Do you usually get a grand jury just for a subpoena? Maybe maybe. I don't know.
An investigation. You still felt unsafe months after that.
Oh, Kafka says no.
I don't understand why you felt unsafe.
One of the agents called me up like 3 weeks later, I want to say 3 weeks later, just to see if anybody has come in looking for it yet. Because if they do, give us a call, stall them for a day, and we'll be back in with it.
And did they indicate that that would be the Bidens or the Giuliani?
Biden. Anybody representing Hunter would come looking for it, let us know, and we'll get it back in your hands. Stall them for a day. Don't email us, only text.
But in this, the way that you're thinking about it, you would say you're kind of alleging that the FBI is protecting Biden.
No, I'm not alleging that.
Protecting Biden, but then you're also saying they're going to try to go after him because you need to stall him. You're like working in cahoots with them.
What? And that's my last one.
You're like working in cahoots with the FBI by saying stall them, answering the phones, things like that.
Well, they're asking me to, if somebody comes looking for this, that I need to kind of tell them about it's in our recycling facility, and let me go take a look, and I'll dig it out, and I'll give you a call tomorrow. Okay. And I was instructed to text one of the agents and then say, bring it back.
Text on any sort of messenger in particular?
Just regular text.
Okay.
And so then why did you go, or you or the intermediary that you have between you and Rudy Giuliani's team?
August 26, 2020. I spent a few days trying to track down a way to contact Rudy Giuliani directly, and to no avail. The contact request page on the website of Giuliani's Security and Safety, his company, would have to do. I took my time composing the message, wanting to give enough information to show the big picture and with enough details to make it impossible to ignore, and it had to fit in the website contact field. Here's what I wrote. For almost a year, I've been trying to get the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop to the proper authorities. I first reached out to the FBI, and they came and collected it, but I have reason to believe that they have destroyed it or buried it in a filing cabinet. After months of waiting for something to come of this, I can only assume that members of the FBI, who are against the president, have it and will never be seen again. Luckily, for my protection, I made several copies, and I've been trying to quietly bring it to people's attention. I am reaching out to you for assistance and making sure the people that need to know about this do. I have email proof that the quid pro quo started on May 12, 2014, with a request from Vadim Pozharsky to have Hunter and Devin use their influence at the White House to pressure the Ukraine government to stop investigating Burisma. This was 1 month after Hunter was appointed to the board. I have emails from Blue Star discussing White House conference calls and meetings about Ukrainian policy and discussing Vice President Biden's trip to Ukraine being sent to Vadim Pozharsky directly. I have proof that the Office of the Vice President was selling influence and support to foreign nationals in exchange for money. The selling started with the U.S.'s support of Ukraine, which helped them land the IMF load in early 2014. Reward for that support was provided in the form of board posts for Hunter and Devin, an initial large sum for each of them in the range of $1.3 million, and a monthly check of $33K each. This allowed for direct access to the White House and included favors, from visas to putting pressure on a foreign government by a private citizen. I feel the closer we get to the election, the more this will be ignored. Please help me get this information to people who can use it and bring justice to people who deserve it. I hit submit and stared at the "Your message has been sent" alert that popped up. There was no going back now. The message was out there, and my name was on it.
If you're scared for your safety, why would you go to Rudy Giuliani?
Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry, just on this. Okay, if this was a Russian plant, this guy was not involved. I think this guy is just a crazy Trump fanatic. I feel like this guy this guy is insane. So I feel like if this was a plant, then it would have been whoever dropped the laptop off, which I guess is still possible. But this guy is wild as fuck. People are saying did he post this on his channel? December 15th, 2020.
My name is John Paul Mac Isaac. Initially, I was reluctant to tell the media about my family's involvement when reaching out to the FBI. My efforts to protect my family from the press ultimately were used by the press to discredit me and discredit my account of my interactions with the FBI. This is my opportunity to clear things up.
See, that's what we were talking about earlier. You did something. You made some action that tipped the FBI off. And I don't think we've gotten clarity on that. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe Hunter Biden told the FBI, which I doubt. Yeah.
Well, I'm also confused because you told me that you did reach out to the FBI and that they didn't really do much with it. So was it that they came to you or that you went to them?
By the end of the summer, and feeling pressured by the events in the news, I turned to one of the smartest and most trusted
What is this fucking video, bro?
people I know.
My dad.
My father. During a return trip from a gunship reunion in Salt Lake City, I had ample time to explain to my father what I had seen and voice my concerns. We decided that the best course of action was to contact the FBI and persuade them to collect the abandoned equipment and provide some level of security should someone come looking for it. We decided, out of an abundance of caution, that my father would reach out to the FBI through their Albuquerque, New Mexico field office and hopefully get a feeling of how receptive they would be to helping us. So on October 9th, 2019, my father walked into the FBI office in Albuquerque, New Mexico and spoke to an agent. This is when my father, a retired colonel of 30 years in the United States Air Force, described to me the most humiliating experience of his entire life. My father spoke to an agent that refused to give his name.
Oh.
Then that agent...
This was in the book. Apparently his father walked into the FBI office and they gave him like a form to fill out and he wrote on the form, he was like, confidential, need to see an agent, and didn't like put anything else, and they gave it back to them and sat down. And he was like,
After hearing my father's concerns, promptly made a copy of the paperwork, told my father to lawyer up and get out of his office. Defeated, my father and I spent the next 3 weeks wondering what we were going to do. And then on November 1st, my father received a phone call. On November 1st, 2019, Agent Joshua from the FBI reached out to my father, requesting to contact me. My father collected his contact information and passed it on to me. A quick Google search revealed that Agent Joshua had been making a name for himself, busting child predators. I instantly trusted and respected Agent Joshua and instructed my father to pass along my contact information. Soon, Agent Joshua called and requested a time to meet and talk about my concerns. I agreed, and on November 21st, 2019, Agent Joshua arrived at my home with an additional agent, Agent Mike. When seated in my living room, Agent Joshua asked if I had seen any child pornography on the client's laptop. I responded that I had seen a lot of questionable material, but I wasn't paying that close of attention to see if there were...
Wait a second. Before the before the laptop story and everything, was anybody talking about like the Burisma Hunter Biden stuff, or did that all come from the laptop? Because if nobody was, this guy literally spun this entire conspiracy theory out from going through hundreds of gigabytes of files. They must have been talking about it before, right? I feel like I heard about it before. It must have been something before about it.
Children involved. But it was a concern based on the personal and private nature of the material. When asked what I was concerned about, I told them it was the personal material as well as financial and political information that could be criminal or illegal and should be in the hands of the authorities. I was also concerned about individuals, both foreign and domestic, that might seek to do me harm based on what I knew and what I was in possession of.
Wasn't that what the Trump-Zelensky phone call was about? Oh, yeah, true, because he said he wanted him to announce an investigation into Zelensky. That's right, yeah. You're right.
And I just wanted it out of my shop. They told me that they'd have to contact the legal team to see if this was something that they could take possession of, but they could not make any promises. Agent Mike texted me and requested a timeline of the events leading up to me reaching out to the FBI. I responded and awaited further instructions. About a week later, agents advised me that they wanted to come into the shop to make a forensic copy of the laptop, but unfortunately they would be unable to take possession or custody of the laptop at that time. A little disappointed and a little reluctant, I agreed to meet them at the shop December 9th, 2019. I first received a phone call in the morning around 9:50 from Agent Mike, requesting that I text him the serial number of the hard drive that the client had abandoned. Both agents arrived at the shop at around 11 a.m. Agent Joshua immediately handed me a subpoena commanding me to appear before a grand jury. A note in the middle of the first page stated, "In lieu of personal appearance, please see Attachment A." Attachment A included 2 items: the MacBook Pro with serial number, and the external hard drive with the serial number that was requested an hour earlier. I was ecstatic. I was getting everything that I wanted. I was getting protection from the FBI. I felt safe. I finally was getting this abandoned laptop and its questionable data out of my shop. And if there was evidence there, then it was finally in the hands of proper authorities. For the first time in months, I was at ease. And I thought that this whole ordeal might finally be over.
What else does he publish? The truth. It was him. The truth. Deaf ears. American blocked. Social media and the corrupt FBI. Bring that Mac back. MacBook Pro, 15-inch red. Oh my God, he's Louis Rossmann.
I'm an ocular catenic albino. My vision is a direct relationship to my albinism. I have an operational vision of about 6 to 8 inches. I can see good enough to move around in a couple feet, but after that, it's mostly blurry shapes. Through the use of visual aids and the larger screens, I've been professionally repairing Macintosh computers for over a quarter of a century.
I think the issue for us is that the longer we don't understand these points, we're just going to keep showing up here and this is going to continue. And all we want to know is just the order of things, how they happened, so that we can get it right. And until then, you're going to continue to base these questions.
Aren't going to portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want to give us that information. I will try to write this as straight as possible. This happened, this happened, this
All
happened.
of us, yeah.
All of us. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
On October 14th, 2020, reporters ambushed me at my Wilmington repair shop, demanding that I confirm that it was really the client that had dropped off the laptop for service.
Wait, let's finish this one real quick. Sorry.
Private citizen. Is it because of his connection to President Trump? Or why was he the beacon of hope for you?
No comment.
You obviously went for some reason. And I don't understand why you can allege wrongdoing of the FBI and not of Rudy Giuliani. You're like really standing by him.
Well, I'm trying to say no comment on board of you. I mean, if that's the narrative that you want to push, that's fine.
What protection can he provide you?
What?
Rudy Giuliani. What? You were scared, so you go to him, and he protects you how?
Well, I don't think I said that to that extent.
Okay. Well, you're scared somehow.
I've been a little afraid for over a year and a half.
So then,
but how does he assuage that fear? How does he protect you? Himself?
I don't feel comfortable about talking about
and so you feel duped by him because he leaked it to the New York Post.
No, I don't feel anything about that.
You don't have any animus towards Brian Costello, the Rudy Giuliani lawyer who turned on the New York Post to this.
No, I have no opinion on the matter.
Okay.
I mean, I prefer this outcome as opposed to getting shot jogging in the morning, but it's
okay.
So the fear is that if this had not come out, you would be shot to keep it. Somebody in the Biden camp would shoot you so that it would be.
I don't think they would take matters into their own hands like that.
Okay, but I mean, what I'm saying is, why would it doesn't make sense, I guess, what I'm saying, because it was already in the FBI's hands.
Mm-hmm.
They would have had to have gone after all those FBI agents that knew about it, right? Like, if they took you out of the picture, the hard drive is still there. It's going, like, presumably there was a launch of some sort of FBI investigation. How would taking you out of the picture protect the Bidens from this information? That doesn't make sense to me.
What if they perceive me as a threat?
But the FBI had the information, so you can go out.
I knew what was on there.
So did they.
And then they probably knew I had a copy because I was pretty vocal about not wanting to get murdered, so I'm going to have a copy.
So the FBI were vocal about that?
I'm pretty sure they figured it out.
How would they have figured it out?
Because they're the FBI and they're investigators.
But they can't.
So they can't figure out computer cord?
Yeah.
That raises my concern about, did that computer go to where it was supposed to go?
So what happens, John Paul, when we go to the FBI? We've already gone to the FBI, and they say no comment. But what happens when we go with all these specifics? There's 2 agents from Baltimore or Wilmington, and they say, we have no record of that. We will, and then it's FBI versus you.
That's fine.
Okay. And you keep bringing up this killing of Seth Rich, the conspiracy theory. That has been thoroughly debunked.
What's that?
The DNC murder in the driving in the morning.
I was just giving the example of how,
well, those
Epstein didn't really hang himself. This guy gets shot. No,
Do you think those things are true?
I think that not the government as an entire entity, but I think that there's a history in this country of people with political motives doing horrible things. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that.
Not Trump, though.
I could Google it, I guess, if you like. But
so you have no problem with Joe Biden's elected president?
Well, as long as he doesn't have a vendetta.
Then you.
I don't care. Like this. I don't know. I'm getting exhausted.
Just one more thing. I mean, this story's going to... Steve Jobs used to say that a lot. Yeah, I know. I understand. This story's going to come out eventually. At some point, there's going to be the FBI internal sources. Giuliani's going to... It's going to be clear who did who what. It's going to be clear that Giuliani came to you or you came to Giuliani, or the FBI did this or didn't do this. Eventually, I mean, usually with these sorts of things, the facts they take a while. So, I guess this is my pitch to you to speed that process up.
I don't feel comfortable about speeding anything up right now. I was just trying to do the right thing that I felt was right. I was honest, and I tried to go through proper channels, and I still think I did the right thing.
I mean, you wanted this, push back where I'm wrong. You wanted this information out there. You wanted people to know that.
I didn't necessarily want the entire world to know this. I just wanted it out of my store. I wanted it to be. I wanted some level of safety and security because somebody else, supposedly a high enough branch of the food chain of government, to offer me some level of protection.
But why wasn't that safety and security achieved after you get the FBI? Why did you need to go to Giuliani? Or why did you need to give it to Giuliani after they came to you? Whoever came to first?
I don't feel comfortable about explaining the details that transpired between December 9th and beginning of September.
Well, how true is this? Former Giuliani associate raises questions about Hunter Biden's hard drive from hell. Salacious documents supposedly belonging to Hunter Biden were circulating in Ukraine in May of 2019. President Donald Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, was offered salacious photos and other documents belonging to Joe Biden's son Hunter in the spring of 2019, earlier than previously known. This claim was made by Lev Parnas, a Ukrainian-born businessman who was indicted last year on campaign finance charges. Did anything come from this? This is just a claim being made by him. Parnas, who collaborated with Giuliani on the former New York mayor's quest to find damaging information on the Bidens beginning in late 2018, now says that similar materials were being offered to Giuliani just weeks after Joe Biden launched his presidential run. The timeline does not match up, Destiny. This guy, Joe Mack, claims to have the... No, yeah, I'm aware the timeline doesn't match up. But the claim that this article would be making is that these materials were put on that laptop and put elsewhere to try to get them into the media without it just being published by WikiLeaks. Politico was unable to verify Parnas' claims, though he provided text message transactions he said show that he helped set up. Okay, so they weren't able to verify this. I'm curious because somebody else linked this site. I don't know anything about this site. This distributed denial of secrets website. I don't know how credible or if this is like a super lefty or liberal or whatever site. Because the timeline that they have here is January 4th, 2018, the earliest last modified date of the Biden emails, March 20th, 2018, the original Macintosh HD drive was created. February 2019, Hunter Biden leaves a laptop in the office of his Boston therapist, which is later raided in an unrelated matter, resulting in the seizure of the laptop. On February 11th of 2019, the largest number of .emix files modified are last modified within a single day. I don't even know what an EMIX or EMLX file is. On March 17th, 2019, cutoff point of the data allegedly from the laptops, the latest date supposed to be present in the files. And then on April 12th is when the files are allegedly dropped off for repair. Those are email timestamp files. I don't. Somebody, can I just tell you guys? One of you guys should just go spend like a week doing this.
I was concerned that if I had told them I was 100% sure that the client was who he said he was, that they would ultimately see my cane or use my visual impairment to discredit me. As it would stand, and ultimately these same reporters, without citing my visual impairment, would go on to actually question my ability to identify the client.
Thank you for sharing about your medical condition. You not being able to see potentially whoever walked in here.
He seriously called it distributed denial of secrets instead of service. What the fuck? Well, that's the name of the website, you retard. DDoSsecrets.com, distributed denial of secrets.
The client came into my shop April 12, 2019. I'd never seen the client before, nor have I paid enough attention to the client to recognize him. But when checking him in, he provided a first name, a last name, an email address, and a phone number. The client did seem surprised that I didn't recognize him during the email address and a phone number. The client did seem surprised that I didn't recognize him during the check-in process. But I made a further connection when I noticed that one of the 3 MacBook Pros had a sticker that represented the client's deceased brother's foundation. But after checking in the machine and performing a data recovery, I am 100% sure the person in those videos, photos, and other data that I was hired to recover is the same person that came into my shop and dropped off that machine. The copy of the driver's license signature, the other documents and bank statement signatures all match the signature on the check-in document. With the realization of who he was, what I had seen on that laptop, concern for my safety grew. I can't imagine a family that would be comfortable with that kind of information being in the hands of someone they didn't know, especially if that family is running for president of the United States.
Jesus